Returning from the store, 18-year-old Luo Shenxin disappears in his thoughts and worries about the upcoming entrance exams. He recalls how his mother lost all faith in her son, who lives a social recluse alone in the apartment, every year closing the world more and more. But to say that he completely avoids the real world and does not go anywhere except for the store, this is completely to say nothing, because the guy does not even have friends in life. Returning to his home, he takes off his shoes in the hallway, putting on the threshold below the floor in the rest of the apartment, so as not to certainly bring dirt and dust into the dwelling. Luo enters the only large living room, of which his small one-room apartment consists of, serving him as a bedroom and an office. The guy welcomes the girls with a loud voice and calls them his wives, as if one of the living people actually live with him. He tells them that the weather on the street is very comfortable, and because of this, the supermarket was full of people. There were many fast cooking products in the bag. Luo Shenxi clearly did not like to cook and ate only noodles of different types. Today, he bought one of the new tastes for the sample, one average portion of strange noodles with the taste of karakatitsa. Talking about everything that happened to him while he was on the street, the guy approaches his closet with glass doors, holding a semi-finished box in his hand. He asks for forgiveness for making him wait for his friends, whom he loves so much and considers everyone his wives. Figures standing on the shelves of various ordinary girls and girls with cat and hair ears of anime and computer games, as if sparkling, smiling brighter. All of them were very cute and bright, different species and sizes, as if alive. They stood and looked at Shenxi with their painted eyes. Smiling joyfully, the young man admired the figures, examining each of them, as if he first saw in front of him. This time, he chose a maid rem with blue short hair from one famous anime as a company during dinner. She stood on the table opposite the protagonist and seemed to be waiting with him when the noodles were brewed and ready. While he is waiting, Luo feels depression and emptiness because he has many wives. All of them are not real, and he has no real communication skills, and especially women, he does not have. He lies on the floor and screams at the whole apartment, which is his own mother to blame for his loneliness and not socialization. Luo Shenxi blames his strange name in all troubles and does not understand why his mother called him in tune with various metals in the Mendeleev table. His screams and complaints are interrupted by a sudden melody of an incoming call emanating from the phone lying on the table. Without much desire and interest, Luo reaches for the phone and takes a vibrating gadget in the hand. He looks at the screen, still continuing to lie on the floor in the middle of his spacious room. Shenxi answers a call from an unknown number without enthusiasm, not even trying to guess who can call him. He brings a smartphone to his ear and listens to the administrator who tells him to go out and meet the courier, who is already standing behind his door with an order from the online store. Luo Shenxi rises and takes his parcel, a rather massive box with the address on it. For some time he looks at the box, trying to remember what he could order and when he did, since the package came so suddenly. Having decided not to guess but simply open and see, the young man takes the stationery knife and twists the blade more authentic to make it more convenient. He sits at the low table in the center of the room, and finally cuts the sticker and tape in the center of the parcel, after which it already takes out a thing packed in the protective layers. The order was the brand new version of the smartphone from one famous brand, which Luo ordered a couple of days ago and successfully forgot. He is very glad that now he will have a new phone that will work faster and better, and will not slow down like the old one. The guy puts the phone for charging and turns on, already anticipating how he will use it and how many new photos can be downloaded to it. When the smartphone has recharged and turned on, Shenxi first decides to transfer data from the old model to a new one. To do this, he uses his computer, connects the phone to it, and selects files that he copied in advance. The computer connects to the new gadget and begins the slow transmission of all copied data. The young man rejoices in the purchase with every minute more and more, especially when all the data really succeeds in transferring and do not have to restore all accounts and documents. Waiting for the end of the file transfer for quite some time, and Luo Shenxi is very tired in a long day, and he decides to take a bit a little. The guy goes right on the floor in the middle of the room, putting only the pillow under his head, and quickly falls into sleep. Through the dream, Luo Shenxi hears someone, a distant voice, without stopping calling him by name, sounding like inside his own head. The voice seemed to specially try to wake him up, and continued to pronounce the name, finally bringing the young man to consciousness. Shenxi rises to his feet and does not understand what is happening around him, why he ended up in some strange dark place, and who talks to him at all. The voice asks if he was eager for superpowers, to which Luo answers with distrust that he had long finished the kindergarten and perceives the proposal as a joke. Suddenly, the light lights up behind him, attracting the attention of a skeptical young man. The light is so bright that for some time Luo Shenshi blinds when he turns to consider the source of radiance. Blinded by light, Shenshi does not immediately notice how the female thin hand reaches for him in an elegant movement. A beautiful girl with golden hair, in a white dress and with a bright halo of rubies above her head, stretched to Luo Shenshi and seemed to radiate radiance and warmth. The guy held his breath, unable to take his eyes off the most beautiful woman that he had seen in his whole life. In the hand of the goddess, a clot of magical energy caught fire. She almost transferred him into the hands of Shen Shi, almost reached him. But at the same moment, a wonderful dream was interrupted. The loud melody of the alarm clock dispelled the magic of the moment, and as if deliberately continued to play under the very ear of the young man. The guy was on the verge between sleep and reality. He had not yet woken up to the end, but he could already mentally scold himself for not turning off the alarm before. There was only 7 in the morning, and the phone was clearly not going to shut up until the owner himself turned off. The evil and sleepy Shen Shi clapped with force on the screen of the smartphone, finally turning off the loud melody and bringing silence to the apartment. The sudden radiance lit up the room, based on the contact of the palm and the gadget lying on the pillow. The magic circle was activated, and the magic donated to the simple guy of the goddess from sleep finally came into effect. When the hand instead of the phone fell on something warm and clearly much more than the usual electronic box in size, Luo finally began to wake up. He opened his eyes, depending on where his smartphone recently lay, but still could not focus his gaze after sleep. The question sounded in his head why his hand was so soft and warm, and he began to carefully feel something so similar to the human leg. Finally, Luo Shenshi dawned that it was not just something warm, but in fact the human leg, and right now in his room is someone else besides him. His hand lay on the knee of an unfamiliar girl in a bright dress, who sat down in front of him with a confused look and did not take his eyes off the guy. Her face was pretty cute, her eyes were bright turquoise, and black hair flowed gently on the back. Nevertheless, there should not be a girl here. There should be no one in this apartment at all except Luo Shenshi. This fact brought the owner of the apartment in complete horror. He shouted, pointing a finger at the young lady, and began to ask who she was and how it got here. But the girl seemed to know him all her life. She called Shenshi the master and asked how she could turn into a girl. Even more embarrassing, the guy, Luo moved away from her, asking for whether he heard correctly and whether he was really called the owner. Incorrectly understanding the girl and the reason she appeared here, he decided that the girl was just drunk and wanted to find a guy for one night, and asked if she could confuse her house with someone else's apartment because of alcohol. He asks her to stop calling him the master, and, after an apology, carefully advises her to look for someone else, more suitable for her situation. These words bring a young lady to tears. She sobs quietly and looks at Luo Shenshi with disappointment, because she expected a completely different reaction. Surprised, Shenshi feels that something has gone wrong and is even more lost in the situation, sincerely not understanding who this stranger can be. The girl cries sobbing and complains that her owner does not recognize her and sees in her only a strange stranger after many years together. She says more and more strange things, as if she was really the subject in Luo Shenshi's life, and she is very afraid that now, having received a new phone, they will get rid of her. The young man is no longer able to endure this ridiculous situation. He laughs nervously and asks to let him insert at least a few words. He loses his temper and screams at the girl, accusing her of penetrating someone else's home, and says that he sees her for the first time in his life. Having decided to call the police and solve the problem with their help, the guy reaches for the pillow on which his phone was lying, but does not find him in the same place. He examines the whole room in search of a thing, searches on a coffee table next to the packet of noodles and behind it, but does not see it anywhere. Then a smartphone lying next to the computer on charging comes across his eyes. But unfortunately, it turns out to be a new one, which arrived a few hours earlier. The bewildered Luo complains that he cannot find his phone anywhere and does not understand where he could go. Suddenly, he recalls a dream that he had a dream that night and thinks if there is any connection between sleep and what is happening here and now in his apartment. He recalls the beautiful goddess with golden hair, which reached him with a bright magical radiance in his palm. Looking again at the upset girl next to him, he suddenly came up with an insane thought that she might be his lost phone. An awkward silence is destroyed by the ringtone of the called lost smartphone, Luo Shenshi, who comes straight from the young stranger. As soon as he hears the melody, he immediately forgets all the previous guesses about the girl and again incorrectly understands everything. He screams and waves his hands, angry more than before, and accuses the stranger of theft of his property. He extends his hand to her and still demands to return his thing in the same loud voice, ignoring the complete misunderstanding in the girl's eyes. But the cutie behaves as if she really was his own smartphone, which turned into a person, and asks if he wants to answer or drop a call. The indignant Luo shouts that, of course he wants to answer the call and continues to demand, now return the phone to him. He notices that she begins to move towards him and continues to swear, assuring her that it makes no sense to run because the police will catch her anyway. The girl seemed to not hear what they were saying to her. She ignores Shen Shi and puts her hands on his shoulders, coming closer. Suddenly, for Luo Shenshi and all figures and figurines of characters, a girl without warning and any constraint kisses him. This action is very embarrassing the guy. He blushes so much that it becomes like a tomato and cries out in surprise in his thoughts. Ignoring his constraint, the girl does not move away from him, and the young man is only embarrassed, not understanding why she kissed him and how to react to it. Finally, he decides, closes his eyes and pushes a young lady from himself, demanding to pull himself together and not lose his composure. But everything again went not according to plan. Luo is surprised to realize that he clearly did something wrong and opens his eyes. The girl staggered, holding her balance, and looked in surprise at the young man in front of her. She obviously did not expect that she would be so rude. Shen shook, immediately bouncing off the stranger and frightened. It seemed even stronger than she herself, and quietly apologized to her for such a rude and unworthy handling of a girl. Having calmed down a bit, Luo Shengsha thought about why he began to ask for forgiveness in general. Because it was she who kissed him, thereby stole his first kiss. At 18, he remained lonely for a reason. All because once at school he heard from a classmate that if until 25 years to remain a virgin, you can get magical power. Luo always dreamed of becoming a wizard, and this friend's story inspired him very much, which is why his first kiss went to this suspicious stranger and not his lover. And now, evaluating the past and the present, he begins to think about the fact that he could really get magical forces, but it was a reward or punishment for expectation. While he disappears in his thoughts, the girl has already accepted the incoming call from the hero's mother, and now, instead of her voice, the voice of Mom Luo Xin Shi sounded. A woman with a slight excitement called her son and asked if he could hear her if everything was in order, but there was no answer. Luo did not even hear that they were talking to him and asking to answer, and further disappearing in his thoughts about possible new abilities. Mother was tired of waiting for an answer and she got angry, shouting a couple of curses to attract her son's attention. Luo Shengxi finally heard what he was talking and recovering, though he did not expect to hear his own mother's voice. He was very surprised, falling into a stupor, because in the vicinity there was no phone anywhere, and only a sweet stranger stood nearby, and in the meantime his mother continued to speak. The girl took the pose, which is usually taken by Mom Shenxi, and continued to report the guy with her own voice, interested in whether he spent again all night after computer games. The young man waved his hands, smiling innocently, and tried to convince his mother that he did not play, but carefully studied and prepared for the exam. Mother Luo Shengxi clearly did not believe her son. She knew him too well and understood that he certainly would not study all night. And the guy, meanwhile, asked if she was needed, if she was calling. Getting angry, Miss Luo's hands of a young girl grabbed her son's ear tightly, again turning to a scream and saying that she could call him when she wanted, and she does not need the reason for this. Shenxi was very struck by how much the uninvited guest was like his mother, and politely replied that his mother could call him at any time convenient for her. Hearing what she wanted, the woman finally regretted her offspring and released his painful ear. The girl deftly sat on the table, threw her legs on her foot and asked to go to the neighbor to find out whether she rents an apartment or not, because she did not have a phone number, and her son was much faster to approach the next door and find out everything. Shenxi put his palm to his ear so that the warmth would calm the pain slightly, and promised his mother that he would surely do everything. Miss Luo calmed down immediately, as she heard and demanded everything she wanted, and said that that's all for today. She said goodbye to her son and threw a challenge, which she reported the characteristic sound of the phone from somewhere from the girl sitting on the table. Feeling awkwardness, the young lady looked with a soft gaze at Luo Shenxi and said that the call was completed. But the guy interrupted her with a gesture of his hand, finally realizing that this girl all this time was his old lost mobile phone. Somehow, the smartphone was able to turn into a delicate, sweet girl, whom he mistakenly took for a thief. Along with this awareness, he also reached the fact that he really now has magical abilities, because there is no other explanation of what is happening. So that woman with scarlet rubies and golden hair from sleep was real and actually handed him magic forces. This was not a simple dream. Luo Shengxi felt a large surge of enthusiasm. He was full of desire and determination to find out what he was capable of. Having thought a little, he came to the conclusion that since the phone has turned into a girl, then everything that he touches can become a girl. A cunning smile appeared on his face. This ability to describe its essence as well and was perfect for a recluse with socialization problems. Shengxi completely lost his connection with reality, becoming more and more in euphoria from the presence of such superpowers. Nothing matters to him. He took one of his favorite figures, a girl in a blue tunic, and decided to test his new forces on her. The expectation of the long-awaited meeting with his anime idol was about to end. The guy was very nervous, holding in his hand the one that will soon become a warm, living person. With a wave of his hand, Shengxi shouted an encouraging phrase, no longer able to wait until he could see with his own eyes what it will become in reality. Finally, he touches the figure with his fingers, holding his breath. It seemed that even his heart froze in a reverent anticipation. But more than 10 seconds have passed, and another charming girl did not appear in a one-room apartment. Disruption surged on Luo Shengxi. He was agitated, frantically sorting through the reasons why nothing happened. Maybe the conditions that he did not know about. The girl, who was not so long ago, was Shengxi's telephone, and who all this time silently watched the owner, finally cast a voice, asking why he was upset and what happened. The guy turned sharply to her and grabbed his shoulders, which he scared a slightly timid girl slightly. He looked into her eyes with a slight distrust and still doubted that there was actually the ability. But she was actually his phone. Luo asked her if she really was his smartphone, then what files he stores in it and where, deciding that it will be a great way to check whether it is lying or not. The girl was embarrassed because of this question, looked away, and hesitantly replied that these were photos of girls in swimsuits and outright clothes. She also described the path to files, with which you could find them on the phone, which she proved to the guy, which is actually his mobile, while she talked about this, as if she remembered the question that she had long wanted to ask. And finally, there was a chance to ask why her owner all these frank photos. Luo Shengxi tightened. He definitely did not want someone to guess why he keeps something on his phone, especially that the girl would find out about it. He did not even have time to think about the answer. The innocent telephone girl herself suggested that the guy wants to learn more about women's clothes. Without knowing it, she gave him a great chance to get out of a delicate situation. And Shengxi played out, saying that he really wanted to find out more about the female wardrobe. Such a chance does not fall often. Luo Shengxi was sure that if you were lucky to quickly transfer the arrows and the person helped to convince himself of the lies, then this must be used. Finally, all conflicts were resolved, and when they sat opposite each other, the guy began his acquaintance and asked the girl's name. The telephone girl tilted her head slightly and said that she had no name. And where did the smartphone have a name? Because she had never before. Smiling, she added that if the owner wants to, then he himself can choose a suitable name for her. Shengxi was at first very surprised. He was not sure that he was the right to choose a good idea, but there was nowhere to go. She was still a girl and worthy of being addressed by name. The young lady stared at her master, waiting for what name Luo Shengxi would give her. She was sure that the name would be exactly amazing from him. Thinking, the guy recalled similar to a new familiar characters from anime with the same black hair and sorted out suitable variants of the name in his head. Throwing away a few ideas, he was overtaken by an insight. Shengxi seemed that he had found the most ideal option. He said that he chose the name of Nikki for her, watching the girl's reaction and hoping that she would like this option. The girl slammed her hands and seemed to shine. She was incredibly happy because the owner gave her such a beautiful name that she immediately fell in love with. She threw herself at him and put it in his strong arms, hotly thanks to Luo Shengxi for such a gift. Shengxi was embarrassed, smiling, and even a little surprised that he suddenly felt very happy as soon as he saw Nikki's reaction. The young man did not last long because suddenly he heard the front door of his apartment open. In addition to his mother, no one else had the keys to his apartment because he led a fairly lonely lifestyle, which means that no one could come besides her other than her. Luo Shengxi could not allow his mother to see the girl in the apartment. He urgently needed to hide Nikki somewhere, and the only option that he was able to come up with was to put her in the closet. Before closing the door, he asked the girl to wait inside and in no case make no sounds. Nikki, being a telephone, did not quite understand what exactly they wanted from her, and asked if her owner wants to put her in the standby mode. The tension of Shengxi grew with every minute. He squeezed the girl's shoulders tightly and already almost a cry said that this is exactly what needs to be done. As soon as the cabinet door was closed, the last clicks of the entrance lock sounded, which meant that the doors were already open. The young man rushed to the door, hoping that he would have time to meet a woman before she enters, and could not understand why his mother came so early. Before he had time to take the door handle, she was opened from the other side, and the woman appeared on the threshold of the apartment of Luo Shengxi. Her gaze seemed strict. She looked suspiciously at her son while he asked her why she suddenly came without warning. I ignored the question. Miss Luo entered the hallway, taking off his shoes and leaving them at the door, examined the guy and asked why he was so exhausted. Shenxi was not at a loss and, quickly inventing an excuse, told his mother that he had just woken up and dressed. The woman clearly did not believe in these words, but her son quickly changed the subject, asking his mother why she came so quickly, because she recently called him. The lady slowly went into the room and answered the question with a question, wondering if she interrupted the entertainment of her son. Luo Shengxi smiles awkwardly, trying to justify himself as soon as possible, and mutters that he did nothing bad. But mother was no longer interested in these excuses. She caught a barely noticeable smell in the guy's room, who should clearly not be there. She said that she felt the smell of female perfumes in the apartment, a very rich aroma, which was alarmed by Shenxi. The guy began only harder and gave out a new absurd excuse, saying that it could be a new air freshener. Fortunately, Nikki managed to hide in the closet, and this gave him the hope that everything could do and his mother would not notice anything. But, looking at the closet, Luo notices a shoe with a bow lying on the floor, exactly the way Nikki wears. The guy frantically tries to remember at what point they lost their shoe, also in a place where few people look and where it is easiest to notice. Taking advantage of the moment when his mother turned away, Luo Shengxi decides that he must quickly remove her, and quietly sneaks to the closet. He is almost reaching the shoe to put her somewhere when his mother notices it and turns on him. The guy did not come up with anything better than just sitting on shoes so that they would not see her, than to raise even more questions from his suspicious mother. When asked why he suddenly sat there, he gives out the most stupid of all excuses and says that the air cabinet has cleaner than somewhere else in the room. Madame Luo begins to worry and suspect her son more and more, and asks if he is bad. She is sure that he hides something from her and is going to take him to clean water because he would not just sit in front of the closet. The solution comes by itself when a woman notices an anime on the table of an anime, which she immediately takes in her hand. She knew how important these little dolls are to him. He treats them, probably even better than people, and would never allow anything to happen to them. That is why she, with all her might, throws the figure into the wall so that her son ran to save the poor thing and open her access to the closet. Seeing how his beloved flies straight to his death, Luo Shengxi forgets about everything. His heart freezes with horror. He acts exactly as his mother predicted, and immediately blows up, rushing to save his beloved figurine, thereby revealing everything that he tried to hide. Shenxi successfully catches the doll, falling on the floor and exhales with relief. He almost stopped his heart from fear of losing such a valuable thing. Suddenly, the awareness of what happened reaches him, and the guy understands that it was all his mother's insidious plan, all in order to drive him out of place. He carefully and quietly turns around, realizing that all his efforts to the end and Miss Luo, most likely, already understood everything and is ready to confuse his offspring. The woman's voice became more strictly with every word. She was very angry with her son because of his strange behavior. She felt that he was hiding something else. Holding a female shoe in her hand, she did not take an angry look from the young man and demanded an explanation for how this shoes got into his apartment, warning that she would not believe that he bought it or got a new fetish. Not receiving a clear answer, my mother put her palm on the cabinet door, right next to the sticking tip of the Nikki address, and said that she was sure that the answer to all her questions is inside. Luo Shengxi jerked, realizing that he was the end, and he was mentally amazed at how accurate instincts of his mother had. Miss Luo opened the cabinet door, determined to find out what exactly there can be hidden by her 18-year-old son. He rushed to her, wanting to stop, but it was already too late. A woman was unlikely to keep anything in this world with such an opportunity to see everything with his own eyes and reassure the mother's heart. But to see in the closet only an adult young man, obsessed with anime girls, she certainly did not expect a young girl. It plunged her into a deep shock. Nikki did not understand anything either in the relationship of her mother and son, nor in the fear of Luo Shengxi to allow her relative to see her, and she simply stared at the woman in front of her, not knowing what to do next. The shock slowly gave way to horror, from the realization that her son could follow a very bad path. and from a quiet guy with oddities to turn into a real criminal, the woman still could not budge, accusing her son of the most terrible human sins of her head. And Shen Shi behind her did not know where to put himself, and his mother's silence scared him even more. There was nothing to do, even if her son really committed a crime. She felt her responsibility for him and understood that there was no other way out. It was only necessary to accept this terrible news. She laid her hand on her boy's shoulder, unable to restrain his tears of disappointment, and told him that he should behave like a real man. Being confident that his mother's son could not have a friend in any way and accurately holds this cutie here by force, she advised him to give up the police and said that she would often visit him in prison. Shen Shai did not understand what his mother says and tried to convince her that she did not understand everything, and this was a simple misunderstanding. But the woman did not listen to him. She already sincerely believed in her version of events and said that, like his mother, she could not but know and not understand this. She continued to tell her vision of what was happening, saying that Luo Shenhui never stuck with the girls, and the fact that such a beauty suddenly appeared in his apartment simply cannot but be a kidnapping. Erasing tears, the woman immediately inflamed, saying that a man should understand his mistakes and correct them. She did not believe so much in the strength and honest thoughts of her son that she could not even allow thoughts about his innocence. Then, Nikki comes into business, feeling that something bad was happening, and carefully takes Miss Luo by the hand, saying that her master did not abduct her and did not do anything bad, and therefore there is no need to scold him. The girl's words scare her mother even harder. She is completely lost when she hears her son called the master and thinks that they have already gone far, starting to play strange role-playing games. Having covered the young lady with her hand in order to thus protect her from Luo Shenshi, the woman tells him that, in order to change his evil and cruel nature, she can only put him to a psychiatric hospital. The thought of a psychiatric hospital scares Xin Shi, because if he gets there and doctors understand that Nikki is actually his phone, he can begin very big problems, and who knows what will happen next. He had no other choice, and the guy kneels, tearfully assuring his mother that this is really a great misunderstanding and that Nikki is his girlfriend. Miss Luo clarifies in disbelief if this is true, because it is much more difficult to believe that her son had a girlfriend than that he abducted and held the beauty of the house. Shenshi does not retreat, continuing to assure his mother, and said that they recently met and began to meet. This whole version would have sounded very convincing if not for one, but about which the woman reminds, asking why then his girlfriend was hiding in the closet. The young man looks away, playing very believably, and says that this is all because he did not talk about the girl to his mother before that when he saw her, she would begin to wind herself. Hearing the explanations, the woman calms down and exhales, finally believing in the innocence and pure thoughts of her boy. She turns to Nikki, calling her affectionately daughter, and asks whether she and she beat her and whether he treats her well. The telephone girl smiles widely and brightly, saying that the master is polite with her and a very kind person who will never harm her. Shenshi felt relieved. He finally managed to deceive his mother, and now he could calmly watch a woman stroking Nikki's hair, inviting her to visit him and promising to treat the girl with sweets. When everyone calmed down after a small conflict, they chatted a little more with my mother Luo Shenshi, after which she began to gather and shoes to go home. Rising to her feet, the woman turned to her son, once again reminding him of her request to go to the neighbor and find out about the rent, and asked him not to delay this issue. After today's visit to Shen Shi, his mother remained a pleasant sentiment in her soul. She had not seen him for a long time, and therefore did not notice how much her son changed. During this time, even a girl managed to appear. The guy was pleased and at the same time embarrassed to hear such praise from his mother. He laughed quietly and looked away. Before leaving, the mother once again reminded the teenager that he was a man and advised him to be more responsible, because he is now not alone. Luo did not expect such words and was confused more, and without answering anything goodbye to the woman, he just silently looked at how the front door closes. Nikki approached him, looking with interest at the owner and expecting what he would do next, but suddenly heard a strange rumbling emanating from the stomach Shen Shi. Yesterday, he was so tired that he fell asleep immediately, as he lay down and slept all night without eating the cooked noodles, and now his stomach shouted directly, demanding food. Shen Shi looked at the table and saw a box of noodles, remembering her and thinking, "You can still eat it or too late." But when he opened the box, the noodles swelled so much from the water and deteriorated that it was not that it was impossible, it was even unpleasant to look at it. This was very upset by a hungry guy. He so wanted to try this new taste, and indeed he really wanted this noodles. It was a pity to throw it away, but there was nothing to do. Luo Shenxi decided that it would be better to take another portion. Suddenly, he was attracted by another stomach, in the same way plainly rumbling with hunger somewhere nearby in the room. Looking at Nikki, who looked very sad, the young man realized that since she was now a person, he should experience the same feelings as he, including hunger. He turned to the girl, asking if she was hungry and maybe she wants to join him at dinner. Nikki put her hands on her stomach, looking bewildered, and said that she felt that her stomach is empty and as if aching, but she does not know what it should mean. Shenxi smiled, explaining to her that she was feeling hunger and she needs to eat to get enough, and then asked that she wants to eat. The realization that Nikki is not just a person, but also the phone, helped the guy, and he thought about whether she could eat and get energy from human food. And yet, it was impossible to leave such a sweet girl hungry, she or not. Now she was a man, and it is likely that she had the same human organs. Luo Shengxi decided to make sure whether she could really eat something and whether her bodybuilding seems to be human, and asked the girl to open her mouth. Nikki was a little surprised, but such a request was not at all embarrassed. She obediently opened her jaw, clarifying everything correctly. The guy came closer, asking him to take a look and check whether her larynx and throat were similar to his own. This could help him make sure his theory that the girl became a real person. Nikki was quietly waiting for the master to finish the examination. Her mouth and teeth looked just like human. No supernatural things were visible on her. Since Nikki turned from a smartphone into a girl, she looked like the most ordinary beautiful girl. But this was still not 100% evidence that she could really digest human products. Luo Shenxi caught fire to feed the young lady and quickly ran into the store, buying a whole bunch of snacks, cookies, chips, and other delicious things. He called Nikki to the table and told her not to wait and choose everything she wants. She could take any treat from the table and eat as much as she could have to overcome. The guy quickly entered the role of an older brother, first advising his favorite chips with the taste of cancer, which were very tasty. Then he pointed to a pack with a sharp taste of chips, saying that they are also quite good, and they may like the girl. While he was proud of himself and drowned in his illusions, Nikki began to rummage among a heap of different snacks, looking for something that would attract her attention. She notices a pack, which immediately interested her, and takes her, shows the master, and asks if she can eat it. The chosen snack was a small prepared rabbit, and Shen Shi was even somehow confused, because usually he never chose it. He was not fully sure if his new girlfriend would like the treat. But since she so wanted to try the rabbit, he did not see the reason to object. Shen Shi smiled and allowed the girl to open a pack, and he thought that cute and pretty creatures, such as a rabbit, attract the same cute creatures, for example Nikki. The girl happily bit the packaging of the snack, thinking that this was food, but could not bite off a piece, after which she complained to the owner of her problem. Luo Shenxi sighed quietly and took a pack from Nikki's hands, telling her that she should not eat a package that hides real food inside. He explains to her that first you need to open protective packaging, and easily reveals a pack with a small rabbit. Then he poured a few things in Nikki's palms so that she finally can try what she chose for herself. The telephone girl groans in surprise, and with her eyes full of delight, examines the small pieces of the rabbit in her hands. The treating resembles small pearls. The girl takes one piece with her fingers and examines it, while Shen Shi encourages her and says to try food rather. The girl laid a piece in her mouth, trying the treat, and Luo looked at her with expectation next to her and asked her rabbit, did she like the taste? The food was so good that Nikki seemed to shine from the inside. She was completely delighted, praised and saying that he was incredibly tasty. Such a praise was very touched by Luo Shenxi. He smiled and gave her the whole pack, saying that she could eat as much as she wanted and take everything that she would like. Nikki happily continued to eat. She looked very happy, and the guy, looking at her, thought to herself that she looked like the most ordinary child. Entering the taste, he took the package of fruit jelly in his hand and thought that this sweetness should definitely like the girl, because all the children love him. Before he had time to give her a delicious way, the room illuminated the bright light, blinding Shen Shi, and very surprising, he did not understand what happened. When the radiance stopped, the guy could see again, and the first thing he looked at Nikki to make sure that everything was in order with her, but Nikki was nowhere, in the place where she just stood. Only a pack of snacks lay, and pieces of cooked rabbit crumbled on the floor. Next to the package, Shen Shi found his old phone in his original form. Nikki turned back into an ordinary, unreasonable object. Luo Shengxi did not expect such a development of events. He was frightened and quickly leaned toward the phone, shouting the name of Nikki in the hope that she would answer him. But the smartphone was silent. without reacting to an excited guy. It took the guy some time to calm down, but for now, he put the phone on the table and did not take his eyes off him, as if waiting for the girl to return at any second. But he was left alone in the apartment, and the silence helped him recover and wonder why everything returned to how it was. The first thought was that the strength may have a certain temporary restriction, after which the magic is dispelled. The young man remembered how he tried to turn the figure into a man when Nikki was still next to him, but nothing came of it, and decided that this magic should have some conditions. He looked at his right hand, realizing that Shenhua So grabbed the phone with this hand to turn off the alarm clock before he turned into Nikki. Then he decided to make a notebook dedicated to the records of his secret superpower, and signed it with his own name. And inside the main conditions were recorded, which was compared with the transformation. The record said that everything that he touches is becoming a person. This force can only be used once a day, and the strength has a temporary limit. Luo Shen should close the notebook with the idea that these rules should always be remembered, and that over time, he will definitely add new details that he would find out. Thinking about the second rule, he began to reflect how exactly everything happens, and his ability is updated every morning or every 12 hours. The young man turned on the phone screen to check the time, and looked at the dial, which showed 10 in the morning. Then Shenshu decided to find out when his strength awakens, immediately after he wakes up the next day, but could not fall asleep. All tonight he turned in bed and could not calm down and fall asleep. As a result, he gave up and accepted the fact that there was no sleep in any eye, and stared at the ceiling, not knowing what to do now. He sighed and sat on the bed, deciding that he could not fall asleep because he simply did not have time to get tired over the past day. Luo Shenxi decided that he had to freeze himself with something, but he could not decide how, because he did not want to read the books, and there was no mood to go for a walk. Having found no solution to his situation, he took a small toy of the character Miku. He decided to put her next to him for the company and try to fall asleep again. Suddenly, this time will work out. After some time, the guy already sniffed, falling into a deep dream under the supervision of Nikki in the appearance of the phone and toys of Hatsune Miku. He turned in a dream, reflexively squeezing the corner of the blanket in his right hand, which has been hiding for more than a month now. At that moment, the light lit up the room, the same as during the transformation of Nikki. He woke Shenshi and activated magical power. Luo Shenshi immediately jumped up, not understanding what exactly happened and what kind of light it was. Immediately after sleep, he did not have time to quickly navigate. In front of him on the bed lay a sleepy girl in a short top and shorts. She clearly just woke up and muttered that the owner was too noisy. The unexpectedly appeared a stranger was a very beautiful and sweet girl, which was very embarrassing the young man. But he still did not understand what exactly from things turned into her. Noticing the fabric on her shoulders, more reminiscent of a cloak, he recognized the color of his blanket and realized who this girl was. Luo Shenxu quickly came to his senses, starting up, and guessed that since the ability was activated, then time had already exceeded midnight. The guy began to frantically look for his phone to check what time, and even hoped a little that he was mistaken. And there was still a chance, but the clock turned out to be 6 minutes of the first in the morning, and the chance to use the power to return Nikki today, he certainly will not be able to. A cute girl, Adid, smiled, and asked whether she wanted her owner to sleep, and then offered to go to bed together. From the offer to sleep in the same bed with such a beautiful girl, Shenshin was embarrassed and quietly said that this is not good. But the blanket did not retreat. She hugged the guy tightly, pressing him to her, and told him just to hug her, as he always did when he went to bed. Her arms were so strong that Luo almost suffocated. He had to break out of the girl's grip to make a sigh. The girl yawned, covering her mouth with her hand, and looked very tender. But her strength was much larger than that of the guy Luo Shenxi. The blanket lay down on the bed, smiling at her master, and said that if he is not going to sleep yet, she would fall first. In less than a couple of seconds, she fell into a deep and long dream as soon as her head touched the bed. While she was sleeping, sniffing quietly into the pillow, Luo Shenxi thought about what had time to happen during this night, and compared it with the already known to him. So, his skill turned out to be passive and new every day after midnight. But the problem was that he could not use the force when he wanted, and this was angry. He so wanted to transform Nikki and spend a little more time with her. But, unfortunately, now it was impossible, at least today. Picking up the phone, he looked at him, remembering a sweet girl with black hair, and quietly cried from the injustice of this world. From the sobs and noise, the girl, looked at the back of her master, and not understanding what managed to happen in such a short period of time. She smiled again and in her soft voice asked why her master was crying instead of going to sleep. Luo Shengshi began to complain to her that he was crying because of her, because she did not only occupy his bed, but now there was no opportunity to transform Nikki. The girl giggled quietly and pressed a finger on the guy's cheek, saying that he was very interesting, and she again hugged him from the back, advising not to think too much because working at night is harmful to health, and asked to go to bed with her. Shenshi was embarrassed because of such proximity and removed the girl from him by the shoulders, agreeing to go to bed, but on the condition that he would sleep without her. These words upset the girl. They had always slept together before, and now she was worried that the master did not like how she looks. Luo said that this was not so and hastened to explain his point of view, telling that the guy and the girl are not the same. And now, when she is a person, they cannot sleep in the same bed. But the blanket did not understand at all what Luo Shenshu wanted from her. She was too difficult and too lazy to try to figure out this difference. Due to the sleepy state, her tongue was wearing every now and then, and because of her character, the guy was already dizzy, and Shenshu asked her to speak more clearly. The girl did not understand what her owner had in mind and again decided that his head was spinning because he wants to sleep. She patted the bed next to her and invited the guy to lie down to her and finally fall into a dream. Shenshi was nothing left but to agree with her, and he lay down nearby, hiding his corner of the blanket hanging from her shoulders. But the dream still did not go. Then he decided to find out more about the girl and asked her name, or also not, like his phone before he called her Nikki. The girl was lying behind him and almost slept, but still answered him if he was asking if he wanted to call it somehow. Luo Shenshu thought he clearly liked to give the names to new acquaintances. He had already tasted, choosing which name was better for the girl. He sat on the bed and turned to the blanket, offering to call her Badge because the girl appeared from his bedspread. But Beige, it seemed, was not so intrigued as she wanted. She said through a dream that she would be glad to any name that the master would give her. Shenshu vital in his thoughts and did not pay attention to the reaction of a new acquaintance at all. He was still embarrassed because of their intimacy. Finally, Beiji woke up, looking at the master, and said that it was because she loves the master, and the master will never hit her. It was all about the mother of Luo Shenshi, because when she comes, she begins to knock the dust out of the blanket with the knuckles, which means knocking out of the badge. The girl took his hand, gently squeezing her, and asked her to promise that Luo Shenu would never hit her and would not hurt her. The young man nodded seriously and said that he would never do this, to which Bade said he was the best. When Bade had already fell asleep, Shenshu lay in silence and looked at his right hand, thinking about the strange superpower that he was given. Of course, he would like something more practical, like healing or flight strength, reading thoughts or even teleportation. But there was no point in complaining because you can't return to the past and abandon the power of the goddess. And whether it was worth abandoning this at all, the girl Deed slept tightly and did not notice anything around him, turning her face to Sheena Shu in a dream and moving closer. She too suddenly threw her hand on him, hugging through a dream then scared, and then embarrassed the young man. Her grip was still quite strong, and the distance was reduced even more. Embarrassed Luo Sheng thought that now he would definitely not fall asleep. The girl's face was too close. He heard her sniffing and could not relax because of a feeling of constant noise around her. There was no strength to endure this for so long. The young man could not even move. He could only lie and hope that he could somehow fall asleep. Finally, his superpowerality ceased its action. The magic circle shone again, illuminating the apartment. Baiji immediately turned from the girl back into the blanket, covering half the body Shen Shi. The guy did not expect the magic to dissipate before his eyes. He sits on the bed, looking at the bedspread with surprise. He was even somehow upset, because the action of this force turned out to be very short, and the recent situation itself was very strange. Suddenly, the guy feels how he became ill. His heart missed a blow, his head was empty, and his body became heavy. He falls on the bed without strength, losing consciousness for one fraction of a second. Everything mixed up in his head, and the room in front of her eyes went around. Shenshi was left completely without strength. Apparently this time, such a complication after using the superpowers was caused due to lack of sleep. The sick after a night without sleep, Luo Shenshi instantly turned out and overslept for a long time, hugging his blanket tightly in a dream. When he came to his senses and opened his eyes, his head buzzed a little, and his gaze hardly focused on objects around. Shene sat on the bed, looking out the window, in which the morning sun was already luminous. After sleep, he first went to the restroom to put himself in order before breakfast. He sighed quietly, continuing to think about what happened tonight. and about his new strange superpower. The guy thought if the action of the force subsided at 12 in the morning, then perhaps there has already been enough time to restore it. But nothing that he touched in the bathroom was not transformed and did not even stir. Luo still remained in the room alone, silently looking at the stream of water running through his palm. Raising his right hand, the hero once again intently examined it, mentally reasoning that she activates the ability, but is also part of his body. The hand itself does not change its shape, which means that it cannot act on himself with a magical power. Having washed and finished the morning procedures, Luo Shengshu looked at himself in the mirror for the last time, after which he went to the kitchen. He took out milk from the refrigerator, continuing to think about whether his strength affects other things or on something definite. He also did not know whether the force had any effect on other living beings. Praying into a voice before breakfast, Shengshu took a sweet bun from the package, which he prepared in the bite for a glass of milk. But as soon as he started eating behind the door, strange loud sounds were heard, as if someone had thundered and creaked with heavy things. Luo turned on the door, biting a bun, and listened better, trying to understand what exactly was happening there and who is so noisy in the morning. The thing is that no one has been living from his apartment for a long time, but after thinking about it, the guy suddenly recalls one important thing. Miss Luo asked to find out from the neighbors about the rental of the apartment, and Shengshu completely forgot, already imagining how much his mother would be angry. He goes out into the corridor and opens the door, deciding to check what is happening there, then to report to his mother and avoid the death penalty. The last apartment right behind his door had people, movers from the delivery service, who just brought heavy things into the apartment. Luo Shengxi asked the man who was closest to him whether they help someone with moving to this apartment. The guy looks at Shen Shi and nods, saying that people have just literally got here. The transfer of furniture is always accompanied by a noise. This is inevitable. But the loader still asked for forgiveness from the owner of the neighboring apartment for anxiety. Luo Shengxi waved his hand with a smile and said that nothing terrible happened. They should not apologize at all. He returns to himself and closes the door, muttering quietly and thoughtfully that someone had already settled in that apartment. Suddenly, a strange, sharp sound is heard, as if someone would pick up the door with claws, and Shen shudders with surprise. He again opens the front door, looking around in search of a person that he had just grinded to him. There was no one at the level of his eyes, and there were no more people around. But something below, at the feet, still attracts the attention of the guy. He looks down and sees in front of him a beautiful white cat, obviously someone's pet, because her white pure wool has already shone in the sun. The guy sits on his knees, strokes an unexpected guest on the head, asking the beauty where she came from. A thin, similar to a child calling a cat named a coffee shop sounds very close nearby. Shenshu raises his head and sees a little girl in front of him in school uniform, who says her cat ran away again. She raises the coffee in her arms and asks for forgiveness to Luo for anxiety, because they only moved and she did not keep track of the tan. Luo Shenshu smiles politely and asks if this is really a form of high school, and then adds that he once studied in high school. But their pleasant dialogue interrupts the door of the door. Both look towards the noise, noting that the front door of the apartment of the new neighbor slammed itself shut. The girl is very upset and says that the keys remained inside the apartment. Now she will not be able to enter and leave a cat there, which means she is late to school. Shenshu did not know what to answer, and he did not have time to answer anything when the girl looked at him. It was immediately clear that she had planned something. She presses the cat to her stronger and asks Luo Shenshu to take a coffee for a day to look after her. Seeing doubt and confusion on the guy's face, a girl with a cat-billed muzzles and look at Shina Shu 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 with large, full eyes. Luo Shenshu cannot refuse these eyes and quickly gives up, promising a neighbor that he will look after the coffee house. The girl gives the young man an animal, completely trusting him with the life and health of her favorite for one day. She runs away to school, asking for forgiveness for the chores delivered and hot thanks to Shen Shi for help. The guy waves goodbye to her, smiling, and holds cautiously a coffee, in related and satisfied life in his hand. He enters the apartment with her and looks at the cat, which it seemed did not mind staying with a stranger in an unfamiliar apartment. Shen Shi strokes the baby on the head, thinking that just these two appeared in his life on time, because he was just thinking about the influence of his strength on animals. The guy hugs the cat, rejoicing at her. He is actually avid cat shell and just crazy about these cute creatures. In the box that he was left to care for the coffee house, there were 2 packs of food and a favorite plush toy of an animal, a gray cat with a pink bow. Luo Shenshu takes out a plush toy and gives her coffee, telling her to go a little for a little. The cat looks very joyful. She squeezes the toy and sways with her on the floor, not letting go of herself. Shenshi smiles, watching her, and thinks about how sweet she is, simultaneously opening one of the bags of cat food. He pours water for the guest, and in the second bowl he pours a whole mountain of food, inviting the baby to dinner. The coffee house did not eat anything and was very hungry, and therefore, when she saw food, she joyfully meowed. She attacked the plate, sweeping away everything in her path, and was very surprised by Shenshi with her speed. The baby pounced on food, pushing over both cheeks, and as if she forgot about what should be chewed at least sometimes. Luo sighed softly, thinking with a smile that the cat was clearly very hungry. After eating, the coffee first began to wash the muzzle and lick the legs, which Luo Shenshi watched. The cat was so cute and so gracefully washed that there was simply no strength to break away from her. Suddenly, the coffee house froze, staring at one point as if something began to bother her or she felt something. Shenshi noticed how she began to walk around the room, as if looking for something or tried to hint at something. Unable to stand it, the baby sat in one place straining. And here to Luo Shenshi it came that it could be. He was horrified, realizing that the baby actually wants to go to the toilet and apparently the matter is very serious. The coffee house was delighted that it finally reached a person and fiddled approvingly, looking at Shina Shu in anticipation. A bunch of cats in the middle of the apartment did not need Shenshi at all, and he ordered the cat to wait for him while he came up with something. He carried the box and a cat on the street, putting in front of the door, and the coffee house finally could go calmly to the toilet. When she moved away, Luo Shenshi leaned over to remove everything out of the box, and at the same time remove the box itself from the road. Having finished with cleaning, he returned to the apartment and sighed heavily, sitting again on the floor by the table. It was very difficult for him to believe that it is so difficult to care and monitor such a sweet creature. The guy had already tired of such a short time, and silently watched a contented cat playing with a toy. He was visited by various thoughts about how the coffee house would look like if suddenly the force really acts not only on inanimate objects. The horn girl with ears and tail looked just wonderful in his head, and he thought that he would be glad of this outcome. But, looking at his phone, he remembered Nikki and decided not to try to transform the coffee. He took Nikki in his hand and mentally promised her that it was not long to wait and he would definitely return it tonight. In order not to miss the time when it will be necessary to return the girl, he set the alarm for a minute before midnight. All day he went about his business and, when the night came, sat down on computer games, deciding to kill the time up to 12. Looking at the watch at the bottom of the monitor screen, Shenshi noticed that there was almost a time and only 5 minutes left. But he was worried about something other than the return of Nikki, and he turned to the cat saying that almost midnight and still had not returned behind her. Luo turned to the cat, asking if her mistress gathered to accidentally leave the coffee on him forever. And then the alarm clock finally worked, which means it was time to return Nikki back in the appearance of the girl. Hearing the melody, the coffee house stared at the guy, clearly thinking something, but no one paid attention to her. Luo Xingshai was absorbed in anticipation before the long-awaited meeting and waved, shouting that Nikki calls. The coffee house was not at a loss and immediately threw her toy, a gray cat, throwing it directly into the hand of Shen Xu. With one accurate hit, the cat ruined the whole moment. The toy touched the right hand of Luo Xingxu before he took the smartphone. The guy did not have time to react. He could only swear to himself, because he again turned something else instead of his sweet Nikki. The magic circle caught fire around a toy cat, turning it into a living person. A cute girl in a pink dress and with gray cat ears carefully landed on the floor, smiling. She thanked Shen Shi for sheltering her, while the guy was saying to himself, "You remember the ray? Here is a cat." Something seemed from behind the girl, and Luo Shenshu leaned over, amazed at the fact that she had even a tail. Noticing the interest of the young man, the girl asked if he wanted to look at him. She turned, leaned over and waved her tail, on which there was also a pink bow. This behavior was quite indecent for a little girl, and Shen Shi pinched her cheeks, reporting and saying that she wouldn't do that anymore. A little cat winked, smiling at an innocent children's smile, and promised not to behave like that anymore. Luo Shengshu finally calmed down and stroked the girl on the head as a praise, asking her name. The kitten said that her mistress, the same new neighbor from a neighboring apartment, loves to call her Mims. Her answer was struck by Shen Shi and gave the guy a new discovery that his superpower could also maintain the memory and soul of objects. The young man's gaze fell on the ears sticking out of silver hair, and their desire to stroke began to grow rapidly. Luo Shenshu carefully asked Mimi whether he could touch her ears, because they seemed so fluffy. The girl was very inspired, smiling widely, and said that she loved very much when she was stroked and scratched her ear. It was strange to hear this from a person. The guy was a little confused, thinking that she only reminds the cat more. Luo Shengxi began to stroke Mimi on the hair and ears. They actually turned out to be soft and warm. It was very pleasant to iron them. The girl also liked it. She crumbled, leading the tail from side to side like a real kitten. The next minute, Mimi's stomach rumbled, just shouting that it was empty and it would be nice to throw something at him. Shenxi asked whether Mimi was hungry and wanted him to prepare something for her for dinner. The girl nodded, meowing almost like a coffee in response, and the guy stroked her head. Dinner was not the most diverse. Luo Shengshi prepared a glass of milk and exactly the same bun as himself in the morning. The guy invited the girl to sit next to him at the table and proceed to food until the bun cooled. The baby became knees on the pillow, resting her hands on the countertop, and began to sniff to food. The young man sighed quietly, saying Mimi not to worry so much and relax, because this food was definitely edible. The girl looked at him, meowing, and nodded. She trusted Shen Shi and now boldly began dinner. He leaned her face to a glass of milk and tried to start labeling liquid, just like a coffee. Luo Shengshai was shocked by what he saw, not even knowing how to react, and did not understand how everything had reached this. But he could not allow Mimi so much to the Mims so much, because she could overturn the glass and pour. Therefore, the guy took her to his knees for convenience and decided to train to eat as a person, not an animal. He said that she is now a girl and should eat as a person. But Mimi clearly did not understand what exactly they wanted from her. Shenshi gave her a bun, explaining that food should be held like that with his hands, but not from a plate. When you hold the bread tightly, then you just bite it, and then it will not fall and will not crumble. Satisfied, Mimi nodded. She could not wait until she could deliver deliciously and opened a wide mouth for a bite. But when the girl bit a bun, accidentally hooked her own finger with a fang, with which she kept food, and tears rolled from her eyes. Luo Shengshi did not expect the girl to cry and began to worry very much. He asked her what happened. Suddenly, she did not like food. Mimi showed him a scratch on her finger, continuing to cry, and complained of pain. The guy smiled slightly, calming down that the matter was not about food, and said that everything was in order and this is just a small scratch. He took the girl's sore hand to put it loudly in the dog's pain. The parrot has pain, and Mimi has no pain, just like a small child. Then he took out a patch from the first aid kit and carefully shook Mimi's finger so that the microbes would not get into the wound. He told the girl that now everything will definitely be fine, and the finger would no longer hurt. The cat smiled and thanked Shen Shi, calling him a brother. She had already forgotten that the wound had recently hurt. Caring for a cat and child completely exhausted the guy, and therefore, as soon as Mimi had lunch, Luo Shengshi lay on the bed to relax a bit. Mimi was clearly not going to rest. She rushed around the apartment behind the coffee house, playing with her in the catch-up. The young man thought that such games in the middle of the night is already too much, but he simply had no strength to do anything. And then the coffee house jumped onto the desktop right near the computer, and one of the many of its precious figures. Luo Shengshi felt that something bad was happening, and looked at two fidgets. Mimi rushed headlong to the coffee house, and the second at any moment at one jump could break everything that was on the table. The guy jumped up and screamed them to stop, looking angrily at two innocent faces. He took the two of them for the scruff and over the collar, asking if they were going to destroy his house by chance, demolishing everything in their path. There was a real pogrom in the apartment. All the books standing on the shelves were lying on the floor, and the glass was turned over and miraculously did not break. Luo thought that recently he considered them two to be the most sweet creatures. So why now they seem to him terrible monsters? Mickey hears her name pronounced in a cold, strict voice and shudders, realizing that he will definitely fly now. Shensha looks at her, saying that she, like a speaking cat, should explain herself. Mimi pretends to understand nothing and meow, but Luo Shensha demands that she immediately explain in the human language. Then the girl builds a sweet face and says that the coffee house did it all not on purpose, and she asks for forgiveness on her behalf. Luo Shenshi silently looks at the girl, not even knowing what to say because they willed together. And Mimi just took and shifted all the blame to another cat. Suddenly, he notices that this second cat just disappeared. The coffee house managed to somehow get out of his hand and climbed onto the table again. The cat with a paw touched the character's anime figure there, taking Shenshi horror. The guy tried to soften his voice as best he could and began to persuade the coffee ground not to cross the edge and not to move the figurine. But the cat, as if it were precisely what wanted, she smiled at how much the cat could smile, and did not take cunning eyes from a man. The next second, she throws off the figure from the table with one quick and dexterous movement of the paw. Luo Shen is terrified. He screams and rushes behind the figure, just to have time to catch one of his wives. On this revenge, the coffee houses did not end, and as soon as Shen was caught by the figure, she jumped on his face, throwing him to the floor. For Luo Shishi lying on the floor, nothing mattered. He was completely without strength and was simply happy that he managed to save the figurine. While they fought for the life of a plastic girl with a cat, Mimi's ears caught some kind of movement outside the apartment. The girl joyfully clapped her hands, saying that her beloved hostess finally returned home. The guy was very concerned that it was almost 1 in the morning, and the little schoolgirl had just come home. She slowly walked along the corridor of an apartment building towards her apartment in complete silence. Stronging for what was happening with the girl, Shenxia said that he would go and see what was happening there. Mimi was delighted to see his mistress sooner and said that she also wanted to go with him. But the young man was not sure that this was a good idea, because the cat was now in the appearance of a person and a neighbor could simply not recognize her. He said that he would check everything and went to the door, thinking that he would definitely be considered crazy, float this story with the reincarnation of the toy into a girl, but did not have time to open the door, as a silhouette swept before his eyes and something heavy fell on his chest. The girl pressed to the guy's chest, looking very tired. She seemed to fall asleep on the go. The guy carefully removed her, holding her shoulders in case the neighbor falls again. Shenxi was very excited by the condition of the child. He asked how she feels herself and whether she fell ill. The girl rubbed her eyes with her hand, saying that everything is fine and she was just a little tired for this long day. Luo did not let go of anxiety. He asked why she returned home so late. Because she went to school in the morning. The girl said that her friend had a bad mood, so after school she stayed with her all day to support. Luo Shengshi did not calm down, continuing to instruct the child, and said that this was not a reason to return home so late. The guy's attitude was already starting to annoy the girl. She dagged and rolled her eyes. She said that Luo Shengshi looks like her daddy, because he is the same necessary and too much worried. Shensha hastened to explain what he was in mind, that such a young girl like her, it was dangerous to wander around the city as late. The neighbor boldly replied that it was not stupid, and she understood everything, and then demanded to return her cat right now. The coffee house itself left the apartment to the girl's voice and meowed as a greeting. The schoolgirl took the animal in her arms, and the cat did not even resist, looking very satisfied. To the question whether she made herself well, a coffee house meowed, as if really understood the question asked by the person. The girl pressed her favorite and thanked Shenshi for taking care of her, and then said that she was taking her. Luo Shengshi remembered about Mimi and hastily stopped the girl to try to somehow explain the situation with her toy. But the girl seems to have already forgotten about the second cat. She asked what Shenshi wanted to say. Her first thought was that the coffee house had broken something, and she was even scared. But the guy hastened to justify the animal, saying that everything was in order. The girl sighed in relief, and she thought that even if the cat broke something, she still has no money to pay for it. Luo Shengshi asked if she remembered the toy for cats that the girl gave him along with Coffee Storm. The guy did not know how to better explain what had happened to him, and took up, indistinctly trying to say that something had happened to her. The girl smiled and said that everything was in order, and even if the toy was torn, then Shenshi should just throw her away. Then she stroked the coffee and said that Mimi was already tired of the pet, and it was better she would later buy a coffee with a new toy. For attempts, Shenshi, all the same, to continue this topic, she said that it was too late and she should go home, because tomorrow it is early to get up to school. The girl said goodbye and quickly ran away to her home, slamming the front door to the apartment. Luo Shishi, who remained alone, did not know what to say, and especially did not know what to do with Mimi in the room. He went into the apartment, deciding that he would explain everything to her tomorrow in the afternoon, when the power of magic will cease to act. But when the guy went into the room, he immediately forgot about everything that happened outside the apartment. Mimi lay on the floor, completely exhausted, as if falling from the disease, and Shenshi scaredly asked what was with her. The girl was very bad. Her face turned white. She looked as if about to lose consciousness. Luo Shengshi ran to her, raising his shoulders, and once again asked what happened to the cat. Mimi was getting worse. She said that she had the feeling that life forces were leaving her body. Shenshi did not understand how this was possible, and did not understand what to do now and how to help his girlfriend. Suddenly, the magic circle with the seal caught fire again. Luo Shengshi closed his eyes from the light, trying to continue to follow Mimi, The girl rose into the air and slowly her body changed, taking the shape of an old toy for cats. The gray cat hung in the air, shrouded in a magic radiance, and as if looking into the eyes of Luo Shenxi, Mimi's voice sounded. The girl said, "Thank you, Shenxi," and a tear flowed from her eyes. A basket. Luo Shenxi stared helplessly at the Mimi, that not so long ago she had been running around the room, now dissolved in the air, turning into dust. He remained sitting on the floor in an empty room, dumbfounded by what happened. The forces left the guy, and despair rolled to his throat. He did not understand why everything turned out so. His hands began to tremble. Tremor struck him. The first thought was that maybe if the subject into which life was inhaled becomes unnecessary, then he simply disappears forever. Mimi's happy face appeared in her head, who laughed so carefree and looked at him so carefree. Tears flowed along the cheek of Shenxi. He could not believe that someone alive could take it so easily and evaporate in a minute. The guy screamed, kneeling, and only cried more bitterly and loudly, thereby saying goodbye to Mimi. After hysteria, Luo Shenxi fell asleep without strength on the floor and woke up only the next morning. He sat down, holding onto the muddy head. After yesterday, she was naked directly, and her eyes swollen and blushed from tears. Having examined the room, Shenxi still could not get rid of the feeling that what happened yesterday was just a dream. But with his head, he perfectly understood that everything really happened. Having put himself in order, Luo Shenxi first sat down to write down a new fact, saying that if the owner abandons an object turned into a person, then he will disappear. The guy looked at the smartphone lying next to him on the table and thought that Nikki had to return. Before my eyes, there was still an image of a little Mim, a gray soft toy that did not deserve such a fate. Tired of negative thoughts, Shenxi decided that it would be better to stop thinking about it and just put an alarm for the evening. And again, until the night, he played the games, expecting when midnight would come and it would be possible to return Nikki. And then, finally rang the alarm clock, attracting attention and shouting that the time of magic came. Luo Shenxi, at the same second, put his hand to the phone, shouting a phrase urging Nikki to return. The light of the magic circle once again illuminates the room, becoming the same ordinary thing as the meal. A fragile girl in a white dress appears, Shu, and carefully lands on her feet. Nikki rushes into the arms of the guy, talking about how much she missed her master. Not expecting such an attack, Shenxi does not hold balance and falls from Nikki to the floor. The girl, finding himself on a guy, continues to say without stopping that she was already afraid that the owner had forgotten about her. The young man smiles nervously, saying that he would never have forgotten about Nikki. Circumstances just developed. He asks the girl to get off him. But the phone does not seem to understand that a person under her can be uncomfortable or even painful from such a pose. Shenxi does not withstand and shouts that she presses on his bladder and should stand faster. Fortunately, he manages to run to the toilet on time, and an awkward situation manages to avoid. Nikki, not burdened with the rules of human society, looks into the bathroom without hesitation, asking the owner to help. This embarrasses and scares the guy. He screams the girl to leave here and go to wait for him into the room. When Luo finally leaves the bathroom, he thinks that Nikki is very shameless, since she just took it and went to the men's toilet. The girl approached him, looking a little worried, and asked if the owner had already finished her business. After that, she tells him not to be sad because of Mimi. Because the guy saw and survived last night, Luo Shenxi was surprised, asking Nikki how she knew about it because, when everything happened, the girl was in the guise of a phone. The girl explained to him that even when she is in the form of a smartphone, she is still able to realize everything that is happening around her. The guy smiled and thanked the girl for his support. He stroked her head and assured that he would never abandon his Nikki. Nikki smiled happily. She sincerely believed her master because they spent so much time together. Shenxi thought and said that she could not continue his master because it sounds very strange, and if they come out somewhere, then there will be many questions to them. The girl asked where they were going to go and what it means. But the guy replied that he wanted to go on a date from Nikki somewhere for the whole day. Nikki did not understand anything. She did not know what a date was and thought that it was some kind of food, asking if this thing was edible. Luo Shenxi smiled and began to explain that a date is when two lovers go and play together, and Nikki would have to hold his hand so that he would not lose it. The girl was very happy when she realized what a date was and said that she would be glad to go with the owner and spend all day like a couple. Hearing that he was called the owner again, Luo Shenxi sighed. He reminded his girlfriend that he asked her not to call him that and asked him to call him a brother. Nikki smiled, looking at the young man with tenderness, and called him a brother. She was very happy to talk with Shen Shi like that. Luo Shengxi liked to hear how the girl calls him a brother, and he liked how she looks at him. He never felt so significant. Having gathered, they went on a date in the city together. They went to a small trading fair to have fun, and Shen Shi bought a heart-shaped balloon for Nikki. The guy was very glad that this day, the day when he went on a date with Mila Nikki, finally arrived. They bought sweet cotton wool. Luo Shengxi showed Nikki the city and told different stories. A couple spent a lot of time. The guy could not calm his excitement. It was his first date in his life. Yet not anyhow with whom, but with a sweet girl. While he was drowning in his dreams, Nikki noticed a long queue to one of the benches near the place where they were now standing. She asked Shen Shi what was sold there when he approached her, and pointed to the counter, where the incomparable smelly cheese tofu was sold. The guy was covered with a feeling of nausea. He did not understand how lovers of this product could so calmly eat it, because Shen Shi directly turned it from the smell alone. Luo turned away, thinking that he needed to go away from this stall, and suddenly noticed another place where Indian cakes were sold. He asked the girl if she was not hungry, and quietly began to take her aside, offering to eat a delicious cake instead of tofu. Nikki smiled and told the guy that he would eat everything that would eat the brother Luo Shengxi. This touched Luo. The guy already wept from her sweet appearance, thinking about how wonderful that she was solidarity itself. They approached the seller together, and Shen Shi made an order, asking them to cook 2 cakes with an egg, ham, and minced meat. The chef with a smile accepts their order and asks to wait a bit, because cooking takes time. A few minutes later, their cakes were ready, and Shen Shi handed her portion to his friend, warning that the food was still hot. Nikki blew onto the cake to cool a little, and only then bite off a piece of treats. Having chewed food, the girl smiled joyfully, praising a cake and saying Shen Shi that it was very tasty. Luo Shengxi watched with a smile a young beauty, enjoying their date when someone suddenly called out of them, attracting attention. Surprised by sudden treatment from the side, both turned into a speaker. A suspicious girl approached them, holding a box of various jewelry in her hands, and suggested that the doves look at the goods. The box was full of different jewelry, various beautiful rings with stones and curly pearl necklaces and bright bracelets. Nikki never saw so many jewelry. She began to consider everything, amazed at how beautiful everything is. Luo Shengxi did not impress all these trinkets. He looked at Nikki, thinking that all the girls had some strange weakness for brilliant little things. Nikki notices a beautiful ring with a brilliant precious pebble in the shape of a heart, and groans quietly. Shen Shi notices that the girl liked it, and thinks about how Nikki would be delighted if she received this small ring as a gift. He points to the desired option and asks the saleswoman how much it costs. The woman smiles slyly and decides to tear off more money from them. She talks about the fact that this is a ring of the highest quality. She also offers them a discount. She offers Nikki to try on the ring and takes it out, holding out a telephone girl. Shen Shi notes that the seller is some kind of very suspicious, but her words that Nikki, his girlfriend, introduces the guy into the next attack of dreams. Nikki leads to reality, which has already put a ring on the ring finger of her right hand and now boasted to her so-called guy. The saleswoman says that Nikki put the jewelry incorrectly and that only married couples wear the rings on this finger. Hearing the words about the married couple, Shen Shi immediately began to fantasize about the wedding with Nikki. He introduced a girl in a white beautiful dress with a veil and a bouquet of pale pink roses in his hands next to him in front of the altar. All these fantasies turn off rationalism in his head, and Shen Shi shouts that this ring takes. He holds out money to a girl with jewelry. She takes bills and closes a large box to make it more convenient. In fact, it was a distracting maneuver. The girl immediately turns around and quickly runs away with a large amount of money. Luo Shengxi. A couple stands in the middle of the market, not understanding what happened right now. And at that moment, people around them begin to run away due to the fact that the city administration has come. Very soon, Shen Shi and Nikki remain completely alone in the middle of a non-legal market, where a whole crowd was a minute ago. The girl looks at the young man and says that it seems to her that the saleswoman did not return the change to him. Luo Shengxi comes to his senses and screams in horror that the girl ran away too quickly. They are unlikely to catch up with her. Nevertheless, he rushes in pursuit of a swindler to return the money, but quickly exhales, without finding where she ran away. Nikki was also exhausted. They stopped together and tried to catch his breath, while Shen Shi thought that the theft of money would be a lesson for the future for him. He was glad that at least the ring remained with them, and thought about where they were, because in the heat of the chase he did not even look where the girl was leading. He restored his breath and looked around, reading signs and names of hotels and establishments around them. They ran straight into the quarter of the Red Lanterns of China and now stood in the middle of the street, which was even a shame to think about. Luo Shengxi stood next to the silent Nikki and did not know what to do. He was embarrassed from only one being here. No matter how much he thought, he could not understand and generally believed that he ran already here. And Nikki did not understand the guy's reaction, as she did not understand where they were. She turned to Shen Shi and asked where they were and why the brother was so excited. Luo did not want to explain to her and did not know how. He just took her and dragged her away from the quarter, saying that this is not the best place for games and it is better for them to leave. The girl notices a person who is walking in front and asks the young man, "Is it not that beautiful lady who recently visited Shena Shi?" Luo Shengxi did not understand who Nikki was talking about and turned around, asking for what a beautiful lady had in mind. But, seeing a couple walking ahead, the young man feels a new attack of panic approaching him. His mother turned out to be a beautiful lady, and his father was walking next to her. They talked about something and had fun together. Shen Shi fell into a stupor. He would better jump into the Yangtze River, which allowed his parents to find out what was walking with a girl on a date. He grabs Nikki and drags into the first institution that came across until the married couple noticed them. He hid behind the wall and pressed Nikki, who did not understand anything, thinking about why his parents were not at work and what they forgot in such a place. The guy looked at the hotel registration stand, realizing that if they come out now, they will definitely notice them, and it would be better to wait here. Young people approached the reception of the hotel, and Shen Shi spoke with the administrator, feeling awkward. The man sat on the phone and did not pay any attention to them, continuing to deal with his business. Luo Shengxi sighed and asked if they had free numbers for two, finally attracting attention. The employee raised his eyes to the visitors. He did not expect to see two children in the hotel at the hotel. He grinks and thinks to himself that they are definitely two little perverts, although they look normal. Having decided to cheat, the man says that only the largest number of all that they have. Shenxi resigned himself to the fact that he would definitely be left without money today, and says that this number is suitable, and he would take it. The guy holds out his passport for registration at the hotel, waiting for the payment to pass, and they will be given the key. After a couple of minutes, the man finishes to decorate the number and holds out by Luo Shengxi his passport and the key card from the number. The employee wants them to relax properly, and Shengxi feels a catch, but cannot say what exactly. While they were traveling on the elevator to the desired floor, Luo Shengxi was silent, not commenting on what was happening, and Nikki did not take his eyes off him. Finally, she gave a voice and asked what kind of place it was and why they came to this strange hotel. She also wondered why they did not greet the beautiful lady, Mother Shen Shi. The guy did not know what to answer, but he felt that he would definitely go crazy soon. He nervously squeezed Nikki's shoulder. He looked at her and said that his mother also had a date, just like they had, and therefore it was not worth it to bother them. And then he asked if the girl wanted to relax at first. Nikki said that she understood everything, and agreed with the plan of Shen Shi to stay here and rest a little from their adventures. Arriving to his floor, Luo Shengxi led Nikki to the right number and put the key card to the electronic castle. The castle picked, counting the chip, and the door immediately opened, allowing them to finally go inside. True, a surprise was waiting inside them. The whole room was in pink, and the hearts were wherever possible. Shenzhe froze in shock, not understanding what's wrong with this number and where they got. But Nikki is the other way around. She was delighted with the sight of the room, going inside, and said that it was very beautiful here and she wants to examine everything as soon as possible. Luo Shengxi clearly did not want to stay in this issue for lovers, but there was nowhere to go, and he went in. Nikki lay on a bed with a pink canal, full of pillows in the form of hearts, and one of them immediately pressed it tightly to her. She looked very happy, hugging a pillow in pink peas, while Shen Shi sat on a string and did not know where to put himself. He was sick of excitement. He was sure that this room was just a mistake, and they were misunderstood at the reception, taking on those who wanted to do something intimate. Nikki noticed that something was wrong with her fellow traveler and sat next to him, asking why he was so sweating and blushed. The guy jumped to his feet. He was like on needles. To be alone with a girl in a similar place for him was already too much. He said that he was just very stuffy, and he would go to turn on the air conditioner to cool down a little. Very soon, the room began to fill the room with coolness. Shenxi stood right under the air conditioner, trying to relax under the jets of cool air. Nikki looked alarmed. She was worried about the guy's condition, and she invited him to take a shower. Luo Shengxi did not think about the soul, although it would be nice to accept it. Water always helps to relax. True, when he saw a local shower, His heart attack was almost enough because the doors and walls of this soul were completely transparent. Whoever washed there, anyone in the room could see him and watch everything that happens in the shower. Such a soul, of course, could be envied, but in their situation, something similar was something out of the ordinary. Luo Shengxi was embarrassed. Thinking that he would most likely be imprisoned for taking such a soul in front of Nikki, he coughed into a fist, quickly and frantically trying to come up with the reason why he could abandon the shower in this issue. The guy said that the shower set in this hotel is not so good, and he would better wash himself at home, though Nikki did not believe that the reason was only in this. She thought and said that in ordinary everyday situations, the brother was never so picky. Shen shook, not understanding what she has in mind, saying that he usually is not picky, with which she generally got it, and then it finally dawned on him that Nikki was his phone all this time. She was near all moments of his life and knows about everything that happened to him. He knows what he does for hours in the toilet and what games he plays, sitting on the toilet, killing time. She was nearby even at the moment when he sang in his soul, forgetting and imagining that he was a great star on stage. And all those snotty melodramas because of which he sobbed with crocodile tears, she looked with him. Nikki saw him in all obscene and even in a sense of miserable species. He had absolutely no secrets left from the girl. Luo Shengxi died morally from such a shame. And Nikki smiled and told him not to worry, because she would not tell anyone about everything that she saw. Shengxi looked at her, telling the girl that she was the best, and he thought that she had even predicted her thoughts. The guy lay on the bed. He felt all his strength left his body and soul at once. He just wanted to quickly erase everything that he had just realized. Nikki sat next to him, hugging a heart pillow in a speck, and everything tried to choose words to tell him something, but hesitated. She finally found the strength in herself and told Shen Shi that she needed to tell him something very important. The unfortunate Luo Shengshi did not even raise his eyes at her. He continued to lie, pretending to be dead, and only asked what exactly she wanted to tell him. Nikki squeezed the pillow tightly in her arms, embarrassed and saying that she wants to continue to be only next to her brother. The guy did not understand what the girl means. He only repeated after her, asking for what it means to be only with him. He sat on the bed, looking at the embarrassed girl. She did not look like usual, looking at him as the love of her life. The girl nodded, not taking her eyes off Shen Shi, and said that she would like to stay with him just like now, when they are only alone and there is no one nearby, because in this way she would not have to share him with other girls anymore. Luo Shengxi had no words. He blushed to his ears and could not believe what he had just heard. Nikki smiled, watching the embarrassed Luo Shengxi, to whom she began to finally get what was happening here, and asked the guy to kiss her. Shenshai was even more embarrassed, asking for what exactly the girl wants to do. Did she really ask him to kiss her? Nikki closed her eyes, slightly putting her face forward, and began to crawl to the guy in front of her. Luo Shengxi did not know where to put himself. He continued to sit still, looking at the girl who was so desperately trying to get a kiss, but she never kissed him. Nikki froze, opening her eyes, as if she felt something that was happening inside her body. She said that time had already passed, looking away. Shenshu was surprised at such words, not understanding what could this mean. Bright light illuminated the room for lovers. The magical pentagram again came into effect. The girl began to slowly transform back into her original form of a mobile phone. Her last words was a declaration of love. Nikki said that Luo Shengxi loves a second before she fell on the bed in the form of a phone. The guy had nothing to say. He took the phone in his hand, not knowing what to do now with recognition. When he accepted what happened, he also understood something important. It dawned on him that he would need to answer Nikki. There was nothing more to do in this hotel. Luo Shengxi collected things and went down, returning the key to the administrator to the reception to the administrator. The man raised his eyes, looking at the guy in complete solitude, and realized that something was clearly wrong here. He remembered that they came together and asked Shen Shi where the girl who was with him disappeared. Luo Shengxi was confused, looking away. He knew that sooner or later he would face such a situation, but he did not prepare the explanations in advance. He asked the man if he says that the time of her transformation has expired, if the administrator would believe him. Noticing the confusion on the man's face, the guy quickly said that he was joking, and in fact the girl had already left the first. These words introduced a man into an even greater confusion. He said that this could not be, because he had not seen her all the time to leave. Then Shen Shi asked his brother how many skating rinks in the game on the phone he had already won, to which the administrator laughed awkwardly. The guest turned around, leaving the hotel, and the man shouted goodbye to him to go to them again. Leaving the establishment, Luo Shenshu rolled his eyes, thinking that in such places he was definitely no longer afoot. The next day, Luo Shengshi sat at home at the table and recorded a new rule that said that force did not affect natural elements or various materials. Over the past time, he managed to experience his strength on some things of his apartment, for example on the water from the crane. Then he touched his home plant in the bathroom, and so he found out that magic does not affect plants. He conducted his next check on the fire, lit a match and touched the flame with his right hand, but magic did not happen again. The day came out rich. Luo Shengshi looked at his right hand and white bandages. Magic power does not affect them in any way, so the young man now uses them to block magic. Having finished keeping records, Shanae sat at the computer and leafed through different posts on the internet from boredom and nothing to do. At some point, he notices a post that said that the girl accidentally sold the ring that her boyfriend gave her. And now she hoped that people from the internet would help her find the one to whom she sold the jewelry. She wrote that everything that she remembers about that man was that he was about 1.70 meters, looked neat, and attached a photo of the ring below. Luo Shenshu found out in the photo the very ring that he bought for Nikki yesterday during their date. He remembered the girl who sold them the jewelry and then fled, never giving him the change from the entire amount. But the announcement only spoke of the guy, and Shenshu thought for why the saleswoman did not mention Nikki. The guy decided to return the jewelry and at the same time find out one theory at Nikki's account. And he went to the trading street where he was yesterday. The old acquaintance was in place. She continued to joyfully trade in her jewelry. Having sold something, she was about to close the box and go on, but noticed how someone approached her. Luo Shengshi asked if she remembered him, said that he was the one who bought a ring with a heart-shaped ring presented by a guy. The girl silently looked at him for a minute and then gasped, remembered Shenshu and asked her to return the ring. The young man said that he had just come for this and put a small bright decoration in her palm. The girl returned the money for the ring, saying how sorry she was that everything turned out so awkward, and that she is grateful to him for returning it. She laughed with awkwardness and added that such a handsome man, and even with such moral principles, is a very rare find. Luo Shengshi changed the subject, asking if he could ask a couple of questions to the girl since he returned the ring. A girl with gray eyes and a bandana asked what was the matter, listening with interest to what such a handsome man wants to learn about. Shengshi was very seriously configured. He frowned slightly and asked if he was alone here yesterday, when he bought a ring. The girl was surprised, but replied that he was definitely alone here and there was no one next to him. She was sure of that. This answer was very surprised by the guy. Although it was precisely what he thought about the moment he saw a post on the internet, he asked the saleswoman, did she remember whether she was a girl who was with him? But the young lady did not at all understand what Luo Shenshu was talking about. She asked which girl was talking about, because she remembered for sure that yesterday the guy approached her alone. The guy was not just surprised but even scared. He could not believe that the girl actually did not remember Nikki. Then he decided to find out exactly if the people who saw them yesterday forgot Nikki and ran to the hotel. The administrator asked Luo Shenshu whether he wants to stop with them and how many people will rest with him. Shenshu notices the cameras over the reception and says that he forgot his bag here yesterday, when he stayed during the day, and would like to look at the video surveillance cameras whether she was with her. The man clearly did not want to work. He sighed and reluctantly agreed to check the records of yesterday. On the records, it was clear that Luo Shenshu came to the hotel alone. There was absolutely no one next to him, however, as well as a fictional lost bag. The guy looked silently, while the administrator shouted his gaze and thought that something strange was happening here. Shenshu smiled awkwardly and said that he was very sorry that he had disturbed the man, tearing away from business, and forced him to check the cameras. In order not to give himself out, he said that most likely he confused something. He did not remember where his bag could be, and it would be necessary to look for it at home. The employee was very tired of this situation. He dreamed that it ended as soon as possible and told Shenshu that he was definitely alone. Luo noticed that the administrator's nerves were at the limit and decided that it was time to fall down, having thanked him for the work done before leaving. Returning home only on the very evening, Luo Shengshi first went to the bathroom and took off his bandages from his hand before taking a shower. Standing underwater, he thought that perhaps, after the end of the action of magic, people forget that they saw a transformed object. He could not believe that he was the only one remembers about the transformed objects, simultaneously reaching for his underpants from the shower. The guy was completely forgotten in his thoughts and did not notice that he had taken up linen with his right hand, activating his superpowers. After the radiance of the magic circle faded, a tall girl with a short haircut and in a long gray sports tunic landed on the floor of the bathroom. Luo Shenxu froze in horror, realizing that he had completely forgotten about bandages. He could not imagine how to be now and what to expect. The girl laid her hands on her cheeks, looking very inspired. She was very happy that she could finally speak. Almost immediately after that, her eyes fell on the Luo Shenxu, who came out of the shower cabin, who, by coincidence, could not put on her underpants. It finally dawned on the guy that he was naked, and he cried out a few curses, shaking and bouncing off the stranger. He covered his dignity with his hands, screaming that the girl turned away as soon as possible and did not look at him. But she seemed to be completely embarrassed by absolutely nothing. And why she? Because she saw so much while she was underwear. With her behavior, she only confused the guy more strongly. Shenxi finally got angry and put the lady out of the bathroom, slamming the door behind her with a roar. The girl was surprised, looking at the closed door, and asked if the owner wanted to use her, even without thinking about how it should look at all. Luo never thought that he would reach this. He sighed heavily, slowly calming down after the terrible horror. His worst nightmare became reality. The guy looked in the mirror, feeling how more on his head became more. The girl scared her tactlessness at first glance, and the guy was afraid that she would not do anything strange with him. When he left the bathroom, he did not find a new one anywhere. She seemed to evaporate from the room, for a minute forcing Shenxu to worry. But as soon as he raised his head, and the young man quickly finds her eyes, immediately calming down, the girl went out onto the balcony, leaned on the railing and stood in the fresh air in complete solitude, looking somewhere into the distance. She thought about her, twisted in the clouds, and from the side she looked very beautiful, dreamy and mysterious. She seemed older than all her predecessors. Luo Shenxi goes out onto the balcony and one towel on his hips, asking a new girlfriend what she thought about. The thoughtful girl looked at the nightlights of the big city, asking the owner about what the outside world actually. Shenxi did not quite understand what she had in mind specifically. He asked for what she means by the outside world. Then she looked at him, smiling, and said that she was talking about everything outside the apartment, about this huge beautiful city and everything beyond its borders. The guy looked at her without taking his eyes off. A blush appeared on his face because she looked so beautiful with shiny eyes and a soft smile. The girl's smile slowly faded. She lowered her eyes. Her dreamy heart was clearly yearning now. She said that every day she spends either in the closet or inside her pants, and this annoyed her very much. Luo Xingshai was a little confused after such a story, and said that she was also cowards. And if not in the closet and not in the pants, then where would she still be? The girl looked at the owner with hope in her eyes and said that he should at least sometimes let her out so that she could rest a little. Her eyes sparkled almost as bright as the stars. The lady looked so closely that she didn't even blink. More than anything, she wanted this. The guy did not understand exactly how to give a new acquaintance to rest, but not to carry her in his hands with him around the city. A scene immediately appeared in my head. How he walks in his underpants and a cloak at night, periodically opening the cloak so that his jewel could rest. From this thought it was trembling. He would have been considered an ordinary pervert. And indeed, who in their right mind will do this? Shenxi said that he couldn't do so, bringing the girl to discontent. She pouted and frowned. Then she took Luo Shenxi by the hand, asking if she could go at least once to the street, if she is in such a human form. The young man had nothing more to say. He sighed and said that if only once, and if she is a person, then it is possible. The girl could not believe her happiness. She even asked if he really agreed to go for a walk. Shenxi said that if only tonight, then a small walk would not hurt anyone. She was so delighted to hear these words that she pulled herself on his socks and kissed the owner on the cheek, saying that he was the best. Such an act embarrassed the guy. He did not expect him to kiss, because of which he blushed very much, looking at the girl. The young lady looked as if it were now in the seventh heaven with happiness, and from there, with a smile, looked at Shena Shi. An inspired girl grabbed the guy's hand and dragged him along with amazing ease, saying that they should go right now. The completely naked Luo Shengxi did not arrange a walk in this form in public, and he shouted to give him at least a minute to dress. 15 minutes later, they had already gone out into the street. The girl was dragging Shenxu along her, as if she was in a hurry somewhere and was very afraid to be late. She turned to Luo, asking, "Isn't he in a hurry somewhere? Why he is so slowing down today?" Shenxi, who was already running around the whole day, specified whether she was sure, because you can walk and not rush so much. The girl stopped, looking at the guy either with pity or with sympathy, and asked, Maybe he simply does not have time for her because he was frail. From these words, Luo Shengshai became only worse. He thought that it was like ordinary phrases, and from her lips they sound strange and suspicious. She pulled the young man again and began to rush the owner, as if the whole world was about to disappear and she would not have time to see anything. They stopped in the park, and Shenshu remembered that the girl had no name, but still decided to clarify this or not. This time he did not think for a long time, almost immediately proposed the version of the name Hien, asking the girl or not. But the girl was not at all interesting. She said that the name was just an empty phrase and the owner could call her the way he wanted. Such a reaction was slightly confused by Shenshu. He expected at least something from her, and not complete indifference, and said that he would call her Hien. The girl saw a red trading machine with drinks nearby. He burned brightly and illuminated the area of the park to attract the attention of potential buyers. She pointed a finger at him and asked Shenshu, who was standing next to what was a huge thing. Luo Shengxu came closer and said that it was a trading machine, as if these words had to mean something for a girl sitting in a closet. Hien looked at the guy and asked why this big, luminous car needed, by explaining that this machine is needed to sell drinks and you can get any drink from those that is inside for money. Shenshu invited her to try alone. But the girl was not like Nikki or Mimi. She was not interested in something like that. She said that she did not see anything good or curious in drinks. Luo Shengxi listened to her and did the opposite. He went to the trading machine and bought 2 jars of Coca-Cola. Then he returned to Hien and handed her one of them, asking for whether she really does not want to try the drink. But Hien still did not understand what was so good in drinking. For her, it was just an ordinary water painted in some color, and yet she took a jar. They sat down on a bench and opened the steak, in silence and enjoying the sweet soda. The girl liked this evening, like the guy, that he was sitting nearby. She did not want to go anywhere. She wanted to stay on the street longer. She lowered her eyes down and asked the owner to stay here today for the whole night and not go home. Luo Shengxi smiled and gently refused her, saying that in recent days he began to cold. They could get sick if they remained on the street. Then the girl decided that she would leave Shenshu with manipulating. She laid her head on his shoulder, as if she was exhausted. She said that she feels a little intoxicated and certainly could not go anywhere. Everything in order to convince the guy to stay in the park. Shenshu was embarrassed by any intimacy with the girl, and now he blushed, looking at Hien, and did not know what to say because of awkwardness. The girl built an unfortunate face. She was sure that she would be able to play on pity and kindness, Luo Shengxi. The guy was almost commanded, but came to his senses in time, thinking only about what he did not know when Hien would want to return, and could not allow them to stay on the street at such a late hour. He reported to the girl, telling her to stop pretending, because she drank only a classic Coca-Cola. It was impossible to get intoxicated from her. Hien dacked, saying that she was joking, and he pouted, offended because she could not deceive the owner. She fell silent, sat next to Shenshu with a very frustrated look, as if lowered into the water. The guy felt embarrassed, as if he had offended her with a very rude curse, and asked if she really wanted to stay here for the night. Hien again perked up, actively nodding her head and saying that she really wants to stay here. Shenshu thought that he looked quite adamant. He told her to forget about this idea. He would not roam her all night through the streets of the city, told her to be obedient and follow him home. Of course, this did not work, and the very next morning the sleeping Luo Shengxu, someone tried to wake up calling the baby. The sleeping guy through a dream said that she should return home with him. He fell asleep very tightly. But still, people managed to wake him. Shenshu opened his eyes, looking at those who stood in front of him and woke him. Several people crowded around him, and an elderly man asked why he was sleeping on a bench in the middle of the park. Now the guy woke up for sure. He looked with shame at people, not finding words to justify his act. But the most awkward began when the crowding nearby saw panties in the hands of a young man. The honor and pride of Luo Shenshu were touched. He was sure that he would definitely die with shame and could not understand how it all happened. The whole next day, Shenshu spent at home. He lay on the floor, rested, and read comics, still holding his hand in a bandage to avoid sudden transformations. As it was with Hien, it was not possible to concentrate on the book. He looked at his right hand, thinking that this ability undoubtedly was just super. But whether he needed it so much, noticing that thoughts go into something depressive, he sat sharply and told himself to stop sad, and better think about how to turn his abilities into something more. For example, he could have created a Emach girl, a girl consisting of either mechanical parts of the body or capable of driving a mechanical weapon, but was not sure that he could do this. He would like to do something like that, but It would take a lot of magical power and his vital energy, and he again returned to his thoughts about how useless his strength is. The mental process was interrupted by the sound of the car from the yard, as if the alarm worked, but immediately calmed down. Luo Shengshi left the apartment and quietly sat down at the fence, watching how two men fiddled near some car in the parking lot of his house. The guy immediately thought that they were too suspiciously behaving, that it came to the idea that it could be hijackers, and Shen Shi decided to go down to see. One of the guys in a white sweatshirt stood in a shutter. He looked around and made sure that no one was walking while his friend was trying to open the door from the driver's side. The kid in a white sweatshirt turned to a friend, asking why he would bother for so long and how much more to wait, because they could see them at any moment. The second was very nervous. He said not to make noise and assured that he was still not for long. He works on the castle and was about to finish. In addition, he was already convinced that the surveillance cameras in this yard did not work, and the guard was sleeping, so that it was possible to relax a bit. Luo Shengshi hid around the corner and watched this whole situation, listening to how one drives the other, and thought how to stop these two. Now he was sure that these were hijackers and wanted to call the police, but the cops would hardly have time to come on time. Looking at the phone in his hand, something came to Shen Shi. He came up with an action plan and was ready to prevent a crime. A minute later, the castle of the car succumbed, and the cracker shouted that everything was ready, for which the guy in a sweatshirt ordered him to shut up and get behind the wheel as soon as possible. But then something seemed in the air. They both raised their heads, staring at the flying smartphone glowing with a violet light. The fan player closed his eyes. He was blinded by light, and he no longer saw what was happening further there. The next second, flying Nikki fell on him and fell to the ground. Landing right on her face with her sudden blow from the air, she cut down a thief, while the second hijacker did not understand what was going on and where the girl came from. Luo Shengshi ran up to him. From the run, he flew into the thief and smeared the guy in a white sweatshirt from his feet, knocking down. In the news, a live broadcast about what happened in the parking lot. But Shen Shi and Nikki fled to the appearance of the police and watched a report from the house. Luo looked very seriously. He was afraid that after this story, he and Nikki could have problems, and he was also worried that the criminals would be released. The report was shown the detained guy. He cried and said that the police should believe him. He said that at some point a telephone appeared, who immediately turned into a girl, and with tears in his eyes tried to convince everyone around this. Luo Shengshi smiled. He did not think that his forces could be so used and was very proud of himself, for the first time in his life, feeling like a hero. Now that the story was finally completed, it was necessary to somehow note the return of Nikki. The girl was sitting on the bed and without stopping waved her palm, complaining of strong heat. She asked whether she could undress, that it was not so hot. The norms in human society were still very distant for her. Luo Shengshi shouted that he would never allow her to undress in front of him, and that she, like a girl, should not undress in front of the guy. Nikki was clearly unhappy with such an outcome. She looked at Shen Shi with disappointment and continued to create a draft for herself with her hand. Then she asked Shen Shi to lend her clothes so that she could change the dress, in which it was quite hot. Luo Shengshi no longer knew where to go from this Nikki. Each time, as soon as she transformed, she put him in an awkward position and asked provocative questions. Suddenly, Shen Shi was growing up. He remembered that now is summer, which means the most suitable time for the beach. It was an ideal way to cool Nikki. He got to his feet and invited the girl to go to the sea and swim. Nikki looked at Shen Shi with a question in her eyes. She did not understand exactly where they would swim, but she really wanted to go somewhere with the owner. Luo Shengshi brought the girl to the beach. Watching the enthusiasm in Nikki's eyes, they held hands all the way to the sea. She said that she could not wait for her to enter the water because she had never swam in her life. The guy grinned, thinking that of course she did not swim, because she was a telephone, and if he allowed her to swim, she would definitely break. He lifted his head proudly, again feeling like an older brother or guy who can be relying on, and said Nikki that he would teach her to swim. Their sweet conversation was interrupted by a female voice. She turned to Luo Shengshi, attracting attention to herself. A woman in a beautiful white swimsuit and a hat with wide fields asked if they were interested in their acquisition of bathing suits. Shensha thought about how Nikki would look in a swimsuit, fantasizing a sweet girl, and decided that he had to take this issue seriously. They went for a woman for her swimsuit store to choose the best and most beautiful suit for Nikki. Nikki examined the store with enthusiasm, saying that these clothes are very beautiful, just like in photographs on the phone of Shen Shi. Such information certainly should not have to seep beyond the walls of the house of Luo Shengshi. The woman slightly strained, asking for what exactly the girl had in mind. The guy immediately closed Nikki's mouth, saying that nothing of the kind had in mind. His friend simply said that the choice of swimsuits here is quite good. The woman bought for this bait, boasting that the whole assortment replenishes herself. And Shen Shi, meanwhile, asked Nikki to never return to the topic of photographs in his phone. Before he had time to recover after what the telephone girl said, he was immediately confused by two bright swimsuits. The woman showed him a rather open, separate swimsuit, saying that this is a peak of fashion, and today, she will make a discount for them if he buys any of them. Shen Shi said that these swimwear is too frank, and this is not suitable for Nikki. Here, you need something more tender and closed. The woman clarified whether she understood correctly that something was needed less frank, obviously regretting that it was not possible to guess the first time. Having searched a little, she showed two more options. This time piece-of-piece swimsuits, one of which was too childish. The seller hoped that this couple would certainly be suitable. She asked the young man what he was thinking about them. Shen Shi did not know how tactful to say that these two swimsuits, where one is for a child, and the second for aunt, would not be suitable. There were so many swimwear in this store, but the owner twice managed to choose the most far from the necessary options. And then, in the eyes of Luo Shen, she caught the perfect option hanging right on the wall above the saleswoman's head. He pointed to a bright separate swimsuit in a yellow flower, and with frills on the upper part, asking if he could look at him closer. The woman smiled and said that Shena Shi I almas. He chose a swimsuit for couples, and they would like it to like it. For the guy, this was enough. As soon as he heard that the swimsuit was crucial, he immediately said that he was taking it. After a few minutes, he left the fitting room in his new swimming trunks. And the only thing that embarrassed him was that they had a flower color, like Nikki's swimsuit. The excitement of the swimsuit was blocked by the excitement of Nikki, who still had not left the fitting room. Shen Shi was worried that his ability time could run out at the most inopportune moment. As soon as the owner of the store was to see the buyer in swimming trunks, she immediately began to assure him that they were very walking and worth buying them. Nikki attracted attention, calling her brother right away as she left the fitting room in a new image. Luo Shengxi turned around and looked at the girl with cute bows in her hair and the tone of the swimsuit. She asked if she looked good. Her appearance struck the guy in the very heart. He was struck by her beauty on the spot and could not take his eyes off Nikki. He said that the girl looks very cute and goes to her, delighting her with such a sincere compliment. The girl took Shen Shi at the arm, wanting to be closer to him, and they left the store together, returning to the beach. Now nothing prevented them from going and swimming in the sea. In such a heat it was the most for young people. But someone from above, responsible for fate and coincidences, obviously did not want to leave them alone. And someone's female voice again called to Luo Shenshi, this time by name. The couple stopped, turning on a red-haired girl in a bright yellow swimsuit. She went to Shina Shi, surprised that she really saw her old acquaintance. Suddenly, the girl screamed, calling the guy a smaster of other people's hearts, introducing young people even more strongly into a stupor. Luo Shengxi cried out, asking that she had in mind and what was happening around him. Nikki was no less surprised by him, but she was more surprised by the fact that her owner broke someone's heart, which means he once managed to win it. They stood and silently looked at each other, the girl at Shena Shi, expecting from him an answer and at least some reaction, except surprise, Shen Shi at the girl. And Nikki looked at her or at him. The guy looked at the girl's face for some time. She seemed very familiar to him. He asked if she was not a case of a case. The red-haired girl was clearly unhappy with the fact that she was recognized with a creak. She looked strictly at Shina Shi and was furious with every second stronger. Xiaolan crossed her arms over her chest, asking Shen Shi did he, the sir, manage to forget about her. She looked at them with Nikki, thinking about when a girl managed to appear and how he dared to drag her to the beach to have fun. Completely forgetting about Xin Xiaolan, Nikki hugged Xin Shi by the hand, as if he had to protect the guy from an unfamiliar girl so that she would not take him away. The telephone girl asked her brother if he was familiar with this girl and why she spoke so suddenly with him. Luo Shengxi smiled and said that he had forgotten to completely introduce them to each other, after which he added that Xin Xiaolan, his childhood girlfriend. Lan managed to be offended by Shen Shi. She called him a pervert and asked why next to him a little girl as a girlfriend, who was forced to call an adult guy a brother. Luo Shengxi said that this was a misunderstanding, but Xiaolan was no longer convinced. She did not believe in his words. And only one Nikki did not see anything suspicious and did not understand anything. The offended girl continued the attacks on Shen Shi, saying that when she, his 1-year-old, admitted to him love, he replied that she considered her sister, and now he found a young man. These words made the guy think Luo Shengxi had not talked to Xin Xiaolan and could not understand what confession was being discussed. The memories of their past time surpassed him, and the guy realized what day the old girlfriend was talking about. When they were children, they went together everywhere. They were inseparable. It was no matter that this walk or game was at home. Regardless of where they are and what they do, they did everything together and were very close. Water usually speaks about these. Their mothers love to discuss how great it would be to become one family because their children are so inseparable that Xiaolan could almost be considered a daughter. In law, Miss Luo, the little girl really liked this idea. She always wanted to be with Shen Shi. He was very expensive and really liked, and then she decided to admit this brother Shen. One fine day when they played together again, she gathered all the courage and started a conversation. Xiaolan said that when she grows up and becomes an adult girl, she wanted to become the bride Shen Shi and asked what he was thinking about it. Without looking up from his game, Luo Shengxi said that this was impossible and that he treats Xiaolan as his sister, and his mother told him that his sister and brother could not marry. Without even knowing about it, the boy broke the heart of a little beauty, continuing to play in the phone and even raising his eyes on her. His words led the baby Lan into a real hysteria. The girl burst bitterly. This day firmly settled in her memory. For Luo Shengxi, that day did not have much weight because they were children. He even managed to forget about it. But now he was thinking that maybe Xiaolan was serious then. Only now it dawned on the guy why the little girl then cried so suddenly. He laughed nervously, telling the girl that they were still small then. Xin Xiaolan realized that not to cook porridge with him and sighed heavily, saying that he would forget about it. For too many years have passed since then. She smiled, as if all that conversation was not before, and held out Nikki's hand, saying that she was very glad to meet her. Nikki calls his name and presses his outstretched palm, smiling in response. Of course, she understood little from their whole conversation, but always glad to new acquaintances. Xiaolan said that Nikki had a very beautiful name, to which the girl replied that she also really likes it. But then Xiaolan began to tell her in her ear so that she did not give in to the influence of this person, and that if he's someday mocking Nikki, then let her say and Xin Xiaolan will deal with him. This man, as Shenshu was called, stood and listened to all these nonsense, feeling his eye twitched, while Nikki said that they were never mocking her. The words of the telephone girl frightened Xiaolan more and more. She thought that this child really completely trusts the guy, and most likely her brains were washed. Her bad thoughts were interrupted by her girlfriends. The girls called Xiaolan and rushed so that she would return to them as soon as possible. Xin said that now she would come to them. And lastly, she decided to scare Shen Shi properly. She grabbed him tightly by the shoulder. He leaned toward him and said that he treated his girlfriend well, and if he someday harmed Nikki, then she herself will figure it out. Luo Shengxi answered her that he realized, and he thought that everything that was happening looked like a girlfriend of childhood for a girl was precisely Nikki. After such threats, Shen Shi and Nikki had fun a little on the beach, bathed, and went home in the evening. True, this strange meeting did not leave them in any way. Both were silent all the way until Nikki said that the girls liked the brother. Luo Shengxi felt awkward. He did not want to force Nikki to worry, and hastened to explain to her that he really always treated Xiaolan as his sister, and nothing more. Nikki stopped. She was clearly bothered by something, but she did not talk about it out loud. She turned to Shengxi and asked, looking into his eyes, whether he would be treated with Nikki only as a sister. The guy was surprised, not looking away from the girl, and remembered the recent recognition in the hotel room. Nikki silently waited for an answer, looked at him with a sincere faith. She was definitely worried about something else. Something except the topic with her sister. Luo Shengxi decided and took the girl by the shoulders, asking if she was ready to become his girlfriend officially. Nikki was embarrassed and looked away, saying that she always, even when she was a telephone, always wanted to be next to Shen Shi, but she is not sure that they can be together. And after these words, the action of magic came to an end. The girl was illuminated by the radiance of the pentagram. The mobile phone slowly sank into the palm of the palm of the palm of the palm of his hand. The guy stood in complete silence, scrolling the last words of the girl in his head. He looked at the telephone screen, his face reflected in him, but Shen Shi seemed to look through himself, quietly speaking Nikki that he would definitely wait for her. On the next morning of the next day, Luo Shengxi woke a phone call. He reached for the phone, on the screen of which the word of Mamul was displayed. He answered, his voice hoarse after sleep, not even waking up yet. On the clock there was only 9:30 in the morning. Mom shouted why he still had not woke up, and whether he looked at his watch in general, how he could sleep at such an hour. Shenchi said that he woke up much earlier, and it just seemed to her, and then asked why she suddenly called him if something happened. Listening to what his mother was telling about their old car, Luo Sheng should jumped out of bed, saying that if she is in good condition, then why sell it, and that mother does not do anything until he arrives. Having dressed quickly, the guy rushed to the parental house, where his mother in the garage was waiting for him with a red family car. Shensha looked under the hood of the car. Suddenly he would understand what was wrong. And Miss Luo said that the car was already old. The guarantee was expired a long time ago. And she called him just to say that she was going to buy a new one. Luo Shenshi perfectly remembered the experience with Mimi. He said that his mother liked the car and he did not understand why it was so suddenly selling. Because everything has life. He wanted to convince his mother that it was impossible to just get rid of the car that spent so many years with them. But the woman did not understand him, looking at the madman, and asked what he was talking about. She said that if she understood correctly, her son was going to fix the car, but when he managed to become a mechanic, it did not make sense to answer anything to it, and Luo Shengshu decided to simply translate the topic, wondering what was wrong with the car. He continued to speak the words incomprehensible to the woman, asking for the case in the engine. He will not start or the accelerator is broken, and why not simply send her for repairs? Miss Luo lost her temper very quickly and shouted at her son, saying that the car was broken because she was broken, and she already turned to the service. They said that it would be easier to just buy a new one. The main thing that she tried to explain to him all this time is that the car for repairing the car will be too high and will be cheaper to buy. Shenshi understood his mother, but he couldn't come to terms with this so too. They used this machine for so long, it was impossible to take it so easy to take and get rid of it. Despite the long use, neither he nor his mother had the slightest idea of this car and did not know that it was in her. There was nothing left but to sell it and buy a new model for the proceeds. But then Shenshu remembered his superpowers. It didn't fit in his head how he could just forget about something like that. He decided not to hesitate and quickly take advantage of the chance to save the old woman. The guy immediately took his mother by the shoulders, pushing the power out of the garage, and he told her that she was probably very tired and let him rest in the house while he decides whether he could fix the car. The woman did not trust her son, because from an early age he did not like to do anything that should be done with his hands, whether art or needlework. And in mechanics, he was a complete proofin. But Shenshi was adamant. He told his mother not to worry once again and just give it to him. When Miss Luo finally left and the garage doors were closed, the guy once again checked that no one could see anything and began in magic. Shenshi was not completely sure, but could not allow to sell the car. He thought that if he turned her into a girl, he could find out from her personally what exactly was broken in her. He took off the bandages and put his right hand to the hood. A red-haired girl with ponytails and a black sweater and a checkered skirt sat on the floor of the garage. She looked at the young man in front of her, not understanding what exactly was happening and how she turned into a girl. Shenshi said that he was pleased to meet such a my lady, and the girl coughed quietly. She did not look very good. She felt bad, and she coughing on and further, but she could still speak. She asked whether he was the stupid child of her mistress. Luo was very embarrassed, although he did not know why exactly, and he said that what she recognized him was a great success. The guy handed the girl a bottle of water, saying that something interferes with her in her throat and is worth a little water. It can help. Milady, the car asked what water means, to which she was answered that she is now a person and could not drink gasoline, and water can be considered a kind of fuel. The girl looked at the guy. She looked very bewildered and did not know how to be, whether it was worth taking a bottle, and yet she decided to trust the son of her mistress, took off the lid and took a few sips of liquid. But the next moment, all the liquid went back. It seemed to choke on something that did not let the water go along the esophagus. The car coughed, pouring everything that she wanted to drink, and now her clothes are wet. Luo Shengshai was frightened, seeing such a reaction, and worried about, afraid that everything was bad with Lady Mashina because the girl was already pale. She dumbfounded a little machine oil and a couple of bolts, spitting them to the floor. It was they who all this time gave her such discomfort. The guy looked at the details, thinking that most likely they were jamming the system, and now, after coughing, everything was supposed to be cleaned. The girl really became better. Her face brightened, and even a healthy blush appeared on her cheeks. Luo Shenshai was glad of this, and not only because the lady became better, but also because one problem became less, and he will not have to interrogate it. The milady machine thanked the guy for their help, but what was answered to her that it was not so difficult. She gathered her legs together, sitting on her knees, as if she had made a comfortable, soft pillow of lies, and she offered Shen Shi to lie down on her knees as gratitude for the help, embarrassing the guy with such actions. Luo Shengshai did not expect this and did not even know how politely refuse. Looking at the girl who was already glowing in anticipation when the guy would lower her head to her knees. But the guy refused, saying that everything is in order and he would not do this because she is at the moment a person. It is difficult for objects to understand the course of the thoughts of people. That which looks natural for some and is considered a manifestation of love, for others the top of shamelessness and is very embarrassing. So now, the milady machine, Shen Shi, did not understand, thinking that he does not want to go to bed and avoids her because her age is worried about her as a car. But the guy objected, saying that she misunderstood. But he thinks that the girl must be joking, because how can I just go to the lady like that? The girl perceived him as a child who grew up with her, and therefore did not accept his constraints. She called him a stupid son and asked if he remembered how long she was with him. Luo Shinshu thought, counting aloud the years, and remembered that they bought the car when he was 4 years old, and that was 14 years ago. The lady machine nodded, saying that in a few months it would be 15 years old and during the test this year would be eliminated. Her words were scared by Shen Shi, he exclaimed, asking for the correctly heard that she had to be eliminated. The girl said that this is true, because this is their life from the very first day. As they were created, the main goal has always been and is serving the owner. Having finished her sad story, the girl noticed that Shen Shi was very upset and hooked her words. The guy could not come to terms with the thought that he could soon lose her. Smiling weakly, she rose to her feet and went to the young man, putting her hand on his cheek. She asked him not to be upset, telling her stupid son, which, no matter what, is still very happy. After all, now she can suddenly become a person. She has such cute tails and clothes. All this directly screams about her pretty, and it is better to be simply cannot be. Despite the joy of beautiful clothes and hairstyles, she still was a little uncomfortable. Although she was happy, she was worried about the fulfillment of the last desire before the right. Off? The girl asked Luo Shenxi to take her out into the street at least once before she was sent to a landfill, because she loves to walk so much, and since she left home, a lot of time has passed. But the guy was skeptical of this request, because he saw how bad the girl was just a couple of minutes ago. He was not sure that she would be able to walk. Milady was adamant. She said that in perfect order and there are no problems. After the diagnosis, her body feels much better. Shenxi was without a doubt that the girl was already better. But the feeling that everything was becoming more and more strange did not leave him. He took out his rights, looking at them, and thought that after he passed an exam on driving at 18 years, he had never got behind the wheel. The guy was very worried, because who knows what could happen. He did not want to break and end his life so early, and he also did not want to harm a new girlfriend. Before the trip, Luo Shengxi remembered something and decided to check his proposal on the internet. He turned away so that the girl did not hear him, and turned to Nikki. The smartphone immediately answered him, asking how he could help. The guy whispered to her, asking for helping to figure out the issue of disposal of a car of 15 years ago. Nikki asked the owner, or rather her brother, wait a bit, and took up the search for information on the internet. After a minute, Shenshu had all the necessary official information regarding the disposal of cars. After reading it, he returned to the girl car, offering her to go with him after a walk, because he had rights and just needed a car in addition to them. The girl was surprised at such words. She was sure that at this age she would definitely be sent to a landfill and did not understand what this stupid son was talking about. Luo Shengxi continued his story, saying that he had just found out that if a car of such an age as it is served properly, then it can be continued to be stored until it is in good condition. He added that if she goes with him, he would solve all her problems and do everything so that the girl is not sent to the landfill. The lady machine was delighted. She looked at Shen Shi as a hero, after which she grabbed his t-shirt, coming closer. She smiled happily and thanked the guy for everything he does for him, saying that although he looks stupid, he is really very useful. The girl clearly liked to call him a stupid son, since she continued to do it so far. Suddenly, the guy felt very poorly, as if something had pierced his body. His head became heavy. Before my eyes, everything began to swim. Shensha began to lose consciousness. His body was hung up and his legs were jammed. He did not understand what exactly happened to him. Sharply, the guy felt very tired, as if all his strength had pumped all his strength at once. Luo Shenxi woke up only a few minutes later. He sat on the floor, leaning on the car, which returned to his former form immediately after the guy turned off. The guy stood up slowly. His head was still spinning a little, but he was already a little better. He looked around and noticed that Milady became a car again. He did not understand what exactly happened and why his strength was enough for less than an hour, because usually the transformation of Nikki lasts quite a long time. Shenshi began to think whether the whole thing was in the amount of the subject, and the more he consumed, the more energy consumed, or because his forces consumed part of his soul to turn the girls. Opening the lifting gates of the garage, he went out into the fresh air and continued to think about his theories, believing that otherwise everything that happened to him does not make sense. And he had the feeling that everything was so conceived. He was too absorbed in his thoughts and did not notice that someone was standing outside the gate until he faced his mother's face to face. The woman looked displeased. She asked why her son was here for so long and whether he managed to fix the car. Luo Xingxi said that he had coped and surprised his mother. She did not expect him to fix her and wanted to look at her son's work with his own eyes. Miss Luo said that her useless son has one, and maybe even two strengths, thereby praising him and expressing gratitude. She asked, since the woman is still going to buy a new car, then maybe she will allow him to take this herself in order to practice in driving. Mother easily agreed, saying that he would definitely need her, because now he has a girlfriend, and they will need to go on something for dates. Shenshi definitely did not expect such an answer, because he already knew that everyone was forgetting about objects when the transformation time was ending. He asked if his mother remembers Nikki. The woman fell into a stupor for a second. This question from her son was so delusional that she was even confused. In the next second, Miss Luo's face distorted anger. She looked at Shina Shi as if she was ready to kill, and asked that he really thinks that his mother had such a bad memory. Luo Shengshai understood his mistake. To anger his mother was always something very terrible later. She was very likely to force her brains with a high probability, and he quickly tried to make excuses. In his own words, that he was simply surprised that she still remembers Nikki. He even more angry a woman who was ready to tear and throw. Miss Luo grabbed Shenshi by the ear, screaming that she still does not have Alzheimer, and whether he wants to say that they broke up. Shenshi said that his mother misunderstood him. They were still together, and he even thinks about visiting his grandfather with Nikki. The woman asked if he was telling the truth or not. She still did not trust her son's words, but the young man hastily convinced her that it was so. She released her son's ear, which had already blown up and swollen due to the fact that he was so compressed. Miss Luo finally believed in the words of her son, because she did not think that he could just lose what he was looking for so long, and he was looking for a girl for a very long time. After the conversation, Luo Shengxie got into the car and first fastened the safety belt, starting to adjust it for himself. He corrected the rear-view mirror, setting up so that he would comfortably monitor everything that happens behind. After that, he looked at his mother and said that he would take the car, to which the woman wanted to be careful on the road. He slowly rode along the way towards the house, immersed in his thoughts about the past conversation with his mother. It was not clear why all those people whom they met on a date did not remember Nikki. Even on the cameras there was no. And Miss Luo remembers. Perhaps this is because Nikki and Miss Luo had physical contact, and physical sensations cannot be forgotten. Or maybe the matter is in the blood kinship. Shenshi still had to find out what was the matter. Thoughts walked in their stream, and he did not even notice how theories were replaced by each other along the way, following the road, when suddenly the guy noticed something that attracted his attention. Shenshi sharply slowed down, stopping at the side of the road. He simply could not pass by. Something kept him from this. At the wall of the building, people arranged something like a small landfill, and among this garbage and tin cans stood a rumpled box with a kitten inside. The baby was scared. She was clearly very afraid of people. In addition to everything, she had a paw. Luo Shengshi came slowly closer to her, looking at a small, frozen creature. He could not leave her and just leave. There was something in this gray cat with a white spot on the muzzle from Mimi. The toy seemed to be reborn into this kitten. The guy kneeled next to the box, in a soft voice speaking with a kitten so as not to scare, and asked how she turned out to be, so small and wounded. He gently stroked the baby on the head to show that he was not going to harm her. Shenshi was tuned to take her home. A cat looked at the guy with her eyes full of hope. This baby needed love and care, needed a new house. Over time, Shenshi drove up to the house on his car and brought the kitten into the apartment, saying that this is now her new house. The cat examined the room, sitting in the arms of Luo, and wanted to go down to the floor as soon as possible and examine her new possessions personally. The guy lowered the baby on his paws, telling her to have fun and look around, and he watched her from the side with a smile. A curious creature immediately hastened to sniff everything around me, first stomping to the table in the middle of the room. While she was wandering, Luo Shengshi took out a first aid kit to process the wounded paw of the kitten. And very soon the wound was bandaged, to which he gratefully meowed in response. At that moment, the guy still did not suspect that the appearance of a new girlfriend, whom he named in honor of Mimi, would make his life even more awkward in the house. The next day, when he turned Nikki into a girl, he invited her to go shopping together, being sure that the girl would really like this idea. But Nikki asked him to go to the store alone, because she was afraid that the kitten would be scared to remain alone at home. A day later, Shensha suggested hanging her on the balcony because the weather was wonderful. But Beiji was lying on the bed while the baby Kitik made her massage with her paws and could not get up, because then Mimi would run away. Beiji reminded her owner to clean the kitten tray, which he regularly forgot about, because the smell became stronger. Every day, the incessority grew exponentially, and Shenshu did not understand. Unless cats do not bring happiness to the apartment, why did he not feel it? With grief in half, the guy got used to his life with Mimi, and there was no more time to be distracted by her. Because the examination period was approached, he drove the mouse on the table so quickly that the bandages on his right hand began to unwind a little. Mimi noticed the tip of the white fabric hanging from the table and thought it was a toy for her. She jumped and grabbed the bandage, pulling it so much that she unraveled her hand only stronger, because of which Luo Shenshu, without noticing it, touched the skin of his mouse. The next second, a magic circle caught fire. Magic entered into force, turning a computer mouse into a person. Shenshu closed his eyes, not expecting such a bright light, and did not understand why it became so bright. And when the pentagram managed to activate, his hand lay on a strange knee. The situation of their acquaintance with Nikki was repeated, though this time Shenshu did not sleep. The guy looked at the little girl sitting on his desktop in a black dress and screamed in surprise. He was so scared that he reflexively squeezed the knee of a stranger, pinching her and causing pain. The girl cried out that she was painful, and with all her might, as soon as she could, she crashed Shenshu in her face with her foot. The guy fell to the floor, in a stupor looking at the young warrior in front of him. He had no words to at least somehow describe it. The blow pulsed. The cheek began to swell from such a strong blow and whine, a miracle that his teeth were not yet knocked out. He shouted at her, saying that it was even more painful, to which they told him indifferently that it was a natural reflex. The little girl looked away, whistling and pretending that she was not to blame, but her whole appearance shouted about the opposite. Luo Shengxi realized that she had done it on purpose but did not tell her anything, deciding to let this situation go, and rose to her feet. He said that she probably also does not have a name, and he will now come up with something for her. The guy is already used to the fact that new girls appear in his life every now and then. The girl examined her hands and dress with curiosity, not paying attention to the guy, and in English she said that she did not want a name. Ignoring her answer, Shensha said that she would call her Zuza, but there was no reaction. The baby continued to consider herself. Luo Shengxi thought that he had just come up with her name, and she was more interested in her own body. And moreover, due to the fact that Zuzu is sitting on the table, he now could not see his results on the exam. Apparently, she did not plan to get up and go somewhere. The girl got so comfortable, ignoring the world around. Shenshi came up with an idea. He leaned toward Zuza and asked if she wanted to look at his appearance closer. This proposal was very interested in the baby. She asked how she could see her appearance. The guy grinned and pointed to the cabinet door, saying that there is a large mirror, and a young lady can approach him and look at herself as much as his soul. The girl fiercely jumped off the table. She clearly dreamed of seeing herself as soon as possible. Look from the side of what she looked now. She went to the closet, delighting Shenshi by finally dumped and opened access to the computer. The appearance of Zuzu struck her. She enthusiastically examined her sweet face, black hair, and green eyes. Taking this opportunity, Luo Shengxi sat at the table and was determined to find out his results and continue to prepare. Out of habit, he put his hand in a place where his mouse usually always stands to open the files. But his hand sank into the air. Then it was to Shenshi, and it came that he turned his mouse into Zuza, and now he could see the results only after the transformation time is over. The memories of Nikki immediately surged over the guy. He recalled that when a telephone girl became a man, she could still perform her functions of a mobile device. And this means that Zuzu was still his computer mouse, and he could somehow use it and look at the results. The guy turned into a girl who just posed in front of the mirror, examining himself, and thought about how sweet she was. But the next moment, Zuzu raised her skirt, depending on what was under her dress, which Luo was very excited. He shouted to her to lower her skirt immediately, but the girl looked at him with an indifferent look, asking why she should do it. Luo Shenshai ended in patience. He explained that good girls should not lift the skirts in front of the boys. Then Zuzu lowered the dress and the guy exhaled in relief, not understanding why he should teach this emo girl to teach everything. Zuzu really liked the reaction of the elder, and with a smile again lifted her skirt, not taking her eyes off the embarrassed Shen Shi, who asked her to stop already. When the girl stopped mocking, the guy asked her to approach him for a second. He wanted to make sure of something. Zuzu asked what was the matter and went to Shen Shi, looking at him from the bottom up. She was so small that she barely reached him to his chest. Luo Shengshe began to examine her from all sides. Only he himself knew what he was looking for, Zuza. The girl herself understood this completely wrong. There was neither a wheel nor buttons of an ordinary mouse on the girl thinking. And the guy thought about this situation, not understanding how to use Zuza then. And is it possible? Zuzu came to her conclusion, deciding that the guy was definitely a lolicon-chick, a man who is interested in girls younger, loli. Shenshi looked at her in surprise, asking what she was saying, because no matter how you look, it was complete delirium. Zuzu decided that Luo was definitely in love with her, that he was sympathy for her image of loli. But the guy hastened to convince the girl that she understood everything misunderstood. When asked why then he looks at her like that, Shenshi replied that the whole point was that he turned his computer mouse into Zuza. And now, due to the fact that the mouse grew her legs and left, he cannot open and see his results. This explanation seemed to be disappointed with Zuza. She said that she was sure that he was in love with her ears, since he wants to know the results so he can rely on Zuza. She will help him control the computer. True, she would have to pay for the help. The girl was not going to provide her services for free for a guy. She said that when he plays, she clicks so much on Zuza, moves quickly and does not stop for a second. It is so hard that he could kill her with this. So she will help him with his little problem, but only if he makes her massage. Such a requirement introduced Shen Shi into shock. He asked if he understood correctly that the girl demands a massage from him. He froze, not knowing what to say and what to think about this, while the girl continued to poke a finger at him and was clearly not going to retreat. Shen Shi once again clarified whether she really wants a massage, and not something else that the girl nodded confidently at, saying that everything was true. Finally, noting the reaction of the young man, she asked, did he really want to refuse the deal? He so wanted to know the result of his work. And was it not good for him when he used it all this time? In vain she had done all these tortures during the games all night long. Luo Xingshai understood the request for massage is not entirely true, and said that this is not the point, just girls and boys should not touch each other. The girl returned to her previous thought, asking, perhaps, after turning the mouse into a girl, Luo had feelings for her. The guy was already tired, he thought, from what time he began to consider him a pervert, and told her that she did not understand him again. Everything between them was as before. It was much more important to know the results right now than to continue to prove something to Zuza. And he asked what she prefers, the massage, maybe Chinese or Thai, and maybe even Japanese. Zuzu waved her hand, saying that she wants a simple, most ordinary massage, just to melt the back, which is very tired of the eternal threes of Luo Shen Shi. In order for the guy to understand for sure, she also added that it was when you are pleased, though he did not understand from these words. The young man did not understand what this little lady was talking about. What a pleasant style. He did in his life massage only to grandparents, and did not know such a style. He said that then he uses the same movement, but Zuzu was all the same. What exactly would happen? The main thing is that it was pleasant. The girl lay down on the bed, and Luo Shenshi began to massage her back, passing through the spine with a simple movement. To do such a little girl was rather embarrassed. The guy did not know where to put himself in this incomprehensible situation. Looking at Zuzu, who enjoyed what was happening, he thought that while she was in his power, he had a chance to take revenge. Shenshi smiled slyly. The vile guy decided to tickle the naughty small girl. He grabbed her leg, starting torture with his tickling, and began to drive his fingers. The girl jerked, starting to laugh. She could not control it, and did not expect that something would begin at all. She asked to stop and not touch there. She was tickled and unpleasant because of this, which means it is impossible. But Luo Shengxi was not going to retreat. He told Zuzu that it was a Chinese foot massage, a special equipment. Zuzu asked whether it was true, because she could no longer endure. She was very tickling, to which she was told a little to be patient and this is only at the beginning tickling, and over time it will become very pleasant. The girl continued to laugh and say that she could no longer endure, begging to stop. Luo Shengshi continued to mock, saying that if he does not make her pleasantly, then she will not help him with the computer, which means he does everything right. Zuzu began to be angry. She finally realized that the guy was doing it all on purpose, and that they were just mocking her. Then she began to scream loudly, introducing the guy into a stupor with her actions. She screamed louder, so loudly that it seemed that her entire planet already hears, and soon troubles would begin. Luo Shenshu immediately released her, saying that he understood everything and that she better stop screaming until the neighbors decided that they were tormented by the child. Zuzu grunted and said that it was necessary to listen to her from the very beginning, and then there would have been nothing of this. And now she was dry in the throat. It was difficult for the guy to admit that he was beaten. He hardly tried to come to terms with defeat, saying that it was a mistake and he was sorry. Having calmed down, both of them sat down at the computer. It was time to fulfill the second part of the persuasion, and Zuzu said that Shen Shi use the keyboard while she would help solve the issue of the mouse. After that, she asked him to put his hand on her head, move along her like a mouse, and then the guy could control the cursor. Luo put his palm on the girl's crown, trying not to crush him very much, and asked if he was doing everything correctly. He drove his hand over Zuzu's head, sometimes tilting his head from side to side. To the surprise of the guy, the cursor and really began to move on the screen. He found the documents he needed and closed his eyes, praying to all the gods on this planet that the exams were all passed the first time. Having finished with the last prayer, Shenshi pressed the button and opened the results, reading what the university answered him. A few minutes later, a joyful laughter rang out throughout the house. Luo Shengshi screamed with joy, calling himself an emperor, because he managed to hand over everything and now he would not be sent to the retake. While he screamed with joy, Zuzu said that this eccentric actually passed the exam. But calling himself the emperor was already too much, and that having such a master was continuous trouble. Despite the fact that Luo Shengshi passed the entrance exams, his studies in summer have not yet ended. And now, after some time, the guy ran into the new largest problem for him that could arise, and it was a house for the summer. Shenshu liked to dramatize everything, especially with regard to homework and independent work outside the school or university. The guy weaned over the past summer time from mental activity, and now he could not physically engage in thinking about how he was going to go through summer practice, even if he could not write a single word on school tasks. Mimi cheerfully rode the floor and played with her tail, not knowing the problems and horror of the house. Shenshu looked at her with envy. He thought about how great it was to be a cat, looked at the kitten and was ready to climb on the wall with annoyance. It's great to be a cat. Every day they feed you and clean you, but you just need to be cute. Shenshu could not stop dreaming that he was born in the next life. There was nothing to do, and the guy with a heavy heart returned to the tasks, continuing to think about how to solve a new example in mathematics. But the more he thought and looked at the numbers, the less sense they represented for him, and over time the young man again began to die of boredom. He lay down on the table, sighed heavily, and had already begun to give up. But there was nowhere to go. He still needed to do these assignments. Nevertheless, Luo could no longer write. He thought about where his brains because he was not a genius. He was not able to solve such difficulties, and it would be so cool if someone wrote it all for him. Shenshi looked at his hand, thinking about how tired he was, and suddenly the realization came to him that in his hands there was now the key to solving all the problems. The guy could not understand why he had not thought of turning his pen into a girl before so that she helped him with his homework. He remembered how at school he missed the lessons, not listening at all what the teachers say, because usually everything that they said was screaming and cursing. Almost all the time in the class, the young man spent his thoughts to eat for lunch, and his pen all this time was next to him. Once when during the lesson the teacher once again scolded them because they did not listen and do not remember anything, he again thought about food, and as soon as he heard the words about eating from the teacher, he immediately jumped up, asking that they really could go to eat. He did not listen at all what they said before, did not delve into the essence at all, and put the teacher into a dead end with his question. She even forgot about what she had screamed here for half an hour. All the students in the class laughed. Luo Shengshi put himself up, and again got a bit from the teacher, but his pen never joked and did not go crazy. She lay next to him in all the lessons. She absorbed all the information, all the words that the professor spoke in the lessons. Shenshu looked at her like a small treasure. The guy told himself that he has been using this pen for many years. Over the years, a white feathy pen itself has become a kind of teacher. Looking at the subject in his hands, Shenshi remembered that he was given to him by one of his acquaintances. The guy remembered that earlier, turning objects into girls, they retained their functionality, which means that the pen could well help him with his homework. He decided that if his pen did not help, then he turned his book into a girl and let her sit at home and solve all the tasks herself. The next minute of the pen, the right hand touched the room, and the room flooded the magic light from the pentagram of the transformation. A tall girl with white hair and an office suit with a white shirt and a black skirt appeared in the room, reminding a young teacher with her appearance. Luo Xingxu did not expect to see such a beautiful woman, did not think that his pen had been so incredible all this time. The girl turned to a hung guy, calling him a useless owner, and he asked her to turn her into a person or not. It was not just unexpected to hear this, and also unpleasant. Shenshi asked if she really called him useless. The girl laughed, asking for forgiveness and clarifying that the king of loafers would be more correct. But not that this option sounded better. Shenshi asked if she could stop embarrassing him. They only met, and she already said such things about him, to which the girl said that she was just too honest. The girl immediately jumped to another topic, asking why not give her a name to the owner. Luo Shenshai was delighted that the one who would value his name would finally appear, and said that he would come up with something. The inspired guy did not think for too long and almost immediately proposed one option, interested in the name of En Mei. But the girl was not particularly delighted, she asked, unless her new name is not just the name of the company manufacturer. But she did not be very indignant, and said that she was not opposed to this name. It still doesn't sound so bad. She came to her senses, recalling that she was not just turned her, and asked the owner why he suddenly turned her into a man. Luo Shenshi immediately folded his palms in a prayer gesture, saying that he had no choice. He had to turn the teachers of Yan Mei, because he literally needed her help. He begged her to help him. The guy said that he was asked a very difficult homework, and he alone does not cope. He needs the help of teacher En Mei. The girl sighed, saying that she thought that she was called for some more difficult task, which only she could cope with. But it turned out that the point was just in the home. The guy continued to beg the girl to help him. He treated her with respect, as the most real teacher. But this did not help at all. Yun Mei categorically refused him. Shenshi did not expect this. He looked at the girl somehow shocked, asking why she refused, as if everyone was obliged to help him at the first request. And Mei said that this is his homework, not her, and she is just his pen. She could not help her useless master. But Luo did not stop. He continued to beg her to help him and swore that he really did not know how to solve these problems and did not try to lock. The girl looked at him, listening to all these plaintive walls, and thought that she had nowhere to go and still have to help, because the guy looks very sorry. Having surrendered, Yunmei said that he would help him with the task, but only on condition that he promises her one thing. She leaned toward him so that their faces were at the same level, and looked into the eyes, waiting for an answer from the owner. Luo Shenshov, after Zuzu, he no longer knew what to expect from the objects that became girls, and asked to announce all the demands. The girl grunted, thinking, and said that she did not yet know what she wanted to hear from him, but he would definitely tell him a little later. Smiling, she said that he would now teach him mathematics, scaring Luo Shenshi, because he thought that everything would do for him, and what was the point of turning Yan Mei into a person? But the girl did not give up. She was full of enthusiasm, and said that if you want something, then be ready to give something in return, which is why she would teach him, and not do everything for him. Shenshi precipitated, not understanding how it turned out that his own pen, which he turned, makes him do homework. He looked at the girl and did not understand why he called her. Asking On Mei, was she not a teacher? The girl took his question too literally and asked if he had any problems with memory, because she only a couple of minutes ago was an ordinary pen. Hearing this, Shenshi lost his temper, telling her that since she realizes that she was his pen, she should follow his orders and should immediately sit down and do all his homework for him. And Mei, as if from the air, pulled out a ruler, lugging at her so-called owner for a similar tone in relation to her. But the blow was slight. The girl only wanted to scare Shenshi and began to pat him on the cheek. Looking at the naughty young man from top to bottom, Yan Mei sternly said that if he further behaves like that, then she will have to spank him. The frightened Luo Shenshi immediately hastened to improve. He asked for forgiveness, pleaded guilty, and promised that he would not be lazy and would earnest with the teacher An Mei. The girl, not releasing the ruler from her hands, stroked the guy through her hair, saying that Shenshi is an obedient boy. They sat down at the table and the great teacher Yunmei began their lesson, explaining several times Shenshi, all examples and tasks, and how to solve them. After a couple of hours of torment, the mathematics tasks were finally completed, and Luo Shenshu closed the textbook with cotton. He reached out, warming up his muscles, and said how glad he was that he finally ended with the most difficult tasks, despite the fact that it was very difficult. And Mei did not look as joyful as Shenshu. She was so tired of teaching him and explaining all these topics that she now understood the teacher at school, who always scolded the guy. The guy felt extremely awkward when he heard these words, and asked the girl not to talk about him anymore. The hand girl was blown up from the table, rising to her feet too suddenly, and this scarecrowing the young man next to her. She went around the table and headed for the bed, saying that she was enough and she was not going to help her more. Unmei lay down in the bed, covered herself with a blanket, and said that she was very tired and was going to sleep while the owner Lenti would continue to teach his lessons. Immediately after these words, the girl fell asleep, and Shenshu did not even have time to say a word to her. Left alone with thick textbooks, Mei lay on the bed, slept carefree, and was not even heard how she sniffs. The girl was clearly not going to wake up in the near future. Luo Shengxi decided to make the item in which he considered himself a real pros, then to surprise Yan Mei, and took up the biology textbook. He thought that since every self-respecting gentleman should understand biology, he would surely deal with these tasks in a matter of minutes. But more than an hour passed, and Shenshu did not advance further half, and sat over the book, trying to keep up with a stream of thoughts in his head. He seemed to look at the notebook, and the hand writing the text was him. But the guy had no idea what he was writing and what he reads about. Over time, his head began to spin from so many incomprehensible words that he, with all his desire, could not compare one sentence. Shenshu no longer understood who he was and where he, thinking only about the fact that he would never have thought that biology would be so complicated. And Mei slept sweetly on the bed and did not even know that her master again came to a standstill with lessons. During all this time, the girl did not even change the pose. There was nowhere to go, time was going, and study stood still, and Shenshu decided to approach Mei and wake her. He tickled her cheek, saying that Mei woke up and help him with one question while she was still a man. The girl sat on the bed, looking sleepily at the owner, and listened to how he explained to her that the fact was that he himself knew everything perfectly. Just even her, a chance to show his pedagogical skills. The face of the teacher handrail directly shouted that she did not believe a single word. Shenshu, she asked him. Didn't he say that the real pros was in biology? The guy hesitated, not knowing how to explain everything to him and justify himself. And Mei began to get out of himself with his behavior. The girl grabbed the guy by the hand and threw him onto the bed, sat on top and pressed him to the mattress, which very surprised the owner. The guy did not have time to react at once and could not resist this. He could only lie and be indignant, asking what she was doing. And Mei smiled brightly, looking down at him down. She decided to teach the useless master how to teach him how to teach, taking revenge on everything she experienced today. The girl licked her lips and smiled slyly, saying that now they will begin to teach biology clearly. Luo Shengxi was frightened, feeling his hair gray from excitement, and screamed that there was strength, asking him to stop. He came to his senses only at night, slowly opening his eyes and recalling what happened to him earlier. The guy sat on the bed, looking around in the room, and asked himself how and when he managed to fall asleep. And the first thought that he dumbfounded him was the idea that he had not finished his homework, but it's already so late. But when he went to the table, all the books were neatly stacked by a pile, a note lay on one of them, and next to the same fountain pen on Mei. In the note, she wrote that her owner was really hopeless. She did her homework for him, but warned him not to hope that it would be so next time. After reading the note, the guy wondered why he did not remember anything that happened to him after Mei pushed him onto the bed. The next day, Luo Shengxi stood at the house for employees working in one of the parks and mentally prepared to go inside. The time has come for summer practice, but for the guy, it was not the happiest time, because he was given the wrong work that he had dreamed about initially. It all started even before the summer holidays came. One day, the teacher called Shenshu to the teachers to discuss the issue of his practice. He asked whether Li Luo Shenshu remembers that he signed up for summer practice as a rescuer in the coastal park. Hearing the question, the guy immediately felt a catch and realized that something had happened. He asked what had happened. In the response that came from the park, they said that the position that the student of Luo registered was temporarily cancelled. The teacher said Shenshu not to worry, because he noticed the enthusiasm of his student and staged him to work as a janitor in one picturesque place. Luo Shenshu shocked, although it would be more correct to say that he was horrified that he would have to work as a janitor in the summer. And so, he stood in the same picturesque place and thought how his life turned around, why he had to work in this position. He thought that the life of the rescuer would help him become brave, make him a hero, and instead became a cleaner. But there was nothing to do. Shenshu opened the door and went into the employee's house, greeting and saying that he came to take part in a volunteer practice. The man who was inside raised his eyes to the entrance, checking who came there and listening to the guy. He smiled and went to Shenshi, shook his hand and greeted. The man was very glad that he would now have such a young and energetic assistant. The man introduced himself as Uncle Zhang and said that the main one here showed where the uniform lies and wished all the best today. Shenshi smiled, saying that his uncle was very polite and that he should not worry about today's work. He will take care so that everything is done in the best way. Zhang was delighted, as he expected from a young man full of strength and energy. He told a newcomer where what was standing, suggested how and what is better to do and where to start, and left him to change clothes. Very soon, Luo Shengxi worked in full, sweeping dust and garbage with alleys in the park, trying to properly. The work was not physically difficult, but still it was difficult to stand all day. Besides, the day was very hot. The guy was already tired of order. When he stopped resting, he heard someone's screams and swearing, or rather a loud female voice. Turning to the sound, Luo Shengxi noticed a couple. The young man and the girl stood in the middle of the park and argued loudly about something. The guy came closer to them to check what was happening there, and recognized his old familiar in the girl. He hid behind the bushes so that he would not be noticed right away, and could not believe that it was really Zhang Yun. The girl fought off the guy in front of her, insisting that she would be released and stopped pestering her. But the freak did not give up, saying that she knew perfectly well how girls like to play in a shortage, but Zhang Yun was really scared. She tried to tear out her hand and said that they parted, and she sincerely did not understand what he was carrying. The next second, the bastard's hand was intercepted. Shenshi tightly squeezed someone else's wrist, forcing to unclench his fingers and let go of the girl's hand. He obscured Zhang Yun, saying that if they broke up, he is obliged to stop, grab the girl and was not a man. The young lady did not expect this. She froze, looking at her intercessor, and Luo Shengxi recognized him with surprise. The freak did not retreat. He pulled out his hand and ordered the boyfriend, Shen Shi, to fail and not to get into his business. Luo had never felt so confident before. He had no fear or excitement, and sternly said that he could be a cleaner, but he was also an employee of this park, and he can easily ask the guard to drive this bastard if he continues to behave like a moron. The guy tensed, stepping back a step back, and said that Shenshi would not dare to do this. He was scared of the opportunity to meet with security because he could not do anything. They are not a weak girl. Luo Shengshi broke out and ran after the freak with a broom, threatening to beat him with this very broom. So he drove off the offender away, saving Zhang Yun. When the bastard left, the hero turned to the girl, checking everything good with her. He went to a friend and asked if everything was good with her, to which the girl answered with a smile that she was in perfect order. And yet she did not understand why Shenshi was here, and why she was dressed as a janitor employee of the park. Luo grinned embarrassedly, saying that this is all the summer volunteering organized by his school. Today was his turn to work as a voluntary janitor. He looked away, saying that that guy can wait for her and start to pester her again, and Shenshi can spend Hyung Yun home if she does not mind. The girl smiled and agreed to the proposal, asking for forgiveness for worrying the guy with her problems. Luo Shengxi changed back into his clothes, but as soon as they went out into the street, it began to rain heavy. The whole sky was drawn with black clouds. They ran to the car of Shen Shi, since it was not far away, in the parking lot by the park, and climbed inside, hiding from the rain. Unfortunately, they still managed to get wet, and Xin Shi handed the girl a dry towel so that she wiped the moisture and would not get cold. An awkward silence hung in the car. Two sat and wiped the water from the body, not knowing where to start the conversation, because they had not seen each other for a long time. Suddenly, the girl was silent quietly, attracting the attention of Shen Shi. The young man turned to her, listening carefully what she would tell him. Zhang Yun said that the rain is going too strong, and she was so wet that if she returns home now, she will definitely scold her. She raised her eyes to Shen Shi, asking for permission to stay with him for a short while and dry clothes. Luo Shengxi was very surprised, asking for whether he understood her correctly. He had never brought a girl home before, but he could not refuse. Soon they went into the apartment of Shen Shi. The guy walked first, leading a guest behind him, and turned on the light in the room. Luo let the girl go forward, saying that he has a little space and could be a little dirty, but let her not pay attention to it. Jong-yoon said that it's okay, thanked him because the guy had covered her from the rain, and noticed that she first went to visit Shen-shi. Shen-shi invited the girl to sit down and wait until he brings warm water for her to warm up a little. When he brought a cup of warm water, he put it in front of the guest, and he went to the closet with his clothes to get clean things from there. Mimi came up to Jong-yoon, and the girl began to stroke her, scratch her neck, and said that she did not know that Shen-shi had a cat. "Such a cute kitten," the girl praised Mimi, looking at the guy, and Luo said that recently he wanted to get a cat and his choice fell on this cutie. Getting things, the guy turned to the girl and said that if she would sit and wet things, he would definitely get sick and invited her to take a shower. Then the young man pointed the guest at the door, behind which there was a bathroom to know where to go. So that the shower was not in vain, Shen-shi handed his clean things to his friend, offering her to put on it while her things dry. The girl thanked the guy for her things and for kindness, and closed in the bathroom, leaving the guy alone with himself and Mimi. As soon as he was left alone, Shen-shi immediately began to panic and think why he agreed to all this and why Jong-yoon brought here, why pretended to be kind. The self-flagellation of Luo Shen, she interrupted the rumbling of the abdomen. He was very hungry after a whole day of physical activity in the park. The guy felt awkward and thought that something should be prepared because he was not alone, and his girlfriend was most likely also hungry. A few minutes later, everything was ready, and Jong-yoon finished washing. Both at the same time left the rooms, faced in the corridor with each other. Jong-yoon looked charming. Shen-shi could not take her eyes off her, especially after she put his t-shirt. The guy looked away and invited the girl to dine with him on noodles, which he had just prepared if she had already finished. They sat down at the table and began to eat, and while Shen-shi with appetite echoed his portion, the girl's gaze attracted something else. She saw a pen on the table, that very En Mei, and was very surprised. She was not sure that she had recognized her for sure. Jong-yoon looked at Shina Shi, took the pen and asked, was it not the one she once gave him? She did not expect the guy would really use her. Luo Shen-shi became somehow ashamed due to the fact that she noticed this particular pen, and in her defense, he said that it was very convenient to write. The girl smiled. She was very glad that her gift was useful and that Shen-shi still used it. Luo hastened to change the subject, saying her as soon as possible, while the noodles have not been wetted and she can still be eaten. After eating, Jong-yoon began to be curious again. She looked at Shina Shi and asked him to ask a personal question. With the permission of the guy, the girl asked why his hand was bandaged and what happened to him. The young man was confused. He did not expect such a question and therefore did not come up with a legend in advance. He simply hoped that she would believe in what was said at random. Luo Shen-shi said the first thing that occurred, explained that the whole thing is in seasonal allergies. Jong-yoon did not just believe in this, she also decided to help the guy. Because it is probably uncomfortable to wash the dishes with bandages, she said that she would wash the dishes herself. The young man ran after her, saying that she should not do it, but he cannot force his guest to wash the dishes instead of him. But the girl did not listen to him. She turned on the water and began to wash the dishes, saying Shen should not to worry in vain and that everything is in order, because they have known each other for a long time. Luo Shen-shi could not calm down. He tried to stop his girlfriend, stretching with his right hand to the dishes to pick up, but they accidentally spilled water on bandages. Jong-yoon was frightened, gasping. She was worried that because of her negligence she could harm a friend. Shen-shi smiled, saying that everything was in order and he would change the bandage later, but the girl continued to worry. Mimi paid no attention to their quarrels. She went to the girl, who she really liked, and began to rub on her leg. Jong noticed a cat, but too late, Mimi had already shook her balance while Shen-shi took off his bandages. The girl jumps and begins to fall, and the cat, feeling something was amiss, runs away. Jong-yoon is falling, crying out with surprise and does not have time to figure out anything properly. Luo Shen-shi reacts faster and catches the girl under the waist. By inertia, holds her with the right hand, with which the bandage has almost completely flew. It comes to the guy late. It was too late to correct anything, and the magic circle lit up with renewed vigor, transforming a new thing into a girl. The next second, on the Hu Hun-yoon sitting on the floor, it turns out a little girl with red hair, and looks at her, interested in the girl in order. Jong-yoon did not expect this. She could not even imagine this. She froze in horror and embarrassment, and then screamed at the whole house. When the girl was able to calm down, she changed into other pure things and sat down at the table to the rest, looking displeased. A little girl with a bewildered look sat nearby. Her yellow t-shirt was strangely similar to the one in which Jong-yoon was recently, And on the other hand, Luo Shenshu sat, bowing his head and not knowing how to behave now when his secret swam out. They all sat in silence, but only a little football girl was silent because she did not understand the tension that hung in the room. The voice of Jun Yun was strict. She asked Shenshi how to understand what had happened, and why did he have a little girl at home completely alone? The girl could not even assume that in fact this would be magic. Shenshi looked away, saying that he could explain everything, but only on condition that a girlfriend promises that he will not tell anyone. He was still in doubt to tell or not. In the end, it was not so easy to believe in such a thing. But there was nowhere to go. She already saw everything. Having gathered all his strength into a fist, Shenshi shouted that he actually had a magic superpower. The girl did not believe him, asking if he was thinking that he is a hero of some short story or some comic book, and why he laughs at her in such a stupid way. Shenshi hastened to put forward evidence in his defense, saying that he could just have a little girl from under the ground just like that. He took the baby by the shoulders and moved her to Jong Yun, ordering her to take a closer look at the silent girl. He pointed out that the girl wears the same clothes that was on her at the moment when she fell, and it was difficult to call a coincidence. The girl stared at two opposite herself and thought she did not know what to say to her, but she couldn't believe in magic either. Then she said that she could assume that all this is true, although in fact she did not believe a single word. Still doubting, she asked what he had for strength then. Could he really make clothes disappear and people appear? Shenshi said that of course his strength is not in this. In fact, he can turn things into children and girls. The guy's words were shocked by Jong Yun. She could not believe her ears. But someone could not actually turn objects into children. Finally, she began to believe that the baby was the clothes in which she was. Shenshi continued to convince her, saying that this was 100% evidence. Jun was in deep shock. She would never have believed in life that someone could have magical power. Luo Shengxi began to explain in detail and seriously that he managed to find out about his superpower during this time. And over time, after long clarifications, Zhang Yun was able to believe in the guy said. She was still shocked. She would never have thought that so strange forces could exist. The guy exhaled in relief, rejoicing that the girl finally understood everything and said that he had a request for her. The girl raised her eyes to her friend, carefully listening to what he was going to say further. Luo Shengxi smiled. He was embarrassed. Not every day you tell someone such a secret, and asked her to keep this secret and not tell anyone about his strength. The girl laughed and said that she would never have thought that whose nickname was a crazy guy would not want to tell everyone about his superpowers. The guy blushed weakly. He already forgot about his old stupid nickname and said that it was a very long time and should not remember it. Zhongyun smiled and looked at Shina Shi already. In front of her was a completely different person, not the strange boy she knew. She promised that she would not tell anyone about his secret, and the guy thanked her, rejoicing that everything was so successfully resolved. And yet not all questions were settled, because there was a football clock, and the girl asked his friend what he was going to do with her. Shenji asked her not to worry because this is a temporary force, which means that the girl will turn back into a t-shirt very soon. Suddenly, the girl blushed, asking Shenshi whether he saw something. But the guy did not understand what exactly she had in mind. When she fell in the kitchen, she was left completely without clothes from above. And that was what worried about the young lady. She was afraid that the guy could see everything. When she realized that Shenshi did not see anything and did not understand what it was about, she immediately closed this topic, smiling embarrassedly. Finally, all the misunderstandings were settled. And now one could recall why they were in the house of Shenshi. The girl asked what time, worrying that it could already be too late. And she was not worried, because she was almost midnight on the clock. Hearing about this, Zhang Yun was horrified. Her parents would never have forgiven her such a late parish home. Luo Shengxi remembered that the girl lives quite far from here, and therefore offered her to stay with him for the night. But the girl did not look very joyful, because this idea was no better than being late. Her parents would punish her in any case. The guy remembered that the girl really had very strict parents and did not know what to do now. Jong-un had one thought in reserve, but she was so awkward that the girl blushed while he was considering her. She told a friend that she could stay with him at night, but on one condition. Zhang Yun loudly asked Luo Shengxi to become her boyfriend, driving herself into the paint and the young man into the deep, probably the deepest in his whole life. Shock. Shengxi was speechless. He froze, looking at the girl with his mouth open, and did not know what to think. Zhong understood all the absurdity of her request, but was not going to retreat. She sat and waited for a friend to come to her senses. But the guy was not going to return to reality. He came up with a version in which Jong-yoon was in love with him all his life, and gradually began to believe in her. But the illusion was too beautiful to be true, and Shen Shi brought himself to his senses, realizing that this was impossible. After all, if you think logically, what person would keep his feelings for so many years? Finally, having come to his senses, Luo looked at his friend and asked if she had a reason for such a sudden offer to become a couple. Jong-yoon said that if she remains at night with her boyfriend, and not for anyone, then she will have no problems, and her parents will not scold her for such nights. Shen Shi finally understood what the whole point was, and thought that he was fantasizing too much. In addition, these were not all the problems of girls that she would like to solve with his help, because there was a whole bunch of guys around her who are trying to establish relationships with her and interfere with living. If she could make a live shield from the Shana from the pile of Playbu, she could have avoided even greater troubles. Jong-yoon looked at the guy with hope, asking if he agreed to help her. If for him, this of course is not too much. Luo Shenxu said that of course he would help the girl and pretend to be her boyfriend for her parents. The young lady thanked the guy for her readiness to help, and then she said that there was something else that she would like to ask him about. She was a little embarrassed, but still she voiced her question whether he could pretend to be her boyfriend after business with her parents. Shenxu was surprised when he heard her words. He thought that he would have to help only with his mother and dad, and did not expect to hear something like that. The girl says that she understands that her request is a little overkill, but he himself saw her ex, who molested in the park. Jong-yoon was still afraid of him, and not only him, she would be much calmer if she had a guy next to her. Even his presence and words would give her a little calm. She hoped that a childhood friend would help her, because she was not asking for anything beyond power, just to pretend a little longer to scare away all sorts of freaks. Luo Shengxi looked away for a second. He was a little embarrassed that he was in such a strange situation. He perfectly understood the girl and agreed to her offer, saying that she would help her no matter what. Finally, they paid attention to the baby's football, who was sitting nearby all the time and was silent. Yoon looked at the baby and asked her name. The girl said that the master had not yet given her a name, and so far, she was just a nameless t-shirt. Luo Shengxi smiled and stroked the girl through her hair, asking her to like Yui's name, which the baby smiled joyfully. Jongwon was not so joyful about this, she asked. The guy could not really call her Yui, because this name sounds like a word clothing and she is clothes. Shenxu looked away, saying that this was his maximum in inventing the names. He was extremely embarrassed, because he really called the girl so because she was a t-shirt. The girl sighed. She did not see anything new. In front of her, the same good old Luo Shengxi sat, whom she knew. She quickly guessed that the guy called the other girls he turned on the same principle and got into the apple. But Shen should continue to defend his pride. He said that this simply could not be, as he could give out names like this. The girl was mistaken in the conclusions. Jong-yoon believed him and agreed with the name of Yui, because it really sounds good. Shen-shu supported her, saying that the name was simple and easily remembered, and Yui nodded. After joy, an awkward silence came again, though only Luo Shen-shu was awkward. The girls looked very happy, and nothing bothered them. To translate the topic and finally get rid of awkwardness, the guy recalled that the time was already later, and it was time to prepare for sleep. Jong-yun smiled and nodded. They rose together from the table, and the three of them began to stretch and go to bed. The next morning, the girl after breakfast gathered and left the apartment. She and Shen-shu stood opposite each other and said goodbye. The guy asked if everything was fine with the fact that she would go home alone. He could give her to her. It was not a problem. Jong-yun said that everything was in order, and that the sky is already clear, so she could calmly reach home herself. Shen-shu gave up, telling the girl to be careful on the way to the house and is ready to say goodbye to her for today. But a friend recalls something and comes closer. She rises to socks to say Shen-shu something quietly. She asks how Yui is there and whether she turned back into a t-shirt, which confuses her friend. The guy was stupefied. He did not expect Jong to remember Yui, and even moreover, he did not expect that they would ask her, because the last time the memories of the object were erased after the transformation. He asked if the girl really remembers Yui, what he received outrage. He did not think that Jong-yun had a memory like a goldfish. Shin-shu laughed awkwardly and ridiculous, saying that the girl had already turned back and everything is in order. There is nothing to worry about. Jong-yun hoped that she could see the baby again the next time, and Shen-shu promised that they would definitely see himself. The girl said goodbye to a friend with a smile and turned to the exit from the building. The guy said goodbye to the outgoing girlfriend, watching how she was hiding around the corner and descends down the stairs. Luo Xingshai enters the apartment locking the door. All his thoughts were busy with what happened minutes earlier. He did not understand why the memory of Jong-yoon was preserved about Yui. After all, his mother's memories remained because they were blood relatives. And the girl was not Shen Shi, either a sister or even more close to a friend. She had to forget, like a man from the hotel. It was all very strange and suspicious. Every day there were only more questions for his superclil. The next day, Luo Shengshi slept sweetly in his bed with Mimi when they called the front door. An unknown and very persistent guest continued everything and continued to soberly, as if checking the owner of the house on strong nerves. The evil and sleepy Shenshu opened the door, wanting to get rid of the guest as soon as possible, and it is better to shoot him. But behind the door he was waiting for a little girl, the same neighbor, the mistress of the coffee shop, with whom the guy was sitting not so long ago. The schoolgirl greeted out with a neighbor, asking if she had prevented him from sleeping, because Shen Shi looked very upset and rumpled. The guy was slightly confused, but his anger went on. He smiled weakly and said that everything was in order and he did not sleep. He asked what his new acquaintance wanted from him. She wouldn't just go to an unfamiliar person. It turned out that the girl invited friends to visit her to play the console, but her TV broke, and now they could neither play nor see something, and she came to ask Shen Shi to lend his TV for one day. But the guy never had a TV at home, so he said that he would be very happy to help, but could not. This information was very surprised by the schoolgirl. She already screamed from the shock, asking really, there really are people who have no TV at home. Luo Shengshi looked very seriously. He really did not hold the TV at home and was even a little proud of it. The girl sighed, asking for forgiveness for worrying Shen Shi, and the guy said that he was very sorry that he could not help his neighbor. Returning to his apartment, he thought, is there something strange that he has no TV at home? In addition, he has a computer and the internet at home. Why then spend money on TV? Shenshu did not see any sense in this. Before he had time to move away from the door, they called it again. The guy was clearly not planning to leave alone today. Shenshu opened the door. He looked very irritated and tired and asked who came there again. Outside the door was the courier of the post office. The guy was clearly not going to anger anyone and simply did his job. He brought a parcel for Luo Shi and now held out the form of the guy to sign in him about the receipt of the cargo. Already at home, Shenshu began to open a huge box through the Shi, without even imagining what could be there. He did not order anything the day before. An old TV was in the package, though the guy had no idea where he was there, why he was there, and who put him there. There was a note on the TV which said that Sheena Shimam sent him, since she had nowhere to store him, and instead of throwing him out, she sent an old man to the sun. The guy was not at all surprised at the behavior of the woman and silently began to connect the TV to check whether it works or not. The picture with difficulty, but showed at least something. The truth was constantly shifting and disappearing. True, a minute later she disappeared, and a white noise appeared. The screen hissed and blinked, showing with all its appearance that it would not work. After another second, the picture appeared again, but she continued to disappear and hiss. Shenshu finally realized that he was sent a TV because his mother was too lazy to repair him, and she decided to dump all the work on her offspring. The guy looked at the TV. They have not been produced for a long time and it will be very difficult to fix it. And then it dawned on him that there is magic and the opportunity to talk with the subject personally in order to find out what exactly needs to be repaired, and whether it is necessary at all. He touched the TV with his right hand, activating magic and transforming the thing into a person. A second later, a cute girl with black hair and in a gray simple dress was sitting on the table. Shenshu greeted a girl who was at a loss because of a new appearance and an unfamiliar place. An old TV examined him and recognized him in him a young master, son of Miss Luo, in whose house she had lived before. Seeing a familiar face, the girl calmed down a little, but still did not understand where she was, and because of this felt uncomfortable. Shenshu explained to her that they were in his apartment. After these words, the girl coughed. She looked painful. The guy was worried about a new acquaintance. Least of all, he wanted to see the repetition of the fate of Mimi. But the girl said that everything is in order and should not worry, although she herself looked unhappy. She believed that since she was an old TV model, her condition was in order of things. Luo Xingshi felt devastation in his chest. He knew that there are things that live hundreds of years, and there are those that have a rather short life. But the idea that she will soon die like other old things whose term has come to an end broke his heart. He took the girl's hand, clutching tightly, and promised that he would certainly find a way to fix her no matter what. The girl smiled, thanks to the guy, although at heart she knew that this would never happen. She always had a dream, and the girl hoped that Shenxi would help her realize her. She dreamed of going for a walk all her life because, unlike the car and the phone, the TV was never on the street. Luo Shengxi was a little surprised at her request. He did not understand such zeal, and therefore wanted to listen to the girl. Being a TV, she looked at the streets of cities only through radio signals entering the antenna, but never saw all this with her own eyes. From the story of a new acquaintance, the soul Shenshu seemed to burst into pieces. He was very sorry for the girl, and he really wanted to do at least something for her. Nevertheless, walking around the city with the object girl Shenshu was awkward. But despite this, the guy agreed to take a walk with her. The young lady caught fire with hope when she heard this and asked if they could go today, but the guy was clearly not enthusiastic about this idea. His reaction scared the poor thing. She decided that this was a problem, but the young man told her that everything was fine and he still had no plans for today. He could not refuse his new girlfriend after she entrusted him with her life and her cherished dream, and they hurried together on the street. The television girl walked the streets with her mouth open with delight. She could not even imagine that someday she could see the real world with her own eyes. Each thing, every building, and a plant before her eyes was a work of art for her. The girl considered everything she saw beautiful. Shenxi watched his girlfriend with a smile. He was very glad to see so many positive emotions on her face and so much happiness in her gray eyes, but the girl did not listen to him at all. She noticed something familiar in front and hurried forward, hurrying to show Shenxi her find. She showed at the cafe and enthusiastically stated that she knew this place. People come there to eat. Then she saw the store and hurried there, saying that in this place people buy clothes. They reached a small square from Trading Street, and the girl pointed to the bench saying that this is a place where people rest. Then the hotel building stood, and the television girl, who knew the world only by their signals, said that this is a place where people are engaged in something intimate. Luo Shengxi was afraid that other people would hear them and hastened to stop the girl before she finished her offer. He explained to her what she was mistaken in, saying that she should be quieter and that this place is not for this. In the hotel, people stop for a while to spend the night or relax, usually when they go on a trip. In order to quickly get away from this awkward situation, Shenxi invited the girl to go to see other places that were in the city. Together they went to the shopping center, bought ice cream, and walked around the halls. Shenxi showed his girlfriend what other shops and entertainment places are. Passing by one of these stores, the girl noticed a displayed window with the news of the season. On one of the mannequins, a very beautiful dress of light turquoise color hung. The girl really liked it. Noticing this, Shenxi thought that it would really be nice to buy something for a girlfriend as a keepsake, to make this day special and so that she would remember him forever. He intended to fulfill all the wishes of his acquaintance no matter what, and therefore suggested that she go and try on this dress. They went to the store. The girl looked around with a smile. She was for the first time in such a place, and very soon, for the first time, trying on clothes. There were so many things in the store that her eyes scattered. So many beautiful and unusual. She could only see this through radio signals. While she was looking around, Shenxi asked the employee to bring them a dress from a window for trying on, which the television girl liked so much. Very soon, the desired dress was brought, and the girl went to the fitting room, where she spent several minutes. Soon, she came out from behind the curtains in a new dress, looking even more cute than it was before, and asked if she was going to this dress. Shenxi and the saleswoman almost unanimously said that she looks great, and the guy said that he was buying an outfit and that a girl could go right away in him. When they left the store, the girl held a bag with her old clothes and felt slightly out of place because her owner had to buy this dress because of her. But Shenxi was not at all against. He told her not to bathe and smiled, clearly making it clear that this is really not a problem. He gave her this dress, like this walk, because he wanted to see her smile and give hope and happiness. The girl smiled sadly. Thanks to the guy, she was really happy, although she knew that she had very little time. On the way back, they stumbled upon a street event dedicated to the cosplay in anime and games. Shenxi stopped to show his girlfriend and tell what kind of cosplay festival it is. A girl, an employee of this event, approached them and invited a couple to participate in their festival. They had hangers with free clothes of various characters, and they could try on it for free and take a picture. This was very interested in the girl, but she did not say a word, only examined the outfits. But Shenxi noticed her excited look. He wanted a friend to enjoy this day and invite her to participate, promising to help if something suddenly goes wrong. With the help of Shenxi and with the support of the employee, the television girl healed several different outfits, even put on a dress, incredibly similar to what Nikki usually wears. Shenxi was completely delighted. He told the girl that she looks unusually cute in everything. An employee of the festival proposed photographing them together and said that she would send them all the photos by mail later. Luo Shengxi agreed and the girl raised the camera, starting to count before click on the button and take a photo. Photo of Shen Shi and a television girl came out very colorful and beautiful. They looked harmoniously together. Already in the evening, at the end of a wonderful day, they were happy to return home to Luo Shengxi. Feeling that time was coming to an end, the girl thanked the owner for fulfilling her cherished dream. He did so much for her, even bought a dress. She was very happy to spend all day with Shengxi. Her forces ended, and gradually the body scattered into the luminous particles of magic. She said that she had no regrets. And in the millions of magic specks of dust, Luo Shengxi, with a slight smile on his face, dissolved. The guy returned home and sat on the floor for a long time. He was silent and scrolled in his head everything that happened to him in a day. It did not fit in my head that someone could suddenly take and disappear. The guy felt the blame that he could not immediately fix the TV, that he had not prevented her tragic end. Of course, he knew that sooner or later this would happen, but he did not think that the disappearance would overtake her so soon. Shenxi looked at the bag where the girl's dress was. After her departure, the clothes also evaporated, as if she had never existed. Before her eyes, her smiling, full of happiness. Her face still stood, and the last words were heard in her ears that she had no regrets. The guy looked at the photo on his phone. He could not just believe in her happiness, could not forgive himself. I could not believe that the girl really had no regrets. The next day, Luo Shengxi turned Nikki into a girl and led her into the same shopping center in which he was with a television girl. Nikki followed him, although she did not understand why, and everyone asked why they so suddenly went out for a walk, because her brother was never a lover of walks. Shenxi, in full seriousness, told her that the girl should realize herself as the main character, and Nikki asked what the main character is and whether it was possible to eat. Sometimes, the words that the protagonist flew out from his mouth could only understand himself, and the rest remained only stupidly clapping his eyes. Naturally, the reason in the walk was completely different, but Shenxi continued to hide it, saying Nikki that she always wears the same thing. And this is not a thing. The girl did not understand what was wrong with her clothes. Why change her? While the guy continued to explain that her sweet clothes stand out and other people would look at her. But Nikki still did not understand why it was something bad. Because the brother himself personally chose a cover for her, which means he chose this dress. There was nothing to cover such arguments, and Shenxi hung for a few seconds, trying to come up with the last reason why this is important. Having surrendered, he finally admitted that he really just wanted to buy new clothes for his favorite, and who would not want to dress up such a cutie? In the store, Nikki was delighted. She looked around and admired how many different clothes were there. Shenxi told the girl that she was in no hurry and choose everything that she would like. Then she will be able to try it all in the fitting room. True, the girl could not choose anything, silently looking at the department with t-shirts. Then, to the department with shirts and trousers, lost from variety only stronger with every minute. She stood in the middle of the store, felt bewildered, and did not know where to go first. Realizing that nothing would come of it, she returned to Shenxi and called him, attracting attention. The guy turned around, asking a worried girl what happened and why she was so bewildered. Nikki said that she could not choose anything. She does not know where to start because everything is so sweet here. And then the owner offered her help with a choice. True, this venture burned very quickly, and very soon, Luo Shengxi was absorbed in the choice of steep things for himself. He ran from the stand to the stand, choosing t-shirts that he had long wanted to buy, and which he liked in the color scheme, completely forgetting about Nikki. Having finished with the choice, he went to the girl, holding a whole bunch of things for himself, and not a single thing for her. Only when his eyes fell on the frustrated Nikki did he come to his senses and remembered why he had come to this shopping center at all. The girl stood with her lips pursed and almost cried while watching the owner. Shenxi apologized and began to help. This time, really help. Look for outfits for her. Nikki quickly coped with the task and soon left the fitting room in a new thing that the elder picked up to her. The only problem in this was all that she put on a t-shirt and went out only in her alone, asking her if she was going. It seemed to her that the t-shirt was not enough. But Shenxi did not listen at all. He was worried about seeing her in this form, and quickly closed the curtains, saying that in this form could not be left. He completely forgot that Nikki's clothes were initially whole and did not pick her anything on the bottom. It was necessary to give the shorts to the girl at least. Shenxi ordered the girl to be inside and not go out until he brings her shorts. After a couple of minutes, Luo gave Nikki shorts and said to put them as soon as possible so that they could go to the box office, pay for everything, and finally leave here. They returned home with the same road as a television girl. Shen-shi could not get rid of fear. Nikki looked really happy. She thanked her brother for buying her new clothes, and Shen-shi could not even raise her eyes on her. The guy stopped. Everything became too similar to yesterday. Even the sun was as low as last night. He said Nikki the same words thanks to her for this day and for making him a company on a walk today. The girl did not understand what her master said and could not understand his mood until she noticed a tear flowing down her cheek. She shook her trembling. Nikki immediately realized what was the matter, because she was always and everywhere, and saw everything that was happening to him. The bag of clothes fell out of her hands, falling with cotton to the ground. The girl rushed to Shen-shi. She hugged him tightly. Tears appeared in her eyes. Nikki could not restrain his emotions because she also felt terribly after what had happened, and said Luo Sheng-shi that he would definitely meet a television girl again. For the rest of the day, Shen-shi spent behind a computer game. She helped him be distracted from bad thoughts and raised her mood. The game was interrupted by the rumbling of the abdomen. Shen-shi finally distracted from the computer, returning to the real world. The time was 11 o'clock in the morning, and he still didn't eat anything. The young man was too carried away by the game and forgot about everything in the world. The problem was also that he ate all the noodles of quick cooking and there was nothing more in the house. Shen-shi could only regret that he did not go to the store on the way home. Luo Sheng-shi left the apartment, closing the door behind him. He was going to go into a round-the-clock shop to buy something for dinner. He went down the stairs without thinking about anything, and did not even notice that his right hand was left without bandages. And when it came, it was too late. The guy almost went outside and he would have to go back all those floors that he had already passed. Shen-shi looked at his hand, thinking about how he could forget about the bandage, and only saved the idea that the force was already used today, and it was quite possible that everything would go smoothly. The guy walked along the city street, watching passing people and landscape around him. The second part of the building next to which he lived was already completed, and Luo Sheng-shi did not even notice when this happened. The guy looked at the house with envy, thinking about why his mother did not rent an apartment here. He would prefer to live in a new building. Having reached the store, Shen bought a noodles in reserve, so that the next time he could not be left without food at the most inopportune moment. True, he was already tired of eating in this way. The youthful organism demanded another food, at least meat or vegetables. The sad and hungry Shen-shi noticed a restaurant nearby and hurried there rather, already imagining a hot, fresh dinner from a normal food prepared by a person. Inside it was neat and quiet. The time later, and few sat inside with a plate full of food. An inspired guy ordered a bowl of rice with beef with him, and the drooling had already flowed. While he was waiting, he looked at the wall clock and all thoughts about food disappeared. He was horrified, realizing that he still had to take bandages with him because he could not have time to get home on time. As soon as the dinner was ready, Shen-shi took a portion and that he was running in the direction of the house. The clock was 5 minutes at midnight, a little more, and he will not have time. Turning a bag or a pack of noodles into a person right in the middle of the street. Irritation grew with every second. Shen-shi scolded himself for inattention and scolded his house for being located so far from the store. The young people sitting in a park on a bench spoke loudly. The guy hugged the girl, clutching him right in front of Luo. The evil guy is furious from everything that he saw, and flirting young people were the last straw of his patience. Shen-shi looked at them with a murderous look and continued to hurry. It is not surprising that the guy turned his leg out of the blue. He did not look at all where he was going, and almost fell. And if he had fallen, he could definitely turn something into a girl. With the last strength, straining his body, Shen-shi miraculously resisted his feet, masterfully catching his balance, and escaped disaster. All these nerves and excitement exhausted Shen-shi. He had already forgotten that he was angry and what he was angry. The guy was just glad that he managed not to fall. He sighed heavily and put his right hand against the wall of the house to rely on something. And he was happy that nothing happened to food. When he realized what happened, it was too late. His palm lay with the entire length on concrete. It could only hope that the time was still and that a huge multi-story building could not turn into a girl. Luo Sheng-shi was mistaken. He was very mistaken, and this confirmed a bright radiance under his palm. The huge building was lit up with yellow light, scaring all people in the district, and magic came into action. The guy closed his eyes, covering his face with his hands from bright light, and silently prayed that this was all a joke. When the light went out, Shen-shi finally opened his eyes, checking what was happening around him and whether the building was in place. True, when he looked under his feet, there was nothing below, only the void and a large height. The guy yelled that there was urine from horror. falling down from the height of a huge multi-story building that disappeared a moment ago. But he did not fall on the ground. Fortunately, he didn't break anything to himself and did not even hurt him, as if landing on a pillow of safety. When he raised his head, he realized that he had fallen on an unfamiliar white-haired girl. She lay on the ground in the same way as Shenshi himself. The girl had unusual eyes in red, but at the same time they were very beautiful. She silently looked at the guy over herself, as if waiting for something. Very soon the police arrived at the scene. They surrounded the foundation of the house with a tape and interviewed witnesses. The same fate was waiting for Shenshi and the girl. She stood and silently listened to how she lit up and disappeared, or rather how the house disappeared. Unfortunately, or fortunately, Luo Shengxi, a video surveillance camera in their house, was still broken, and there was no way to see what happened. The officer who explained to Shenshi explained all this with suspicion, and added that the guy and the girl were found right in the pit with the foundation. Of course, they were interested in how they got there. The only ones of the whole house and all the people who were in the district. Shenshi looked at the blonde girl next to him, thinking that if he tells the police that the building they are looking for is standing right in front of them, then he would definitely come into the psychiatric hospital. Having slightly converted the story, he said that he was living in this house and went out to the store. And when he returned, the building suddenly disappeared, and he fell into this hole. After listening to the story of Shenshi, the man turned to the girl and asked her to tell his version of how she got to the scene. But the girl only snorted and turned her head, showing so that she was not going to say, then began to strain the police officer. Shenshi had to get out for two, he spat on the policeman. That this was his sister and she was still shocked because of what happened, and she was very shy, so she should be softer. The man sighed and simply accepted this situation, asking Shenshi to leave the phone number and passport so that he could contact him later if new details of the case appear. The guy follows all the instructions of law enforcement agencies, but he himself cannot wait for them to be released. He was very uncomfortable to be on the verge of disclosure of the secrets of the disappearance. When the survey was finally over, he grabbed the girl's hand by the hand and pulled him, taking her away from the police and reporters. Shenshi hid behind the wall of a neighboring house, frantically trying to figure out what to do now. There were too many people around, and the girl at any moment could return to her original form. He wanted to find a way to return her back as soon as possible so that no one would notice it. Suddenly, the girl spoke with the guy while he was thinking, and said that she knew him, in her words bringing the guy to himself. In order to be sure that she knew the guy correctly, she asked if he was those who did not let the car steal a month ago. Shenshi was not surprised by the fact that she remembers how much the fact that she had seen him at that moment. He said that then she should know that his right hand could turn things into girls. And they were in this situation because of his ability, though he turned her by accident and he was very sorry that it happened. The guy was very regretted that he went outside without bandages, and all that he could think about was that he would never make this mistake again. The girl smiled, the mouse as an agreement with the words of the guy. She had long wanted to mock him, but there was no opportunity. And finally, she appeared. And the task could have a long time. She smiled widely and said that it was really his fault, and he deserved everything that was happening. Shenshi looked at the contented girl either shocked or not knowingly. But he thought that he was not so. An awkward and incomprehensible atmosphere was broken by the noise of the crowd. People were still crowded where the house used to be. And now they ran somewhere, as if they had been convened for a rally. Some guy attracted attention and gathered people around him, shouting that these are all the tricks of aliens. It was the same guy who flirted with the girl in the park. Now they told everyone that the house could not just disappear, and the aliens abducted him, attracting more and more people to themselves. Shenshi looked at the whole crowd and could not understand why this was all to him. There were so many police, reporters, and people that it seemed impossible to return the girl building to the place. The guy turned to the girl. He wanted to ask her for help, but was not sure that this was a good idea, remembering her previous words. There was nowhere to go anyway, and Luo Shengxi asked the girl to help him allow all this difficult and confusing situation. But the girl only said that she did not need it. She was not tuned to the dialogue, and even more so the help of Shenshi. She was arranged by his suffering, and she wanted to follow them and continue to observe. Shenshi tried to remain calm. He tried to explain to the girl that she would soon become a building again, and he should be returned to her as soon as possible. Having surrendered, the blonde agrees to help. Nevertheless, she really wanted to return to her place. Shenggu thanks her. He is glad that they finally found a common language, and he was able to quickly convince her. Going out of the house, they decided to distract the crowd, and the girl screamed so that she was heard, asking what it was there. Everyone who was standing on the street now stared where the girl pointed out. while she said that she had exactly seen something, but she had just disappeared. Then Luo Shenxue joined the case. He acted according to the same scheme, only showed in the other direction, saying that this something had already appeared there. The guy showed into the distance, assuring people that this something flew away in that direction, and he hoped that the people would run away and give them a little time. The plan worked just beautifully, and the police and reporters and people ran away to where something flew away to catch up and catch as soon as possible. When everyone left, the girl's girl went down to the foundation pit to cancel the transformation. Fortunately, the crowd of onlookers was far away and they had time. But Shenxue was still not sure if everything would be in order if the girl simply stands there. After a second, the girl's body began to glow with a bright yellow light. She felt changes in her body, surprised. After another second, the multi-story building returned back, as if always stood here and did not disappear anywhere. People returned as soon as they saw a glow and a huge building, and Shenxue was just glad that they managed to return everything to their places. A few days later, Luo Shenxue came to the pier and began to look around. They agreed to meet with Zhang Yun. At the pier, there was a liner. There was still time before departure, and people climbed aboard. The guy stood and felt rather embarrassed. He was not sure that he'd come to the right place because Zhang Yun was not visible anywhere. A day ago, when Shenxue played games, a girlfriend suddenly called him. But the call from her was not the most amazing that happened that day. The most unexpected was her invitation to take a walk together and go to the cruise. That's why the hermit did not expect to hear from a beautiful girl. Zhang Yun, not so long ago, won a cruise on a liner for 2 in the lottery and invited Shenxue to go with her for the company. The guy immediately agreed who would refuse such a wonderful offer to conduct weekends on a ferry. And today, Shenxue stood on the pier and looked with his eyes in a huge crowd of people, Zhang Yun. The guy took out the phone to look for a while and check. Maybe the girl wrote something to him, and did not even notice how his hands were extended to him. Female hands lay on his eyes, closing them. She asked the guy to guess who it was. A smile was heard in her voice. Blinding with surprise, the guy turns to the girl who laughs loudly and asks if she had scared him. Shenxue says that for a long time not a child to be afraid of one. And they, together with Zhang Yun, go to the ship. They climbed along with a crowd of people aboard. Employees asked to line up and not crowded. Very soon, Jun Yun and Luo Shenxue climbed to the deck, and while the girl was delighted to look around, the guy barely dragged her with a suitcase. It was her suitcase, and he was extremely heavy. Shenxue asked his girlfriend to go a little slower, to which Zhang Yun said that the gentleman should not complain when she carries the luggage of the girl he helps. A sudden noise attracted their attention. They turned around and saw a crowd of dissatisfied people who, because of something, argued very loudly. The girl looked with curiosity at the resulting traffic jam, asking aloud why they all gathered there and what happened. One of the women stood there, screamed at the employees, accusing them of deceit. She said that she would dishev them for the fact that the ship was undergoing service today, and they would only be able to go tomorrow. The man who was an employee of the ship tried to resolve the question and assured people that they were doing everything possible to finish as quickly as possible, while they have time to walk around the local shopping center. Shenxue sighed quietly, saying that apparently this prize in the lottery was only so that they spent in their shopping center. Jungwon began to worry very much. She did not know what this would happen and did not know what to do now. There was still nothing to do, and the guys went shopping, carrying all the heavy baggage of things. The girl ran around the store, examining clothes and souvenirs, and even found a bag that she had long wanted. She was ready to buy everything that was there. Shenxue stood aside and watched her, thinking about how terrible female shopping was. Suddenly, he notices the same product that attracted his attention and which the guy would definitely want to purchase. It was a large model of the ship, apparently, a military war vessel, an accurate reduced copy. Luo Shenxue wanted him. He thought about what it would be nice and to buy something for himself. For example, this beautiful model. After a few long, tiring hours of standing in lines, they finally came to their room and Zhang Yun immediately lay on the bed. She was very tired after such long walks and really wanted to lie down on this soft and comfortable bed, which, to the surprise of Shenxue, was the only one in the room. The guy smiled weakly, asking his girlfriend, "Where to sleep then if the bed is only one?" The girl with a smile patted her bed next to her, hinting at a joint sleep. But Shenxue quickly and categorically refused. And he added that he already has a girlfriend in whom he is selflessly in love and does not intend to sleep with others in the same bed. These words were shocked by Zhang Yun. She was so shocked by this information that she jumped up. She never heard Shenxue say something like that and could not even think that such as him could once fall in love with a girl. But it came to her too quickly who exactly the hermit who was not leaving the house could fall in love with. And she asked, he could not actually fall in love with that child. Luo Shengshi did not answer, only embarrassed, looking away. And Jun Yun was surprised even more, asking what she was for the subject. It was no longer possible to retreat back. If he continues to be silent, then a girlfriend can come up with something strange. And the guy said that he was in love with his phone. The girl looked away, she did not expect this, and said that this is all due to the fact that the uprote and the phone is a couple created in heaven. Encouraged by the thought of seeing the lady of the heart of his friend, Yang Yun slammed her hands and demanded to show Nikki right now. Shenshi was either in horror or in shock. He himself could not understand what he felt in this strange situation, but showing Nikki was too embarrassed right now. Having removed the bandages from his right hand, he touched the smartphone and transformed it into Nikki. Very soon, the young girl stood in the middle of their cabin. Jong Yun looked at her with enthusiasm. She really liked dear Nikki, her tails and dress, and no one paid any attention to Xin Shai. She grabbed a telephone girl by the hand, approaching her closer, and smiled happily, baby Nikki. Introducing herself to Zhang Yun, a childhood friend Luo Shengxi, she said that Nikki could call her older sister. The girl did not expect this. She only transformed and was a little bewildered, but still smiled back and greeted a new familiar. Zhang Yun hugged Nikki tightly, clutching her to her, and said that she was so sweet and sleeps tonight with her. Nikki looked uncertainly at her owner when she heard that she was sleeping today with a new acquaintance, who she knew for only a minute, and she asked, but what about him? Would he not sleep with them and go somewhere in another place, leaving her alone? Zhang Yun, with a smile on her face, looked at Shayna Shi and said that he would sleep with them and lie down in the middle. Luo imagined how it would be uncomfortable and awkward to sleep between two beautiful girls. He was shocked by such a statement. He quickly hastened to abandon such a peculiar sentence. Retreating one step back, he had to tell his childhood girlfriend not to make fun of him in this way. Zhang Yun laughed, seeing his reaction, but Nikki did not understand them. She was very upset when Shen Shi said that she would not sleep with them, and asked why he refused. The girl went to Shen Shi in a whisper, asking why he did not explain anything to Nikki about adulthood and the difference between girls and guys. Luo Shengxi said that he did not have time. Turning to the telephone girl who asked where they were, he explained to her that they were now on a cruise liner, but unfortunately, he went only tomorrow, so they have only this cabin. Zhang Yun kept him, connecting to the conversation, and asked if Nikki wanted to look at the sea. Since they were still in the port, they could look at the sea even from the window of their cabin. Nikki had never seen the sea live in her life. She caught fire very much and said that she really wanted to go to sea as soon as possible. Zhang Yun took a new girlfriend by the arm, offering to go and take a little walk along the deck to look at the liner and water. But Luo Shenshu did not really like this idea. He said that it was already quite late and it was dark on the street. It will be difficult to see why not to go to bed and go tomorrow. The girl was unhappy with this attitude of the guy. She said that they were just walking, and even in one evening they still could not inspect the whole ship. In addition, there were not two of them now, and they must certainly take into account the opinion of Nikki, who was very enthusiastic and wanted to go. 2 against 1. The desire of the girls to take a walk won the desire of Shen Shu to stay in the cabin, and the 3 of them went to the deck. The night sky was strewn with stars, like precious stones. They went to the side of the ship, looking at the incredible landscape. Nikki looked very happy. For the first time in her life, she saw the sea, and such an incredible look immediately imprinted in her memory and heart. Luo Shengshi looked at the girl in love with his loving eyes, unable to look away. He also first saw such a beautiful picture. Zhang Yun smiled and said that since Nikki liked the look so much, she could ask Shen Shi the next time to take her to the beach. Nikki looked at the guy, smiling happily, and asked if he would lead her to the seashore to walk in the future. Shen Shi looked away. He was too awkward to cross his eyes with his love, and said that he would definitely lead. A joyful girl pointed to the side, which she really wanted to visit, and called the rest behind her, running forward. True, she did not run far away. Men appeared ahead and Nikki crashed into the chest of one of them. She raised her head to people, asking for forgiveness for hitting him and for not looking where she went. But these guys turned out to be with those freaks. One of them grabbed the girl by the hand, saying that he did not know that there was such a cute girl. They invited her to draw up a company for them, though they would not have accepted the refusal anyway, but they were killed, tearing out Nikki's hand from the grip. Zhang Yun closed Nikki herself, strictly speaking that she would not work with them, protecting her friend from dirty garbage, but instead, they only rewarded them even more. because now there were two beauties in front of them, and they began to insist that they both go with them. Zhang Yun recoiled back. Fear settled inside. She began to scream at them, asking what nonsense they were carrying. Luo Shenshi came to the rescue. He closed both girls himself, saying to the freaks to go away, because they are about to return to the cabin. Two idiots frowned. The appearance of some kind of weakness in the form of Shen Shi began to annoy them. One of them pushed Shen Shi to the side with force, knocking down and ordering to get lost. Seeing this, both girls, and Zhang Yun, and Nikki, cried out, frightened by his friend. While the guy was lying on the ground recovering after a push, the freaks continued to pester the girls, persuading them to go together to drink and have fun. Luo Shengshai was not physically gifted. He was never strong, and there were two of them yet. He perfectly understood that he would not cope with two at once. He did not know how to be and how to save his friends. Frantically examining his things in order to find at least something for self-defense. Noticing the model of the ship, Shenshi took it and thought that he could throw something in the ugly bastards to distract. Such a maneuver could give the girls the time to run away. Shenshi was filled with determination at all costs to save Zhang Yun and Nikki. Suddenly, his strength was activated again, despite the fact that not so long ago, the phone has already become a man. This time the sensations were completely different. They were painful. The hand burned as if he put her into the fire. The ship covered with a bright radiance. The next second, the whole liner lit up with light. Magic poured in a stream, and it was unlikely that none of the vacationers noticed such a flash. A young girl with a short haircut and in the shape of a sailor appeared from the light, slowly landing on the floor in front of Shen Shi. She immediately took a step forward. Her tall boots tapped wood heels. Despite her low growth and pretty appearance, she radiated danger. The girl closed Luo Shenshi, strictly looking at the guys in front of her. The bastards, as soon as they saw her, immediately switched to a new target. The third girl, who appeared out of nowhere, clearly attracted them stronger. Shenshi looked at the stranger in front of him, unable to understand how his combat aircraft carrier was able to turn into a person if Nikki was still here. Having let go of Zhang Yun, the freaks headed for the new one, using the moment. While everyone was confused and do not understand what was happening here, they leaned toward her, asking where she came from and what kind of grand that was the grandeur. The girl did not even take his eyes. She stood at the string humbly, not taking her eyes off the men in front of her, while she brazenly looked at her. Thinking that this is the most ordinary salesgirl, one of them pulled her dirty hands to her, but the sailor deftly repulsed someone else's palm. She ordered the freaks not to touch her with a stern voice, introducing them into a short stupor with her behavior. Such an action only raised the freaks. They grinned, saying that the girl is a little lifted up. The girl turned to Luo Shenshi, reporting to her captain that she saw how these guys did not show him proper respect and how they molested the girls in the daytime. She asked her to give her to resist two ugly scum, turning to the guy as a real soldier. Nevertheless, Shenshi was very confused. He did not fully understand what was happening around him and was not sure whether it was worth contacting the guys at all. But the answer did not force him for a long time. The men laughed at the top of his voice. They laughed from him and from the new girlfriend that came to their aid. They ridiculed her, said that she was behaving as if she was thinking that she was in the theater, and offered her to join them. Such an attitude towards the girl was again angry with Shen Shi. He remembered the feeling what he was experiencing when they began to pester Nikki and Zhang Yun. The guy rose to his feet. He was determined to teach them how to teach them how to teach them and take revenge on the offended girls. He shouted to the ship to the aircraft carrier that he became a man. Good to use force against enemies. The girl nodded, like a soldier who accepted the order of her commander. She was calm and full of confidence. One of the guys pulled her hand to her again, continuing to persuade to go with them and drink together. But he did not even have time to finish one phrase. At the lightning speed of two powerful men, a few blows were knocked down. Shenshi in shock watched the warship in action, amazed at how strong it is. And yet she did a wonderful job and the guy was very proud of her. Smiling at the whole mouth. True, the next second the girl activated two guns on her hand, the very ones that are usually used on such ships. She directed the weapon to the guys lying in an unconscious state, about to shoot enemies. Luo Shenshi hastened to stop her, asking loudly to remove the weapon because she had already done enough and the murder would be too much. The guy thought that it is impossible to give her to kill someone and that it would be necessary to tell a sailor about the laws. The girl looked somehow even disappointed. She obediently hid the guns, lowering her hand along the body. Then she turned sharply to Shen Shi, putting her palm to the temple, and reported that the mission was completed. Shen Shi praised her, but he himself did not know how this could be commented at all. While Nikki and Jong-yoon approached them, thanks to her for help, the sailor smiled at them for the first time this evening and said that she had to do it and was glad to help. Someone's steps from the side were heard. The guard's voice asked what was happening there and what kind of noise. Shenchi said that this is the crew and it was necessary to leave as soon as possible until they were noticed and they have no problem. He quickly took his friends away while the ship employee was busy with men found in disconnection. When they were in the cabin, Jong-yoon and Nikki fell asleep almost immediately. They were very exhausted today. Luo Shengxi sat in a chair. He again shook his right hand so as not to turn anything into a man again. For the first time, he was able to turn something into a person twice a day, although usually his ability was limited to one transformation per day. Raising his eyes, the guy noticed that the little girl had stared at him all this time. It was extremely embarrassed to be under such a close supervision. He looked away and asked not to stare at him, to which the girl asked for forgiveness and closed her eyes. Shenshi felt embarrassed and awkwardness. This girl did not give him rest because he did not know how to behave, and yet in front of him was a girl in a military marine uniform. The guy was very happy because he always dreamed of seeing something like that. Noticing the view of Captain Shen Shi on herself, the young lady asked if he had any orders for her, which caused a nervous laughter among the young man. He said that there were no orders. To be with her in one room was damn awkward. Shenshi once again felt like a sailor not at ease. The next morning, when the sun only made his way into the cabin, illuminating it, Luo Shenshu woke up. He did not remember when he fell asleep and how he managed to fall into a dream sitting in an armchair. Because of this posture, the body was slightly breaking. Having come to his senses, the guy looked at the chair opposite where the girl, who was a warship, was sitting yesterday, but there was nobody there. In the seat lay a model of an aircraft carrier. The girl has long turned into herself. The forces of Shen Shi came to an end, and this meant that Nikki also had to turn back. The guy looked at the bed to check. His mobile phone and really again became a small electronic box and calmly lay for himself next to another girl. Luo Shenxi, a little sleepy and therefore inhibited, noticed that someone was lying nearby. He completely forgot about Jong-yoon. The girl slept tightly, lounging on the bed and throwing off her blanket, and even the sunlight did not woke her. Shenxi was embarrassed by the pose in which the girl fell asleep and patted his head to distract and wake up. The girl woke up a minute later. She slowly opened her eyes, examining the room. She sat on the bed, yawning widely, and looked at the embarrassed guy in front of her. Jong-yoon twala's eyes, wishing a good morning to a friend. Her hair was disheveled after a long sleep. Luo Shenxi looked away, wanting a good morning in response. He still could not come to his senses. He said that he would go to the shower to refresh and cheer up, and ran away, leaving the girl alone. Jong-yoon noticed how the young man was in a hurry to run away, and thought why he was so strange in the morning early. For a long time, Shenxi did not linger in his shower, and when they both gathered and were ready, they went to breakfast, where the captain of the liner greeted them on a speakerphone. He said that their next goal will be Japan, which was very surprised by Shenxi, who did not know where the cruise is moving in his soul. Jong-yoon said that in Japan they would not stay for a long time, and she was surprised that the guy did not know about it. To which Shenxi replied that the girl had all this time tickets and he had no chance to look at them. Thinking about Japan, Luo began to fantasize about how much he could buy in stores of the island state. He laughed softly, a tambourine under his breath, that it would be necessary to buy that and this and much more, making a list for himself. Such a reaction was slightly strained by Jong-yoon. The girl said that he was going crazy, afraid to even imagine why he was so happy. When they returned to the room, the girl began to demand from Shenxi so that he again called Nikki. She said that Nikki, his girlfriend, was like nothing, and Shenxi will not have a more chance to ride with her on the cruise. The guy felt extremely awkward. Not that he did not want to see Nikki, but he had the feeling that they were manipulated. Not daring to argue anymore, he took off the bandages and a minute later, a bewildered black-haired girl stood next to them. Luo did not have time to approach the girl. Jong almost knocked him down, running up first and offering to walk along the ship together. Nikki looked at her in surprise. She did not expect that she would be turned again, and certainly did not think that the girl would want to spend time with her so hard. Together with Jong-yoon, they first went to massage to the spa. They chatted cheerfully while the procedures were taking place. After that, they chose a new dress for Nikki, and the three of them went to the cafe to drink tea and chat a little about different things. Later in the evening, the company went to a restaurant to have dinner, and Jong-yoon watched with a smile as a couple of pigeons chatting sweetly with each other. Their cute conversation was interrupted by a loud voice. The man aside reported someone, and Shen Shi and the girl turned towards the speaker. The man in glasses said that he realized that his companions were not in the room last night only when they knocked on him and said that they were found unconscious on the deck. On the contrary, two freaks were sitting on him that yesterday they molested Nikki and Jong Yun. They asked for forgiveness from their older brother, but the man did not calm down in any way. He was very angry and told them not to dare to drink anymore, not to roam in this state on the deck, and not to fight with anyone, as they did yesterday. The guys unanimously said that they did not remember anything that happened to them last night. Three heroes watched this scene, listening to the whole conversation. They did not expect to see yesterday's company here, but the way they were reported, like young children, greatly amused friends, they laughed, continuing dinner. The next day, they sailed to Japan, and already on the bus, Turgut greeted them in Okinawa, saying that they would stop here for 2 days and 1 night at the hotel with hot springs. Luo Xingshi listened to the explanations and looked out the window with his mouth wide open. He was completely delighted and looked at the landscapes of Japan. Such a sport as he, Animeshnik, and Gaiman always dreamed of getting to Japan, and then a hotel with hot springs. The guy burst into tears with happiness, shouting how he was glad, how happy he is now in this bus, scaring such a violent reaction by Jun Yun. They were carried by the most famous sights, old palaces and temples. Shen Shi and Jong Yun made many photos from each place. They saw a memorial tower, the cornerstone of the world, after listening to the story of this monument of the history of Japan. After that, we went to the big oceanarium. Shen Shi shot on the video the most interesting marine residence they saw. And at the end of such a busy day, they were brought to the hotel, and Shen Shi went into his dream room in an old Japanese traditional style. Shen Shi examined the room, rejoicing at everything that he saw. Whether it was a closet like in the anime Doraemon, a floor of tatami, or paper doors straight from anime, 2 feet were lying on the floor, and even something so simple, Shen Shi was madly happy, although he often sleeps on the floor at home. Jong Won watched the guy's behavior all day and still did not cease to be amazed at his reaction. She had never noticed how strange he was. After checking into the room, friends went to the hotel restaurant to have dinner and ordered traditional dishes. The girl asked how Shina she a trip, for which the guy began to unrestrain her for the fact that she fulfilled his dream. After that, she suddenly remembered the fact that they lived next to hot springs and it was necessary to visit them. But Luo Xingshi did not need to say anything. He was already tuning to visit his favorite place from the anime. Jong Yun asked the guy to turn Nikki again into a girl, so that she could go with her together to the female part. The guy was not sure that this was a good idea. He was very worried about his girlfriend, besides he would not be next to her. But his girlfriend convinced him that everything would be fine, and she would look after the cutie Nikki. After the transformation, Jong Yun dressed the girl in yukata and slapped to make it easier to take a bath in hot sources. They stood at different inputs, and the girls said goodbye to Shen Shi to finally go to take a steamer in hot water. The girls in the yukata looked charming. Jong Yun gathered her hair, while Nikki dismissed her tails. Luo Xingshi was upset that he would have to be in a source alone, and he was even more upset by what a friend asked for his company to bring Nikki. The pool had no one. Jong Yun was very pleased, as if this place was reserved for them. Having removed the yukata, the girls climbed into the water and began to enjoy a pleasant pastime. Hot water relaxed well. Jong Yun asked Nikki about her feelings, to which she was answered that it was quite hot here. The girl explained to the youngest that in the beginning it is always so, but it is still impossible to sit in the sources for a long time, otherwise it could become bad. After relaxing in Japan, friends were sitting on an airplane and listening to how, according to a speakerphone, passengers talked about what could be done on board, how to lower the seats and where to throw out the garbage. Luo Xingshi shook. He didn't even listen to what the employees were told. The guy was sitting, clenching, and carefully avoided the look from the window. Jong Yun was sitting next to him in a neighboring seat, sighed heavily and did not understand how she was in such a situation. The guy held on to her with a dead grip, a little more, and he would definitely cry with horror. Jong said that he did not think that he was afraid of heights. When asked why he did not ask her to change tickets, he was so afraid. Shen Shi replied that they were not at home for too long, and on the liner the road would take too much time. Jong Yun had no choice but to reconcile, although she still did not understand why to agree to fly if you were afraid. She felt with which friend squeezed her hand with and could no longer endure. The girl asked. He could not stop pulling her, to which Shen Shi burst into tears, saying that he could not. He did not have the strength to restrain his tears, and he could not force himself to release his girlfriend. This fear was stronger than him. Jong-won had no other choice, and she invited a friend to sleep, and when he wakes up, they will already land and he will not have to shake like that. Luo Shengxu agreed with the girl's idea, thinking that this was really a good idea. At least this nightmare will end faster. Nevertheless, he did not want to let go of his girlfriend, and asked if he could continue to hold on to her hand, to which Zhang Yun gave him his consent. Shen Shi did not oversleep for long. Very soon the girl began to shake him and wake him up. Fear sounded in her voice. The guy woke up quite quickly, but his eyes opened with difficulty, looking at the girl in front of him. Zhang Yun looked very scared. Her voice was trembling. She screamed that they had problems and Shen Shi should wake up as soon as possible. The people on the plane shouted and panicked, and on the speakerphone asked to pull out the life vests from under the seats and put on themselves. The girl with tears in her eyes looked at Shina Xu, asking what to do and how to be. She was very afraid that they could die. The guy flooded with the courage. He could not allow Junyun to die, and, feeling like a hero, he stated that he would save her. He quickly pulled off the bandage from his hand, asking the Might Girl to save them, and was full of confidence that he was doing everything right. It touches the wall of the aircraft with the hand. The magic is activated, and the entire interior fills with bright light. Very soon, a beautiful girl in the form of a stewardess, and with the wings of the aircraft behind her back, appear in the air. She looks in surprise at the guy that he turned her into a person, and Shen Shi rejoiced that he did. The next second, all the stupidity of his act reaches him, because he now ended up in the open sky. Like hundreds of other passengers, they all flew down from a great height, and one single girl emit would never have saved so many people with their current growth. Luo Shengxu flew down, realizing that no one would save them, and the next second the guy was blown up by his seat, screaming with horror. It was just a dream, and he understood this only when he noticed how the whole plane looked at him with surprise and excitement. The stewardess went to their places, asking everything in order and why the young man screamed so suddenly. Luo Shengxu felt so embarrassing as never before his life. He said that everything was fine. He just dreamed of a nightmare. Closer to the night, they finally reached the airport alive. Shen Shi and Zhang Yun went outside with their luggage. The guy thanked the girl for taking him with her on this journey. He had a wonderful time and had fun. Well, after that, he asked how they would go home, offering to call one taxi for two so that it was easier. But Zhang Yun said that her father would take her by car, and at the same moment a gray car stopped in front of them. The man lowered the front glass, calling a girl by name so that she got into the car as quickly as possible. He threw a displeased look at Luo Shengxu. His father was clearly angry at the guy, but for which no one knew. The girl said goodbye to her friend and got into the car, depending on how Shengxu waves her hand in parting. As soon as she got into the car, they immediately drove away, leaving Luo Shengxu alone in the middle of the street at night. The guy stood still in place for some time, thinking about why the man was staring at him so closely. After some time, the young man came home, going into his apartment and joyfully speaking that he was at home. In response, meow was heard. Shen Shi turned on the light in the room to quickly see his baby Mimi. He stroked the cat on the head, saying how he missed and wondering if she behaved well while he was not at home. But as soon as he raised his eyes and examined his room, as the guy immediately disappeared. The apartment had a real pogrom. Everything was lying on the floor, and some books were torn with pages at all. Luo Shengxu loudly shouted at Mimi. The next morning, the guy woke a phone call. At such a time, only his mother could call him. But this time, he was waiting for a surprise. Shen Shi and Mimi did not immediately woke up. The young man really woke up very hard in the morning. On the clock, there was 9:30 in the morning. Shen Shi reluctantly took the phone, even despite the name of the caller. He didn't even get out of the blanket, continued to lie, asking in a sleepy voice who was calling. But as soon as he heard the displeased voice of Yang Yun from the speaker, as a young man, he immediately blew up. So who he certainly did not expect to hear. Shen Shi woke up quickly. The sound was already more cheerful and asked his girlfriend what happened, why she was so suddenly calling him. The girl said that in Japan, she bought a gift for him, but forgot to give it completely, so she sent it with delivery and soon he must come. She says that it is not necessary to thank her, although Shen Shi did not have time to say a word, and she throws off the call immediately after she said everything she wanted. The guy does not have time to come to his senses after such news as the doorbell calls him, preventing him from realizing the said Zhang Yun. The courier outside the door is interested in whether anyone is at home, bringing Shen Shi to his feelings. The guy breaks away and runs to the door screaming, which is already going to make the courier know that someone is still at home. Having received the parcel, Luo sits down at the table and carefully opens it so as not to accidentally damage what lies inside. When he opened the box, he lost his ability to speak, looking at the gift and not believing his eyes. He held in his hands the figure of a sweet girl in a maid outfit, with a stand and additional accessories. It was a limited figure for his beloved anime Shen Shi. He dreamed of buying her since she went to sale. A special outfit, which can only be reached with a limited version, was also going on to this figurine. Luo Shengxi thanked his guardian angel Zhongyun, who made him such a wonderful gift almost with tears in his eyes. He looked at the box with a smile and thought that it would be necessary to open it as soon as possible and study a new figure, trying to be as accurately as possible so as not to damage anything. Shensha began to get the inside of the package from the box. While he did this and put the package on the table, accidentally hooked a bandage beyond the edge of the plastic and broke it, not even noticing it. Immediately after that, the guy took the figure in his hands, pulling it carefully, and touched the open place on his finger with an open place to the toy girl. Suddenly, his hand lit up. The radiance was coming from the figure. The girl was slowly absorbed by a wave of light. Shenja closed his eyes, not understanding what was happening and how magic could be activated, because he was definitely with a bandaged hand. Bright, glowing yellow, magical pentagram appeared for a second, saying that magic came into action. A cute horn girl, in shape, landed on the floor. Her pink hair framed a white rim with black. Under her dress, bows, she smiled joyfully, putting her hand on her cheek, and exclaimed that she became a man. Luo Shengxi sat in deep shock, not taking his eyes with a joyful girl who delightedly examined her human body. He could not understand how the figure became a man. He was so scared that he began to think that it was all because of an external influence. The guy remembered for sure that he did not take off the bandages and could not even think that they could break due to his negligence. When he realized that all the same, the girl became so because of his super sila, he thought that he had to calm down. But how would you calm down when the maid calls you a master? Shenshi thought that he was heard, because he could not be a reality that was happening, and asked the girl to repeat the last phrase. She obediently asked her master in order. The young man almost cried with happiness, forgetting his unrest and fears. He never thought that he would really be called a master, just like in his favorite anime. Finally, having come to his senses, Luo Shensha coughed softly. He should have reassured himself and accepted the situation. The girl sat opposite him and listened carefully to how her master said that she did not see the point of giving her a new name, since she already had her own name, Kimko. The maid smiled and said that she would not mind if she was given a new name. But Shenshi remembered the words Zhongyun that he completely did not know how to invent the names, and understood that nothing good would come of it anyway. So he awkwardly smiled at a new girlfriend and said that he was not strong in inventing the names, so it would be better if she has her own. A girl named Kimko asked her new owner whether he needed something from her. For example, cleaning or washing, because since she was a maid, she felt that she was obliged to help the master of the household. While she comprehended her words, Kimko examined his room and said that she was rather dirty, and she could have happened here. Luo already felt awkward from this situation. He remembered that he had completely forgotten to get out in the room before going on a cruise. So Mimi arranged a mess in his absence. While he was thinking, the girl jumped to her feet, attracting attention. She was ready to start working at any second. She was full of determination and said that she would take care of the house of her master, so he may no longer worry about the cleanliness of the apartment. Shenshi did not have time to say anything. The maid ran past him, saying that she herself would find everything necessary for cleaning. The owner of the apartment remained sitting in complete silence. He had no words to describe what he felt now. Cleaning in the apartment at Kameko took several hours, and when she finished, she exhaled in relief, feeling pleasant fatigue. The girl smiled, looking at the fruits of her labors, at how the apartment shone with purity, as if new. Luo Shensha caught his breath with delight. For the first time, he saw his apartment to shine like that. The window and door to the balcony seemed to sparkle. The sunlight passed through them, and as if it had become cleaner. The floor was so pure that it sparkled already. It was evident in it by a reflection of objects and people. Shenshi thanked Kimko, to which the girl answered him that she should not thank her and she was glad to help. It was not so bad to have a maid in assistance. She was not only sweet, also cleaned up. It would be nice to call her once a month. The guy thought that if he did so, he could save the money that his mother gives him to the cleaner, then to buy even more figures for herself. Thoughts about the figures led him to think about what will happen if he bought himself even more figures of maid girls. Luo Shengxi introduced himself as a baron, surrounded by 3 beautiful young girls who stood around him and took care of their master in every way. He thought that this was a pretty good idea, completely immersed in his dreams and forgetting everything that is happening around him. Watching her happy master, Kimiko decided that he was so glad that she took the apartment and she was delighted. But suddenly, their general happiness was interrupted by the rumbling of the abdomen, Luo Shenxi. The maid noticed this, thinking that the masters could not be left hungry. The guy said that he did not even notice how time flew and he was hungry. But it was not surprising because he had not eaten anything in the morning. These words very inspired Kimiko. The girl with a joyful smile said that she would cook food for Shenxi. The guy's eyes were getting on his forehead in surprise. He did not expect that his new maid also knew how to cook. Kimiko smiled, putting her hand to her chest, and said that if she wants to be perfect maid, she should be able to cook. Hearing this, Luo was very happy, even stronger than a cleaned apartment because he had not eaten normal home food for so long. He began to think that she could cook, sorting out different dishes in his head. And he completely forgot that from the products in his house there was only a quick made noodles. The girl asked the master to wait a bit while she cooked something and went to the kitchen. She disappeared around the corner, rejoicing at the opportunity to prepare something for her master, and already imagined how he would be glad. True, 5 minutes did not pass. The girl returned, carefully peering around the corner and looking at her master. She turned to him, attracting the attention of Shen Shi, who at that time enjoyed Mimi. The maid frowned, asking why he had only drinks in the refrigerator and on the shelves of snacks and packs with noodles. Luo Shengxi recalled that he really had never bought products and asked for forgiveness from Kimiko, saying that he usually does not cook. Having evaluated the situation, the girl enthusiastically stated that she was going to go to the store and ordered Shen Shenshi to stay at home and rest. The guy immediately blown up to his feet, stopping the active maid. He could not allow her to go outside in this form. So he said that she could simply cook him a quick cook noodles, and if she finds eggs in the refrigerator, he can add them. But the girl was so easy not to spend, she said that the noodles were not nutritious. And then the guy added that he was really terribly hungry and would not wait until she skimp. So, it is better to get on a noodles today. Kimiko was even a little upset. She really wanted to demonstrate her skills but did not argue with the master. She returned to the kitchen, engaged in cooking dinner from what was lying in the refrigerator, and Shen Shi, meanwhile, sat in the room and waited. Suddenly there was a cry of Kimiko. Luo Shengxi rose to his feet and ran into the kitchen, excited in his voice asking what happened. The girl was sitting on the floor, she almost cried, looking at her master and forcing him to worry even more. The maid held the weight of the right hand on the weight and cried, saying that she was burned and now she was painful. Luo Shengxi did not find words. He thought that she was seriously injured, that something happened, just a nightmare, and then a small burn. He smiled weakly, saying that he needed to cool his finger, and helps his new girlfriend stand on his feet. He leads it to the sink and carefully takes it by the wrist, substituting a wounded finger under a stream of cold water. Kimiko carefully looks at her master. She is very embarrassed by the fact that she made the young man worry, instead of being useful. She lowers her head guilty and asks for forgiveness for causing Shenshine's sheer troubles. But Luo does not bother at all. He smiles kindly, tells the girl not to worry and thanks for preparing for him. These words soothe Kimiko. She smiles and rejoices that her master is such a kind and good person. As soon as Kimiko finished cooking, she put food in front of the master and he ate everything that was on the plate in a matter of minutes. He rested his hand on the floor behind and smiled happily, clapping his stomach and saying that he had eaten. The guy praises the food of the maid, thanks to her, to which the girl replies that she is glad that her master is satisfied. Complete enthusiasm, it is blown up to her feet and proudly declares that it will pass through hell for the well-being of her master. Shensha looked at her. This whole scene was too much like anime, but he still said that he was hoping for her so as not to upset. In the next minute, Luo yawned widely, feeling the drowsiness and pleasant gain in the body rolling. He said that he feels very sleepy, and these words gave rise to a new idea in the head of a restless maid. She asked if her master wanted to sleep, to which she was explained that Shenshi is always sleepy after eating. Kimiko advised the guy to lie down and take a little nap since this is what he wants, and she still looks after him in the apartment. Luo Shengxi agreed, but after a minute when he was lying on Kimiko's knees, regretted his decision. The situation was strange, especially for Shenshi. He did not understand at what moment he began to use the girl's legs as a pillow. He felt very uncomfortable. Shame rolled in waves. The guy was too awkward to lie on a girlish knees. But Kimiko did not see any problems in this. She asked whether it was convenient for her to the master, and maybe she should sing a lullaby to him, only strongly driving Shenshi into the paint. After these words, the young man sat sharply, surprising the maid of his behavior, but he could not continue to lie. He told her that he really wanted to take a nap a little, hoping that these words will at least somehow hint the girl at all the awkwardness of the situation. But Kimiko was not inferior. She asked in response to her legs not the best place to sleep, because in an anime they always do this. Such arguments were difficult to refute, especially when Shenshi wanted to hide the fact of his embarrassment. He hung for a minute, not knowing what to say. Then he decided to take the last chance, telling the girl that he really wants to sleep on the bed. But these words were very upset by the horn girl. She decided that it was inconvenient to sleep on her legs. Luo Shengxi hastened to say that this was not in mind, but the girl already managed to swarm, lowering her head. He fell silent, looking at his girlfriend with a lost look. He could not tell her that the point was not that he was inconvenient on her feet, but that he was embarrassed by such proximity. Hearing that the master did not mean anything like that, Kimiko decided everything again for herself, not consulting with the guy, and laid him back to her knees. She said that she would tell him a story before going to bed and began his fairy tale about the hikikomori producer, who once lived in his apartment. Shenshi had no choice, and he put up with, closed his eyes and began to fall asleep under the story of how this recluse received superpowiality. Surprisingly, Luo Shengxi really could fall asleep. He quickly fell into a dream on the soft hips of the maid, oversleeping until the evening. By that time, Kimiko had already turned back into the figure, and Mimi lay on the pillow next to the owner and slept sweetly. While they saw dreams, golden dust appeared in the room, starting to spin and glow with a magic radiance. A magic circle was activated, which usually appears when something transforms. But this time Luo Shengxi had nothing to do with it. In the middle of the room, a golden-haired goddess with rubies in her hair appeared, the very beautiful lady from the dream that gave the guy his strength. She silently looked at how the young man sleeps tightly on the floor, not even noticing her presence. Shina Shi sweetly sniffed. He felt neither danger nor a catch, and he was not going to wake up in the near future. This attitude was very angry with the goddess. She dagged, contemptuously looking at the young man. She could not forgive him for such a disrespect for herself, and therefore was not going to nurse with him. Clicking her fingers, the next second, a huge amount of water hung over Luo in the air, which the goddess restrained by its strength. The woman clicked her fingers again, and all this water with spray fell on Luo Shengxi and Mimi, covering them from head to toe. The sleeping people who did not expect a catch cried out with fear, sharply waking up and breaking in place. They sat together, looking around, and did not understand what this happened now, where all this water came from. Shengxi stared at the woman in front of him, who stated that he had finally woke up. The guy strained. He did not recognize her and did not know who it was and how he got into his apartment. He looked at the maid figure next to him. Kimiko had already returned back, and it is quite possible that he turned something else into a girl. The goddess told him not to look for anything because she is not an object. She is real, like himself. She called herself the goddess and introduced herself as the name of Alice, saying that he could so far contact her like that. Luo Shengxi looked at her with surprise. He did not know how to react to the appearance of the deity in his room. Alice looked at the guy and, seeing his reaction, realized that he did not remember her and unlikely to guess what was happening without help. She sighed quietly, already regretting that she gave the strength to this genius of thought, and asked whether he remembers or not. A couple of months ago they had already met. Alice hoped that such help would be enough for the guy to finally remember. And she was right. Shenshi immediately guessed where the face of an uninvited guest seemed to him from. The events of that night flashed before his eyes as he fell asleep and met in a dream with a beautiful golden-haired stranger. He loudly said that he remembered that she was the same girl who dreamed about him, asked strange questions, and then awarded the supersized. The goddess sat straight in the air, throwing her foot on her foot, and created a cup of black tea for herself from nothing. She was afraid that the guy would not remember her, because he did not look too smart, and brought the cup to his lips, drinking a sip. Luo Shengxi silently suffered an undisguised insult and patiently watched how the so-called goddess drank tea at his house. But his anger quickly came to naught. As soon as he remembered in what excellent forms a woman possesses, a continuous joy for the eyes. Alice, as if she had read his thoughts, said to hold her imagination, completely calmly continuing to drink tea. The young man came to his senses and decided that he had to know why she gave him these forces, and asked this question directly into the eyes of the goddess. He asked why she chose him, without even noticing that he had spoke with Alice for you all this time, and without due respect. And very soon the guy paid for this. Tea was poured on his head and the porcelain cup remained upside down. Luo Shengxi's Sina fell into a stupor. He did not expect this strange woman to pour him a drink directly onto her hair. He looked at her in all eyes, listening to him. as he was told to be less rude and take a cup of tea before talking about business. Shenxue was silent and thought about how rude this goddess Alice turned out to be. She threw a cup of tea at him, and the guy was just lucky that he was not hot. Ignoring the anger and indignation of the young man, the woman created another cup of tea, wondering if he was still tea. Luo already realized that this offer means to get another cup on his head, so he politely refused, interested in how to contact the guest. Bringing the cup to his lips, the goddess told him to turn to her by Madame Alice. The guy smiled and began to wipe tea from his hair. He paraphrased his question and was now more politely and carefully interested in why Madame Goddess gave the strength to him. Not a single muscle trembled on Alice's face. She drank her tea with calmness and replied that she had given him magic because it amuses her. This answer was not at all what the young man expected to hear. He quietly said that while she was happy, he was glad, but he had already begun to disappoint in his soul. The goddess carefully put a cup on a saucer in the second palm. She finally began to perceive everything that was happening seriously, finally turning to the reason why Shenxue came. She turned her head to the window, looking at the evening sky with her gray-blue eyes and watching how the first stars were drawn in black clouds. The next second, Luo watched as the whole sky illuminated a terrifying bright glow from a dozen powerful lightning. He did not understand what was happening, and when they managed to tighten the clouds, so unusual and more suitable at the moment of the apocalypse, Alice said that very soon this city, the hometown of Luo Shenxue, will become so the sun will forever hide behind the clouds, and chaos will reign on the streets. She added that the actions of his generation will lead this world to destruction. The earth will be embraced by the hellish flame, and all living things will perish in it, and all her works will fall as of dust, which she really did not want, because she spent a bunch of her priceless time creating this planet. Shenxue was surprised when he heard the last words of the goddess. He asked if she really created the whole world in which he lives. The goddess corrected him, saying that to be more precise. Then this universe was created by her clan in which she entered. She did not work on this so-called project. Luo Shenxue listened to her, listening to every word. But the more he found out, the harder it was to realize. He was very interested in what behind the clan there was behind this, and who they really are such as his world created. And the guy did not notice how he plunged into his thoughts. The goddess Alice finally raised her eyes to her chosen one, asking if he understands why she gave him this power. Shenxue sincerely did not know why they chose him and why, and answered the first thing that came to mind, saying that in order for him to make more beautiful girls, a second later, an inverted second cup stood on his head. And again all the guy's hair and face were in tea, to which the goddess said that the cup simply slipped out. The guy said nothing, taking off his cup, and he thought that he really did not understand what kind of strength he had and why he was he. Alice was angry. She was furious, due to the fact that the guy really did not understand anything, and she had to explain such simple things that he should save the world with the help of these forces. In the future, the whole world will be at the threat of disappearance and all the fault of human greed, which is permeated by the fading planet. And to prevent the tragedy, Mrs. Alice chose 3 heroes who were awarded with superpowers and explained to them what would need to be done in this city. One of these people was just Luo Shenxue. The goddess forgot to inform him about this because the guy first heard this story and did not even know what was the chosen gods. Shenxue was surprised when he heard all this. He thought that the super sizes were given to him to make life easier, as in some comic book. But everything was not so rosy. With a little delay, he came to the realization that he was chosen to protect and struggle for the life of all mankind. He tensed, feeling that it was really very dangerous, and he asked, then he would have to fight for the world around the world. The goddess asked if he wanted the battles, to which he was answered that Shenxue did not want this at all. He wants everything to go peacefully. Luo was a pacifist and hoped that it would be possible to save the world without resorting to violence. Remembering the recent words of Alice, the young man specified that in addition to him, 2 more people were chosen. The goddess was interested in listening to what he wanted to say, and she asked him what he was driving at. Shenxue was slightly confused, looking at the goddess with a smile, and asked if they would not need to meet and get acquainted. Alice understood him incorrectly and asked, did he really want to find a girl? But the answer was negative. Shenxue explained that he had in mind that in the future they would be allies and should have met. Besides, he already had the love of his whole life, and this is Nikki. The goddess thought, despite her age and character, this boy gave hope and could really become a strong ally in the future. Having decided for herself, Alice directed her hand in the direction of Luo Shenxue, concentrating the magical power in the center of the palm. A bright ball of energy flew into the guy's shoulder. The body immediately absorbed it, absorbing a new force. The pain in the body went through the body. Shen Shi looked at the goddess, asking what she had done to him. Madame Alice grunted, saying that she was just strengthened his ability and was not necessary at all. The young man did not understand what this strengthening meant, just as he did not understand many things that he was going to question the deity. But he was not destined to do this. The stone on the neck of Alice lit up, symbolizing the call. Shen Shi saw this for the first time. He did not often speak face-to-face with the gods, and looked with interest at the shining pebble. The woman said that she had urgent matters that need to be dealt with, and today their conversation is over. In the next instant, the goddess Alice disappeared from the room, leaving Shen Shi in complete solitude with an aching right shoulder. The guy was speechless. He did not understand how to react to everything that happened to him this evening. He had a persistent feeling that he had just been betrayed and thrown to the mercy of fate. At night, the guy lay in his bed and looked at his bandaged palm, pondering everything that he learned from Alice. He did not understand how he could use his strange power to change the world, how girls and children could change it. He was very curious what forces the other two chosen people had. But there was no strength to think about it anymore. The guy fell into a dream with the thought of what would happen next with him, and with the whole world around. But his dream was short-lived. Shen Shi again fell into a conscious dream like a couple of months ago. He opened his eyes, slowly waking up, and looked around to understand where he was. Realizing that he was in the middle of the cosmos, Shen Shi was frightened. Looking at the planet under his feet, a familiar voice was heard nearby. The golden-haired goddess stepped forward, welcoming the people whom she gathered here. In addition to Luo Shengxi, she was surrounded by two more people. They were elected for her mission. The guy was surprised to consider the audience. Mrs. Alice extended her hand, saying that before they start the meeting and she begins to explain, she will show them something interesting. The light emanating from her hand began to form several spheres. She directed him to the planet Earth. Shen Shi watched in horror what magic creates and how his native planet transforms. The Earth changed, gradually destroying more and more. And at the end, only a destroyed planet remained from it, burnt out to the ground. Luo Shensha cried out with horror. He could not believe that he had seen in front of him. It could not be his beloved planet on which he lived. The goddess continued to say that this is the future that awaits their house due to destruction caused by the human race. Listening to how their world will be destroyed because of them, the chosen girl was speechless. The guy in glasses looked, but could not believe that he saw all this with his own eyes. Alice turned to the chosen ones, saying that she chose from as heroes who could save the planet Earth. Luo Shenxi moved away from the shock first, wondering how they can save the world, because they still really know anything. But in response, the goddess only said that they already needed to solve it, because their brains were not just for the beauty of the inner world. Remembering another important addition to which she forgot to share, Alice turned to the elect. She looked at them with undisguised cruelty, saying that if they do not have time to correct everything in 1 year, then people will have to know the results of their greed, disappearing forever from the face of the universe. No one will be able to survive and avoid the terrible divine punishment that was waiting for humanity in case of failure. Luo Shenxi woke up with a cry of horror and in cold sweat. Nothing scared him as much as the eyes of the goddess from sleep. He jumped up and sat on the bed, panting, and could not recover after this terrible meeting. The memories were more and more like a past sleep. The details slowly was erased from memory, but the horror of a nightmare experienced did not let go. Shenxi did not want to think. It was a nightmare or reality. He decided that he would sleep a little better, and took refuge with a blanket with his head. On the morning of the next day, Mimi woke up earlier than her owner call and entertained herself in full. She torn the bandage on the right hand of Luo, carefully gnawing every ribbon so as not to miss one. Shengxi grumbled through a dream on Mimi, asking him to stop interfering with sleeping when a new message came to his phone. Not knowing that magic is no longer isolated from the world, the guy turned and took the smartphone with his right hand without any fear. The message came from his mother. The woman even managed to scream through the text to her son. She wrote that her son finally arrived home for lunch. As soon as his eyes were torn, the guy looked at the words and read them several times before he got into the essence of what was written. His eyes sank down his palm, and Shenxi finally woke up, looking big from shock with his eyes at the bandages. He jumped, thinking about when he managed to tear the bandage, and was already ready for the fact that Nikki would fall on him from a second for a second. But nothing happened. The phone remained in the hands of Luo in his former form and was not even going to transform. Luo Xingshi spent 5 minutes like that, but nothing special happened. The phone screen has already begun to go out of long waiting. He called Nikki by name, thinking, maybe she will answer him at least, since she did not become a man. The screen lit up. A green fire appeared above it, as if Shen Shi appeared before the soul of an object. The magic circle lit up. Magic finally earned, turning the phone into a person. The girl sat on Luo's feet and looked at him, asking what happened to her brother. Shen Shi looked at the girl, arguing aloud that his strength was still working, though somehow strange. But suddenly awareness came to him. He looked at his hand, loudly asking himself that now power could be controlled. And yet he was not fully sure that this was not an ordinary accident and had to check again. Shen Shi looked at Nikki and asked if she could help him with one thing, which the girl nodded to. A magic flame appeared on the guy's palm, a small copy of the phone. His soul burned inside. Luo clenched his fist, ordering his ability to turn Nikki out loud back into the previous form. Obeying the words, the girl was seized with a bright light. Nikki looked at the master with surprise, amazed at his new abilities. Very soon, the phone of Shen Shi fell on the bed in the form in which he was bought. Luo Xingshai was very happy. His guess was true, and his strength was now obeying his will. Now the guy did not need to wear bandages all the time, whether it is playing a computer or sleep. The time was 10 in the morning, a little more, and Shen Shi will not have time to get to a family dinner in time. The guy jumps to his feet and runs to gather. He really did not want his mother to scold him for half a day again. Gathering quickly, Luo Shengshi left the apartment, locked the door to the key, and once again checked whether he took everything. There was no one in the corridor. The guy was quite cheerful to the corner from his apartment, not intersecting with his neighbors. Fortunately, the elevator also had no one. Shen Shi pressed the call button to go down to the first floor. The guy stood and waited for the elevator to arrive, hoping that he would not encounter anything problematic. But at the same time, expectations did not make excuses. Luck on this day was clearly not on the side of the young man. A drunken man with a bottle of beer in his hand was barely stood in the elevator. It was worth waiting for problems from him. Shenshin knew that he would most likely regret that he decided to go down on the elevator, but still went into the cabin, pressing the right button. The young man became as far as possible from a drunken man, but even so felt as he was stinking alcohol from him. It seemed that the whole cabin praised them. All that Luo prayed about is so that the elevator reaches the first floor as quickly as possible, and sucks do not begin to scandal right now. The man stood silently for some time, but there was no strength to endure, he dacked, feeling how the desire to speak out. He began to grumble that the elevator was going too slowly, and he was in a hurry for the next bottle. And instead of drinking, he stuck here. Having lost his temper, the alcoholic swore loudly, and with all his strength that still remained in a decrepit body, hit his lift with his foot. He pounded on the walls of the cab as he could, screaming that not only was laughing at him, but the elevator enrages him that he was going so slowly. Luo Shanxi was silent and listened to everything that the drunken man carried. He understood that even if he was intervening now, he was unlikely to be the winner. But he didn't want to leave everything as it is. The guy did not understand what was wrong with this freak and why he began to take anger at the innocent elevator of the elevator. Luo turned around, deciding at least in words to calm the alcoholic, and asked him to calm down a little. The man turned sharply to him, cursed and said, "Shen Shi to hide and leave him alone." The guy backed away, frightening such a reaction. He was afraid that he could get a blow. But fortunately, the freak turned away and continued to lower anger on the wall, ignoring completely Luo Shenshi. As soon as the elevator came to the desired floor, Shen Shi came out of it, and the man remained inside to beat everything around him. But a second before getting out of the elevator, the guy put his palm against the wall in front of the doors. Next to the cabin appeared nearby. The doors slammed but did not go further. The cabin, Luo Shenshi didn't leave either, staying nearby. He said that he did what he could. The rest leaves the girl's lift and that he would turn her into the same form when he returned. The light shone from behind the doors, the transformation ended, but Shen Shi was not destined to see it. The girl stood over a frightened man. She was beside herself with rage. Her eyes burned with a thirst for revenge. The alcoholic was sure that she was a ghost, because she appeared out of nowhere in front of his eyes. He screamed with fear, which scared even Shen Shi, standing outside and inventing this whole plan. The sounds of blows were heard from the elevator. The guy listened to how revenge was committed and thought whether he had done correctly. Frightened that the girl could overdo it, he held out his hand to the door and ordered the Super Sila to return to the owner. The magic was scattered. The girl returned to her original form, and for a while in the elevator it became quiet. The battered man lay on the floor and trembled. He sincerely asked for forgiveness, pleaded guilty and said that he was wrong. Leaving the building where he lived, Shenshu became near the parking lot and waited for his taxi. The recent situation was already forgotten. The guy was glad that he helped the girl avenge the beaten walls. But this joy slowly passed. A black car stopped next to him. A blonde girl appeared from behind the window, asking if he called a taxi. Having received a positive answer to her question, the woman winked the guy, telling him to sit inside. Shenshai was slightly embarrassed. He did not expect that his driver would be so attractive, and obediently sat on the passenger seat. They arrived quite quickly. Soon the car was parked at the side of the road at the destination. Luo got out of the car as soon as he stopped and turned to the driver to thank her. They smiled at each other and Shenshu slammed the taxi door immediately after they said goodbye. Unexpectedly for him, from behind him was heard a familiar female voice, which the guy did not expect to hear here. Turning around, he saw Jong Yoon and his friend nearby. The girl looked at him in surprise. Shenshu already wanted to rejoice at an unexpected meeting, welcoming the girl, when she suddenly began to scream at him. Jongwon accused him of a spoiled pervert, introducing the guy instantly into a shock state. The guy looked at the girl with big eyes in surprise. He would never have thought that something like that would say about him. But the familiar only angered that she was not understood. She was 100% sure that Shen Shi and the woman behind the wheel were engaged in something terrible. Jong Yoon looked at Sheena Shu as the most terrible criminal. She pointed her finger at him. Then she pointed to the car, not saying a word, so that the guy would put up the picture to himself and realized why she was so angry. In the end, she finally pointed to a woman in a car behind Luo. The surprised driver silently watched them, and as Shin Shu did not understand anything, the guy asked what Jong had in mind, because it was simply impossible to guess according to her hints. Having come in fury, Jong Yoon shouted that he got out of the car with a beautiful adult girl, and how he thinks that it could still mean. The girl dramatically wiped her tears, saying that she did not grow Shen Shi, so that the guy told her that she was not his mother. Luo raised his hand to stop the girl. There was definitely misunderstanding between them, and he was about to explain everything. The taxi driver silently watched this situation. She was curious how it would end, but she saw that the guy was unlikely to cope. It was time for her to enter this conversation. Besides, she was still involved in misunderstanding. The blonde turned to Jong Yoon and with a smile told her that she was mistaken and did not understand everything. Such words were surprised by the childhood girlfriend Shen Shu and the girl next to her. They did not expect that they would have entered the guy. The woman waved her hand, saying that they were not in such a relationship that they thought about, and Shen Shu actively supported her. Then she added that the only relationship that connected her with this guy was built on his money. Jong Yoon felt terribly awkward. She apologized for thinking so badly about the man unfamiliar to her, but the woman was not at all angry at them. It seemed that they even had fun. She was glad that everything was resolved quickly and peacefully. Then she drove away from them, waved her hand out of the window and wished them a good time to spend time together. Luo Shengshai was left alone with two girls who only a minute ago considered him a spoiled person. And now they were all silent and looked at each other. He was extremely embarrassed to be in such an environment. Girlfriend Jong Yoon, who was standing next to her all this time, stared at Sheena Shi. She finally gave a voice, asking her friend who this guy was, because of which such a drama was born. Jong Yoon smiled and introduced the guy as her classmate named Luo Shengshi, as her best friend Tao Zi as her best friend. Tao Zi looked at the guy in front of her. She knew about Shen Shu according to her friend's stories and now finally saw him in life. She wanted to say hello to the young man, but their conversation was interrupted by a loud, desperate cry of a woman not far from the place where they stood. When they turned around, they saw a woman lying on the ground. She called to the rescue while the robbers ran away with her bag. The girls were surprised to see this, like Shen Shu. But unlike them, the guy thought about what he could do to help. But he never had time to think. The robbers ran out onto the road. They were going to hide in the lane on the other side of the street. It is not known where the car settled from nowhere. The thieves did not have a chance to dodge the danger. The man noticed the car too late. He did not even have time to figure out what was happening. The next second, the sound of a blow and a loud scream sounded. A car, covered by a weak radiance, braked. The robber lay on the ground in a pool of blood, squeezing in his hand the very handbag that he had abducted and for which he immediately paid. People began to scream. Someone demanded to call the police and ambulance. Someone was too scared and ran away, and someone just wanted to look at the show. Jong Yoon and Tao Zai froze in horror. The girls were very scared. They had never encountered this before. Luo Shengshai was shocked, but still managed to notice a weak glow around the car and immediately realized that something was wrong here. On the other side of the street, A man in a black sweatshirt stood across the road. He immediately attracted the guy's attention. The stranger looked suspicious. He moved his fingers as if trying to control something. Having looked more closely, Shenshin noticed the radiance emanating from his palm. The same light as from the car. Luo realized that he could be the same owner of superpowers as he did. Without expecting a minute, he rushed off, leaving the surprised girls to stand on the street alone. If it was the truth of the same wizard as Shen Shi, then it was he who was most likely behind the accident. Luo Xingshai was not going to leave it just like that. He was determined to catch up with the villain and find out everything. But the man was not going to conduct a dialogue. He ran away from Shen Shi further, trying to break away from the persecution. Understanding that if he further just escapes, then Luo will never lag behind, he decided to cheat. The guy turned over the first corner that came across, hiding from the eye of Shen Shi. It was a great move for the maneuver. Luo Xingshi saw this and was frightened that he would not have time to catch the fugitive. He accelerated so that he would not lose sight of the goal. He wraps around the corner, hoping that he will still have time and that the man did not have time to go far. But there was no one around the corner. It was a dead end, and places where it was possible to hide, there was practically no. Shensho was surprised. He looked around, thinking where the runaway could go, but no ideas appeared. The guy finally had time to stop and think properly. He remembered that the goddess Alice said that in addition to him, there were two more elected ones. And, although the accident looked like an accident, a strange light emanating from the hands of a stranger in a car did not give Luo peace. But the guy in any case lost a trace of a suspicious type and decided to go back. There was no sense to stand here. When he returned back, even more people crowded around the scene of the accident than before. Zhong Yun and Taozu did not leave either. They stood still and waited for Shen Shi to return. Seeing the guy who approached them, Zhong calmed down a little. She asked his friend when he ran away, but Shen Shi ignored her question. He asked if the police had already called, because the crowd became more and more, and he did not observe the law enforcement officers. The girl said that the necessary services had already called, but so far no one had come yet and only had to wait. Then she added that for the first time she saw something like that. She was very scared and hoped for the support of Shen Shi. The guy said that everything is in order, and she had nothing more to be afraid. The police would come soon, and nothing will threaten the girl more. He noticed in the crowd of the very type that he was chasing. He stood by the car and watched what was happening. But as soon as he noticed Shen Shi on the other side, the fear of being caught returned again. Luo recognized him immediately. But the stranger immediately went on the run. He wanted to escape again from the persistent pursuer. Not bewildered, Luo Xingshi rushed in pursuit, shouting out the order loudly to stop. The young man in a sweatshirt trembled. A little more and his plan would be destroyed by some annoying boy. He urgently needed to come up with something. But as soon as he ran into the crowd, as an unknown disappeared, as if he had never stood here, the guy looked around, peering at each person from the crowd, but there was no suspicious type. The reason he returned remained a mystery. Maybe he was looking for something, or maybe he wanted to follow how it would end. Shen Shi returned to his friends and thought about the guy without stopping. He definitely had a super lace, but the question was what she was. It was hard to believe in the possibility that the ability to control cars was. The police arrived very soon. They immediately began to interview witnesses of a terrible incident. The victim of theft testified to one of the first. She said that the men grabbed the bag from her hands and immediately ran. The second investigator was just interviewed by Zhong Yun and Tao Zi. They said that the machine that knocked down robbers appeared from nowhere. Everything happened in an instant. No one might think that the car would drive men. Having recorded the words of the girls, the policeman raised his eyes to Luo Xingshi, wondering if he wanted to add something. The guy said that he had nothing more to say. He was next to his friends when everything happened, and saw the same thing. The minister of the law asked whether the guy was really telling the truth. He was suspicious of every witness. Shen Shi confirmed his words, and the investigator thanked them for the information, writing down everything said by young people. The man was about to leave but stopped and looked at the company for the last time. He had a foreboding that they could know something else, especially the guy Luo Xingshi. But there was no evidence. Without evidence, he could not do anything. One could only believe in the testimony of the Trinity and let them go. When Shen Shi was free and could go, he immediately hurried to his parents' house. Mom went into the corridor with a black mask on her face to meet her son, but the young man cried out with fear instead of greeting. Shen Shi asked why his mother scares him so much. He almost died of fear right in the middle of the room. Miss Luo said that this is just an ordinary mask, and that keeping beauty is one of the most important goals in the life of every woman. The guy rolled his eyes and mumbled that he had never seen the mask to be worn during the day, which began to anger her a little. To close the topic and not to anger a woman is even stronger, Shenxia said that he was very hungry and wants to have lunch at home mother's food as soon as possible. Miss Luo with love pinched her son's cheeks and stretched them out, calling him a glutton and saying to wash her hands. The pastime in the parental house took much more time from Shenxia than he expected. The guy had to get stuck there for several days. The whole thing was that Miss Luo forced her son after a hearty dinner help her with housework. After such a work, the whole body of the guy ached. He walked home and stopped at a pedestrian crossing in the red light. He noticed a construction crane standing nearby. A construction was going on nearby, and until the green Shenxia was considering with interest, as soon as the desired color caught fire, the guy began to cross the road along the zebra, noticing how the truck rides in his direction. Shen shook. The huge car was not going to stop right at him. The driver, sitting inside, looked strange. He seemed to fall asleep right behind the wheel, continuing to go at full speed. But the worst was that he continued to turn the steering wheel. He directed the car directly to Shina Xu. The guy was in complete horror. He really did not want to die today and right here, even so stupid. But in time, he remembered the construction crane standing nearby, which could save him. Turning around quickly, he rushed to salvation, sincerely believing that this was his only and last chance. Shenxia jumped to the crane, stretching his hand forward, and in despair began to beg to help him. The yellow flame of the soul of the object caught fire on the fingers. Magic began to act and the huge construction machine turned into a person. Nearby appeared a fragile look of a low girl in the yellow form of the builder. She looked at Shina Xu with interest. Leaning towards the guy, the girl greeted. She already wanted to start acquaintance, not at all realizing what situation they were and why they called her. Almost crying, Shenxia began to salt her to leave greetings for later, and as soon as possible to save him. The girl raised her eyes to look around and find what threatened his life. A huge truck still rushed in their direction at high speed, without even planning to slow down or stop. The crank girl calmly stepped forward, closing Shenxia herself. She did not worry at all because of the flying car. Luo Shengshai was only frightened more. He was already saying goodbye to life, looking at the reckless new friend. She extended her hand forward and the terrible car crashed right into the palm of the fragile young lady. With one sharp movement, she throws a truck into the air, throwing it to the side. Shenxia kneeling and looked at the girl with his eyes round with shock. He could not believe what he had just seen. The car lay on his side. The mirror was broken. Luo was very glad that the girl was so strong and self-confident. A new friend at that time examined the cabin and the driver. Something was wrong with them. She could feel the strange energy emanating from them. Her words were surprised by Shenxia. He got to his feet and went closer to her to see what she saw there. Around this truck there was a strange aura, as if someone from the outside drove a machine. Luo shocked. He did not expect that everything would be so strange. Unfortunately, the aura quickly disappeared, only a trace remained. And even if there was a way to track it, they did not have a chance left. Having learned new information, Shenxia thought about whether this case was connected with the previous one, because even then there was a feeling that the stranger controlled the machine. But to whom it was beneficial, he could not understand. He could not imagine that someone began to do this specifically. People began to converge around the truck to see what happened and why the car turned over. Luo Shenhua grabbed the girl by the hand and dragged him to hide and not catch his eye. When they were safe, the guy finally exhaled. Now he could definitely relax. He quickly thanked the girl and said that he needed to return her as soon as possible to the previous uniform until the police arrived. As soon as the force was taken back, the transformation ended and the construction crane returned to its former shape. While all the attention of people was riveted to the truck, Shenxia quickly ran away from there as far as possible. He did not even notice that all this time nearby someone stood and watched everything that was happening. The black-haired girl looked out from behind the shelter, looking into the trail of the runaway Luo Shengxi. As soon as the guy went far enough from the scene, he finally could slow down and calmly reach his house without running. But as soon as he entered the apartment, he saw that the adventures did not end there. A new surprise was waiting for him. The light in the room was turned on, but the young man did not remember to forget to turn it off when he left. Things in the apartment were not touched. Everything stood in the same places where Shenxia left, which means that it was hardly a robbery. Mimi behaved calmly, and there was no one in the room except Shenxia. The guy calmed down quite quickly. He decided that he simply forgot to turn off the light, deciding to leave everything as it was and not to delve into this situation. But the calm was short-lived, because the guy heard sounds that suddenly appeared in his apartment. The sound came from the bathroom, which means that someone still made his way into his house while he was visiting his mother. Caution, so as not to create extra sounds and not attract attention to himself, Shen Shi went to the bathroom door. With a trembling hand, the guy reached out to the door handle and squeezed it, not daring to open it right away. But the door opened itself. The man that was inside pulled the handle and left the room. On the threshold was Madame Alice. The woman was only after the shower and wiped moisture from her hair with a towel. She said that she lent the bathroom Shen Shi while waiting for his return, and the guy was slowly recovering after fear to meet with the criminal. While he was standing and recovering, the goddess passed by, heading for the living room, and asked if he wanted to tell her something. But Shen Shi, taught by past experience while drinking tea, said that he would not dare to object to her. He was wondering what the deity wanted from him, since he had come to his house so suddenly. Alice turned to Shen Shi's face, saying that she needed to tell him a lot, and asked where the guy would like to start. But after so many stresses in Luo's head, there was nothing, and he said that he did not know where to start the conversation. Then Alice told him not to forget to buy a shower gel, otherwise he ended. The woman was thinking, she is sure that there should be something else that she wanted to say so much Shen Shi. Luo Xingxi looked at her and decided that the woman might want to change clothes, and asked her not freezing. Alice looked at the young man, asking, maybe Shen Shi just wants her to put on something else. The guy immediately imagined the goddess in different beautiful images. On her figure, any clothing would look delightful, but recalling, he said that he was not so understood. He was just worried that in this form, immediately after the shower, Alice could get sick. The woman sighed heavily. She had the feeling that she was in kindergarten, but in fact she was too lazy to change her clothes. Nevertheless, she obeyed the words Shen Shi and activated her strength, changing the towel to comfortable clothes. After a second, it turned out to be a set of purple t-shirts and sweaters and jean shorts. She asked, without enthusiasm and emotions, whether such clothes were suitable, but Shen Xin was speechless at the sight of such magic. The goddess regarded such silence as the fact that she looks bad. But Shen Shi hastened to cut her down, saying that things look great. The insightful Alice felt that something else bothered the young man, and asked if he wanted to ask her about something else. Having decided that this is a great opportunity, Shen Shi said that he really has several questions for the goddess. They sat on pillows and Luo told everything that happened to him over the past few days, asking the goddess what she was thinking about this. Those incidents were arranged with the help of the same as his superpowers and what was their meaning. Alice silently listened to the story from the beginning to the end, and when the guy asked his questions, she continued to be silent. In the end, Shen Shi puzzled by the fact that she herself did not know. The young man did not expect this at all from the great goddess who created the universe. Communication with Alice in recent days was already starting to bother the guy. He asked her, unless she said that he could ask her. Then the goddess brought the analogy, saying, when he writes the test, will the teacher give a chance to write it again? Luo Xingxi asked her, weren't they allies? Why then this car was directed at him? He suddenly came to the realization that other elected could attack him, and he asked Alice, can the owners of Superilla attack each other? The woman was silent for some time. She obviously did not expect that everything would turn out that way. When she gave 3 magical abilities to 3 people, she was sure that this would not happen. But now, when everything turned out so, she began to doubt and said Shen Shi that she did not count on such an outcome. After all, if they cannot save the Earth, then everyone will die, and nothing can prevent such an end. Now Luo Xingxi really understood. He realized that he was waiting for the planet and what a heavy mission was dumped on his shoulders. He did not think that he would expect danger on this path. The young man told Alice that she was a goddess, but the woman crossed her arms over her chest. She was waiting for the continuation of the question, but already knew in advance what the stupid boy would ask. Shen Shi asked why she could not just fix everything herself, because she is the highest being. She is a deity. There was all the same indifference on Alice's face. She was not going to save the world with his own hands, which was rolling to death at will. She told Luo that she would not intervene in human lives. People should solve their problem on their own. The woman laughed briefly and asked why people expect that some hero or goddess would come and save them from the end of the world. This happens only due to the fault of the people themselves, and at the same time they do not want to solve their problems themselves, pretending that this does not concern them. She was mixed by the naivety and stupidity of people. They really want the higher forces to decide everything for them. Luo Xingxi struck a trembling. He realized everything, realized what Madame Elise had in mind. He realized how stupid was, and that only people would be able to prevent the destruction of the planet Earth on which they live. But that was not all that the goddess wanted to tell him. She called out Shenxu, bringing him to life. Although Alice could not intervene personally and help, she could and wanted to give her chosen one a hint. She asked Shenxu, unless he believes that too many sick people divorced in the world. The guy did not understand what she had in mind. He asked for which of the people she calls the sick. As an example to her explanation, the goddess led two robbers who died today in front of the young man. Whether Shenxu knows about the mistakes that the two made in his life, that he said that he remembers exactly that they were robbers. Alice asked if he saw with her own eyes that the dead stole a thing. She touched the forehead with her hand. Shenxu, the guy enveloped the divine power. Pictures appeared in front of her eyes. The goddess wanted to show him that he certainly did not know and could not recognize himself in any way. These were the memories of the two thieves that he saw today, recalling how they took money from people, how they intimidated and attacked people with weapons, beat them and robbed them. The theft of the handbag of the unfortunate woman in the morning was only the top of the iceberg. Luo Shengshai was in complete shock. He could not even imagine that these people would be so disgusting. Alice continued to speak. She said that the world is dying of people like them. This so-called disease will spread through the planet. It is because of it that humanity will die. The task of Shen Shi was just like people during an illness. He had to get rid of this virus until it became too late. Shen Shi felt nausea because of excitement. He could not believe what the goddess told him. I could not believe that Alice really told him to go and kill the virus because of which the earth was sick. He looked at Alice and really wanted to believe that it was just a metaphor and that he understood the goddess wrong. Shenxu asked if she really wanted him to go and kill all the backs of society. Seeing that the goddess is seriously configured and was not going to convince him, Luo realized that this war was not for him. He lowered his head and said that he could not do as Alice wants. He could not kill anyone. The goddess looked at him. She carefully studied the reaction of the chosen one and asked why he refused. Shenxi said that he has no right to decide who should die and who can live. People who cross the law must be punished by those who have the right to do so, even if those people themselves are evil. Then the goddess asked Shenxi. He will agree if she gives him the right to decide. But the guy could not be convinced. He was serious and said that if the price for his superpowers is the murder of others, he would transfer power to another. He looked up at Alice and said that she would take his strength back from him. He did not want to participate in this anymore. The goddess silently looked at Luo Shenxi. She did not expect a guy to say something like that. She said that she underestimated him. The guy was really honest and sincere, and he went through her little check. Shenxi perked a little. He specified with Alice whether it was really just a test. The woman said that it was possible, so to speak. She decided to check the owners of the superhells that she chose and evaluate them. The words that he passed the test was very pleased with Luo Shenxi. He caught fire and asked what he could do now. He really hoped that his ability would become stronger, just like in the game when the quest passed and received amplifiers. But life is not a computer game. Not everything is so simple here. And Alice said that now he would need to complete more tasks. The guy immediately woke up boredom. He sighed and even somehow disappointed that there was no difference. Alice said that he looks disappointed and maybe she should weaken his strength, but Shenxu immediately crossed herself, saying that he was not worth it, and he was very grateful for her kindness. Having calmed down a little, Shenxu remembered something that he had long wanted to ask Alice. He was sure that his superpower was not just the transformation of things into girls. There should be something else. The guy looked at the goddess with the hope that she would tell him about any other ways to use his strength. Alice started saying, and the guy smiled, listening carefully that he would be told now. But she said not at all what the young man wanted to hear, because the woman actually did not know anything about his abilities. Shengshe fell off his jaw. He covered his mouth, asking her not the goddess, as she might not know. But Alice only said that the gods are not all-knowing creatures. There is something that she is not aware of. The whole thing was that she gave him a small amount of her soul so that he could use her strength. Shenxi did not expect to hear this. He did not know that the goddess shared a piece of the soul with him. Alice explained that it was as if she had given him access to the world's largest database. Each of the people she chose received only 1% of her huge divine power. This gives just a chance that magical superpowers can wake up. Her soul gives only the opportunity to wake up, but she knows nothing about what forces will appear and how to use them. It was not subject to her. The woman looked at the young man and asked if she realized that she was trying to tell him. Shenxi felt his head began to hurt. He had the feeling as if the goddess Alice was quite irresponsible. While he was thinking, the woman held out her hand forward, pointing a finger at the door, and said that there was a girl there. She asked if the guest was behind the front door of the girl Luo Shenshi, although no one was yet knocking on the door. Luo Shenshi rose to his feet. He was very surprised at the goddess's question because there was no hint that there is someone outside the door. After the guy experienced today was very alarmed, he slowly went to the door and wanted to carefully check if there is anyone there. But as soon as he came up, they called the doorbell. Now there was definitely someone outside. Trying not to make extra sounds, Luo looked into the eye to find out who came to him. Behind the door stood Zhang Yun. She did not warn the guy that she would come. And why would she come? They had seen each other not so long ago. The goddess sat still and did not think to go anywhere. She was very interested in the girl standing outside. Alice said that she was very different, only became more interested in a person. Luo Xingshi did not understand her words. He did not know what the goddess had in mind, but there was no time for questioning. Standing under the door, Junyun was waiting for a long time. She knocked and asked Li Shenshi at home. Luo was not sure that it was worth letting a girlfriend while there was Madame Alice, and said Zhang to wait a bit while he was dressed. He returned to the goddess for a second, asking nothing if she was seen by a friend who came to visit him. But Alice did not worry at all. She said that she had nothing against and that the guy could open the doors. Shenshi was confused. Feeling awkward from the fact that the goddess was not going to go anywhere, Luo returned to the corridor and opened the door to Junyun, asking for forgiveness for making him wait so long. The girl went into the room, listening to how Shenshi asked her why she so suddenly decided to go to him. But she did not have time to answer the question, because as soon as she went into the room, she saw an unfamiliar woman sitting there. She did not expect to see someone else in the apartment of her friend, and was very surprised staring at Alice. The goddess silently sat and examined the girl. She seemed really very curious to her. They silently looked at each other, and Shenshi, who saw this scene, realized that Zhang Yun definitely already came up with some version and believed in it. So it was. Zhang decided that she already realized exactly what exactly happened here and turned to Luo by name. She clarified whether Shenna Shi said to her just that he had recently put on his pants. And as soon as the guy confirmed her words, she turned to him and screamed that he was a pervert and shameless. How he could bring home a girl and take off his pants? This behavior is unforgivable. And the guy did not even think about Nikki. Luo Shengshai was stunned by such attacks. He could not believe that Zhang Yun really had such an opinion about him. He shouted that he had nothing strange with this woman and tried to convince his girlfriend. But Zhang could not convince. She asked if he really thinks that she would believe his words. Shenshi hung for a minute, looking at the evil girl. He needed to come up with something until Jun Yun finally lost his temper. With tears in his eyes, the guy prayed so that the girl believes him. He said that the goddess of his distant relative. These words really helped. The friend calmed down a little, specifying whether she was true for his distant relative. Shenshi said that of course this is true. This woman was his cousin, who came to stay with him for a couple of days. Zhang Yun turned around. It was hard for her to believe that the stranger was really the cousin of Shenshi. Alice looked too beautiful to be a relative of an ordinary, unremarkable guy, like Luo Shenshi. Nevertheless, the girl believed in the words of a friend. She leaned toward the so-called sister and greeted, saying that her name is Zhang Yun, and she was a classmate, Luo Shengshi. She asked the name of the guy's sister, and the goddess looked at Shenna Shi, as if asking him what her name was. The goddess liked to see confusion on the face of the young man, and yet she decided to play along, saying that her name was Xiao Ai. The name was very strange. Even Shen Shi did not give such names, and Zhang Yun was very surprised when she heard him. Understanding that at such a pace they will reveal themselves, Shen Shi hastened to say that his sister simply really likes strange names. Alice looked at the young man, with just a glance, passing his mental message to him that he would not forget to thank her for his help. Shenshi understood everything without words. He folded his hands in the castle on his chest, thinking with tears that the mercy of the goddess would not forget and will definitely thank. Their awkward scene was interrupted by meowing. Mimi left the shelter and went to two girls. She went to Zhang Yun because she knew her, and the girl smiled at the sight of a familiar muzzle. She crouched and began to stroke Mimi on the head. The cat with pleasure began to wave quite a tail. This attracted the attention of the goddess, and Alice grabbed Mimi by the tail, pulling with force and frightening this baby. Cats do not like when they are pulled by the tail, and any feline knows that the pet can react with aggression. But Alice, it seems, was not in the know. Mime turned around and hit the goddess on the arm with his paw, leaving a bright scratch from the claws. Shenshi was frightened by Mimi, who dared to scratch the goddess, and Zhang Yun began to worry about Xiao Ai, who was scratched. The excitement of Shenshi was not baseless. Xiao Ai faded. because no one dared to scratch her. She looked at Mimi with hatred and was already ready to incinerate her, calling a stupid cat. Shenshi hastened to calm the goddess, asking her not to be angry and saying that Mimi scratched her because she grabbed her tail. Jong-yoon rushed to a new acquaintance. She took her hand and asked Shenshi whether he had a patch and an antiseptic. The guy was a little confused. Everything that was at his house ended, and he did not see the point of buying a new one. Shenshi said that he quickly escapes the pharmacy and let Jong-yoon still look after Xiao-ai and Mimi. While Luo ran to the store, the girls managed to talk. Yang told Xiao-ai about how Shenshi saved her when her ex-boyfriend got up to her. She laughed, recalling how funny that scene was and how Shenshi was frightened that the guy would find her again and led her to his home. The goddess watching the girl immediately understood everything. She smiled and said that everything looks as if she really liked Luo Shenshi. Jong-yoon was confused. He did not expect to hear such a question from a new friend, and did not think that someone would understand it at all. Alice, she was Xiao-ai, smiled slyly and did not take her eyes off the girl. She was confident in her innocence, and it really was so. Jong-yoon blushed greatly, looking away to the side. She had nothing to answer such a sudden and very personal question. The girl did not want to share her feelings with outsiders. The goddess did not fully understand human emotions. She saw that the girl blushed, but could hardly associate it with her question. She laid her hand on her cheek Jong-yoon, attracting her attention in herself and leaned closer. From this, the girl was only more embarrassed. She did not expect that sister Shenshi would do something like that. Xiao-ai looked into the eyes of Jong-yoon, asking why she has such a red face. Maybe the girl feels bad. Jong laid her hand in her friend's hand to remove her from her face and said that she was in perfect order. Behind her back, the door slammed, bringing the girl to life. She returned home from the pharmacy. She greeted the guy with a return and finally removed someone else's hand from her face. Luo Shenshi smiled, interested in what the girls were busy and what they chat about such an interesting thing. Jong-yoon was embarrassed. She was afraid that the theme of their conversation would pop up, and said that they did not talk about anything like that. She said that they talked about it. There were not important topics at all. Xiao-ah only nodded in confirmation of her words. True. After that, the goddess said that Jong-yoon was loved by Shenshi, but the girl closed her mouth in time, not allowing the phrase to finish. The girl was very afraid that the guy learns about her feelings and hastened to translate the topic, asking if he had already bought plasters. A few minutes later, Jong-yoon stuck a patch on the wound of Xiao-ai, having finished taking care of her. She told the goddess not to wet the wound for a couple of days and then she will quickly heal. Everything will be fine. While Alice was examining the patch on her hand, Shenshi asked why Jong-yoon came. The girl looked at her friend, asking whether he remembered what happened not so long ago. Shenshi said he remembered how a car knocked down a couple of days ago, and they stood nearby and saw it. Jong-yoon said that while she was walking, a policeman called her, that at that time he interrogated them. He began to ask her strange questions because of which the girl began to worry and suspect something was wrong. Shenshi was also restless. He asked his girlfriend what she meant when he speaks of strange issues. It turned out that the investigator asked her about Shenshi and what he did at the moment when everything happened. Such a guy did not expect. He specified whether it was really talking about him, and not about someone else. Maybe the girl understood something wrong. Jong-yoon said that they asked him about him, and that she said that they were witnesses together and kept silent about how the guy ran somewhere. The policeman was very strange. He said Chong as if her friend was somehow involved in that incident. She felt fear wake up in him. He said that he could not be involved. He did not even know the dead, and yet he did not expect this. The words Jong-yoon very strained him. He did not think that someone would begin to suspect him. Shenshi could not even think that it was the same policeman who came to a challenge associated with the disappearance of a multi-story building. He did not recognize him, and therefore did not understand how this man could suspect him. Jong-yoon said that she spoke with the policeman just when she walked past the house of Shenshi, and decided to go to say everything personally. This investigator was very strange, and the girl asked the guy to be careful. The goddess silently watched their conversation. It was clear from her face that she had something to say Shenshi, but she was not going to speak to Jong-yoon. So she continued to be silent and wait for her and the chosen she would remain alone. Later in the evening, when the sun was already setting and the guys spoke plenty, Jong-yoon gathered and left the apartment. She said that she had to say goodbye to her, saying that they would see her next time. The goddess, without emotions, lazily waved her hand to the girl and said goodbye to her, watching her eyes. Shenshi watched his girlfriend go further, thinking about how lucky he was with her. He wanted to tell her about this, and therefore called out by the name so that Jong Yun stopped. The girl turned around, looking at the guy with a question in her eyes. Shenshi thanked her for taking care of him so much. His gratitude forced the girl's heart to hide more often. She smiled happily and waved Shen with her hand for goodbye. When they returned to the apartment with the goddess and the guy locked the door, Alice said that he was careful with the policeman they talked about. Luo did not understand why such a warning suddenly appeared and turned to the woman, asking what she had in mind. The goddess said that who knows what could happen. Some rats were already able to find out something about her actions. They sat down on the floor again, and Alice told him that he should already understand that in this world there are a lot of rats. Rats are extremely smart and can connect incomparable things, as happened in the case of Shen Shi. The guy began to guess what the goddess had in mind and asked if she was talking about the police officer who suspects him. But the guy could not remember the man. He said that he had seen him only once, not even thinking about the case with a girl creature. The goddess told him that he was wrong, then Shen Shi very surprised. He looked at her as something amazing. He came across him more than once, and that is why Alice decided to warn him and ask not to forget about caution. No matter how much the guy thought, he could not remember where they could see a police officer and under what circumstances. Alice sighed heavily. She said that Shen Shi is really empty-headed, since she was not able to remember only one person. She said that he should just beware of strangers and not too stupid when something happens before his eyes. The guy smiled weakly, thanks to the goddess for instructions and care for him at this difficult time. True, the following words again introduced the guy's shock. Alice said that she had to spend the night with him today. Smiling cunningly, she asked if he was not against. She clearly liked to be in the company of a nearby teenager. Without waiting for an answer to the question, the goddess rose to her feet and headed for the bed. Shen Shi. The whole thing was that she initially did not need the consent of Luo. She already decided everything for herself and simply put the young man before the fact. In the same way, she did the bed of Luo Shen Shi, said that she would take her and that she still has a job. The guy looked at her with his eyes round in surprise. He asked for a lie in order to do work, to which Alice replied that, like a goddess, she can use her strength in order to work without rising from bed. Having covered with a blanket, the woman sent Shen Shi to go and do business that mortals usually do. Luo stood still and looked at the goddess sleeping in his soft, cozy crib. He thought that the deities were still completely different, but the guy was not going to stand like that all night. He felt how he was hungry and decided to go to cook his dinner. Already in the morning, Beigi came to Shen Shi. The girl called him a master, sitting very close. Luo was embarrassed at the sight of the girl, listening to her telling him that he was too cold to her recently. Shen Shi smiled and said that he couldn't be. He was just very busy, and he did not have the opportunity to spend time with Baiga. The words of the master pleased the girl. The girl. She had the hope that he did not spit on her. She pressed herself against the owner, demanding an embrace as compensation, squeezing Shen Shi's shoulders and embarrassing him stronger. Beigi hugged the guy tightly, who was sitting nearby and was afraid to move, just waiting for the compensation to end. Someone approached them and Shen Shi heard a familiar voice asking him how he could do it. It was Yan Mei, the girl who was his pen, looked at him with sadness and asked how she was. She pressed herself to Shen Shi from the other side, imprisoned, and said that she also wanted to hug. Do not understand where the fleeting Haiyan rushed at Luo and hugged him, knocking him on the way. Mei. Beigi was very angry that so many girls came together to her master. She began to swear at them. Grabbing Shen Shi by the shoulders, she pushed him away from Haiyan and said that she had come to the master first and she should hug him. Haiyan shouted that it doesn't matter who came first, she also wants to get a hug from the owner, and Yan Mei supported her. The girls attacked the guy, hugging at the same time and squeezing his throat. They argued about who should hug him first, without even noticing how Shen Shi was choked in his love. Luo Shengshi chopped down every second more and more, and eventually woke up, trying in place. It turned out that while he was sleeping, his face became a warehouse for 3 pillows. So he had such a strange dream in which he almost suffocated. Alice said that he finally woke up. Most likely the one who laid the pillows on his face was she. The goddess stood over the guy and demanded to get up as soon as possible, because she came up with training for him. Shengshi's dream was removed with his hand. He looked at the woman, wondering that he would really have a training session. She explained that from this day, she would conduct special lessons for him, on which they will train his magical power. After such words, Shenshi felt that there was clearly something wrong here. He asked the mistress what they would do in these classes, but the goddess did not answer him. She said that he would learn everything later, which even more alerted the guy. The young man sat silently and thought that he had a bad foreboding. He already knew that anything could be expected from Alice. For breakfast, Shenshi prepared sausages for them, boiled down the egg and gave a bun, and took out sandwichi for himself. While Mrs. Alice ate her portion, Luo invited her to tell people that she was his cousin Xiao Ai. Since she was going to stay here for a while, he was afraid that people would begin to ask unnecessary questions, and this version was quite folding, and the goddess agreed to become temporarily Xiao Ai. Luo Shengxi smiled weakly, saying that then they would arrive, watching how the girl with appetite eats a bun. He looked at her and thought that, in such a strange way he received a new younger sister, there was a contradictory feeling inside. Remembering something, Shensha thought. But what if he really has a younger sister? He imagined a little sweet copy of himself, which would call him a brother, and talked about how he loves him. If she was really alive, then I would probably go to elementary school now. The baby would probably follow him everywhere on his heels every day, called her older brother all the time. Thinking about how great they could spend time if his sister was alive, Shenshi sad. Xiao Ai dumbfounded this. She already finished her portion, asking the guy what happened and why he was so suddenly upset. Luo said that nothing was terrible. He just remembered the days when his younger sister was still next to him. The goddess did not expect to hear such news. She asked Shenshi, did he really have a younger sister? The young man said that when he was 8 years old, his mother gave birth to a younger sister. But, as far as he remembered, shortly after the birth of the baby, she died without living even a year. He did not remember exactly the details of what happened. He only remembered that even the parents did not remember the events of those times very well. It was quite strange even for the goddess. She clarified whether she realized correctly that even his parents could not remember what happened to their own daughter. Shenja said that he was still too small, so he did not remember. But the fact that his parents forgot this and the truth was strange. Xiao Ai thought for thinking it was all too suspicious. The children just didn't die, and the parents do not forget about them so easily. She waved her hand, and around her fingers seemed to appear a small copy of the galaxy. The spiral formed a bright, luminous ball resembling a planet, and Shen Shu stared with interest at magic in front of him. Inside, the ball looked like a reduced version of the cosmos. Bright and dark colors shimmered, smoothly turning into each other. The guy had never seen anything like this before. He was fascinated by the magic of the goddess and asked what kind of sphere it was. Xiao Ai explained that this is a small copy of the world. It is like a database in which it checks the world records that contain every detail about the world. Luo looked at her as at the 8th miracle of light. He could not believe that the lady could even create something like that. The goddess asked the guy if he remembered what his mother was faced with when she was pregnant with her sister, but Shenshi did not remember. He was too small in those days and did not remember anything suspicious, even if something was. Xiao Ai was silent. She looked at her sphere for a long time, trying to find at least some information about Luo Shenshi's sister. But the longer she watched, the less she saw. She told Shenshi that no matter how strange it may sound, but she could not find anything. The guy was very surprised. He could not believe that the goddess could not find anything in the world records of the younger Luo. Xiao Ai continued to look for at least something in the field, but it was already obvious to her that someone outright intervened in the record of the universe and corrected them. Information about the born people just doesn't disappear anywhere. She looked at Luo Shenshi, listening to his question about whether she could find out something else. But unfortunately, Mrs. Alice did not recognize anything new. She dispelled the sphere and promised the chosen one that she would investigate this strange business. True, in this case, his debt to the goddess became even larger. Xiao Ai smiled pretty and looked at Shenna Shi with a sly fox look. Hearing this, Luo was horrified. He could not imagine that the goddess would ask him for payment of debt. Every day his life became harder. Luo Shenshi was very sorry for the poor himself. After a hearty breakfast and the search for information, they went to the place of the first training of superpower. Luo Shengxi could not believe that they really climbed the mountains high. He looked at Xiao Ai and asked, really, they would really train here? The goddess looked very pleased. She looked at Shenna Shi and answered him and his question. But Shen Shi did not want to believe in it, he shouted, asking the girl why it was here. Why exactly on the glass bridge Zhangjie, high above the ground, from where it will fall for a very long time and hurt? Not only did the guy wildly were afraid of heights were one of the most popular tourist places in the country, Shen Shi did not understand what could be trained in a place where a bunch of people would watch them. He looked down, examined everything that was under the bridge, and could not get rid of a sense of panic. More height, he was now afraid that the goddess could force him to go along the rope at this nightmare height. The guy leaned on the railing of the bridge, Feeling that he certainly could not stand, Xiaowai asked what was happening to him, and he replied that his legs were just trembling. Thoughts about the possibility of falling from this bridge was interrupted by someone's loud cry. Shen Shi turned towards the assembled crowd. The girl screamed with fear. She cried and said that some scoundrel was sticking to her. Her boyfriend grabbed a thick freak by the scruff of the thick, who was to blame for this, and asked that he was creating with his dirty hands. But the man did not even move. He looked with contempt at the young man in front of him, saying that he did nothing. He shoved the guy's hand, saying that there is a whole crowd of people and touches with the body simply cannot be avoided. But the girl screamed again, accusing him of harassment. She felt him touched her hips. Her boyfriend closed a frightened poor thing with himself, saying that since his girlfriend says that this is really his fault, then it is. But the freak was not going to admit his guilt. He only smiled disgustingly and said that girls could not be believed. And who knows? Maybe she herself is to blame for everything. And in fact, she really liked what he did. It was disgusting to listen to this in principle. But when they say similar nasty things about the girl you love, it is very difficult to restrain yourself in your hands. The guy completely lost control of himself. He swung and ran to the freak, about to teach him how to do it. But before he had time to strike, he was intercepted. The man looked much larger and stronger than the hero. He pulled the guy by the hand and hit with all his might a knee directly into his stomach, depriving him of the opportunity to move for a second. The girl who looked at what was happening all this time cried out. She was very scared for her beloved. The pervert hit the guy to the ground, continuing to beat his feet, and called him stupid, asking, did he really think that he could hit? Did he really think that the man would be a weakness and silently endure the blow, or pleading himself to be really guilty? The guy covered his head with his hands to avoid serious injuries, and not a single person from a huge crowd left to help him. Until Luo Shenxu appeared, the guy tried to squeeze through people, asking him to miss him. He went to a man who beats the guy all this time and clenched his fist. He was determined to stop arbitrariness. Shenxu said that he caused the protection of this place, and very soon the order servants will be here, and it is better to stop him from mocking people. The man turned into Luo, muttered the question of where he came from and switched his aggression to a new goal. He pushed Shen Shi to the side with force, screaming, so that he did not climb into his own business and would not interfere with him. The guy fell on the railing of the bridge. He was lucky that they were tall enough, otherwise he would definitely fly down. Shen Shi stood on his feet, holding his balance, and felt that the phone slipped out of his pocket. Nikki fell to the floor, bounced off him, and flew out of the bridge over a small gap between the post and the side. Luo Shengxi would not have been able to catch her, and would not have time for anything, he cried out. Depending on how Nikki flies down from a great height. For some time he stood at the railing, looking into the void, and could not overcome anger inside. There were no thoughts left in his head, only the white noise stood in his ears. He felt the blood boiling in his veins. Shengxi's hands trembled. He turned to the man, shouting curses. He had no other words now. He grabbed a freak by the gate of the sweater, screaming that his phone had fallen because of him, his Nikki. No one except Shen Shi perceived this situation as something terrible. The freak suggested that he pay monetary compensation for the lost smartphone, but these words only angered the young man even more. He burned with anger and shouted that this phone is special. You couldn't buy it for any money. It was not money and compensation payments. The point was that only one Shen Shi could understand. The guy broke a trembling. He could not believe that he had lost Nikki, that she fell right before his eyes. But the freak really did not understand him. He continued to say that this was just a phone and he could simply buy him a new one. Shen Shi did not stop. He could not choose words to describe his pain so that the killer understood that he had broken not just a phone, but Nikki. His beloved Nikki, whom he will never see again and will not hear her voice. While Shen Shi disappeared in his memoirs, the man was already tired of it. He grabbed the guy's hand, squeezing his wrist with force. He pushed the annoying youth from himself, asking why he was so worried about the phone. Did he really fall in love with him? Among the crowd stood the same strange man who not so long ago arranged an accident in the middle of the street. His eyes lit up red. He looked at Shen Shleli, activating his magical ability. The next second, Luo Shengxi lost control of himself. His mind began to control the man from the side. The guy became similar to the obsessed. His body was shrouded in a black aura of magic of submission and control. The goddess Alice silently watched everything that happened and looked especially carefully at Shen Shi and his condition. She turned her head, looking towards the stranger leaving. He gave the team Shen Shi and he had no more reason to stay here. The goddess grinned. She wondered what a man was planning that he dared to do this right before her eyes. The distraught Luo Shengxi began to say that the freak pestering the girls beats people, so he also killed his beloved Nikki. The man began to ridicule him, saying that if he went crazy only because he dropped the phone, then how he was going to face the difficulties of life. The obsessed Shen Shi was no longer as if someone had strengthened his hatred so much that he finally lost control of his body and mind. He said that people like him, who measure the value of things with money, should burn in hell. The guy reached for his offender with his hand, in a completely serious stating that he would allow him to feel all the pain of Nikki on himself. Shen Shi squeezed his fingers with someone else's throat, raising a thick adult man like a feather. The man was surprised at what power suddenly appeared in the hands of the boy. He could not deter him from himself. The next second, Luo Shen, with an open movement, threw the freak behind the bridge with an open movement, depending on how he flies down to his faithful death. The man did not expect this. He did not manage to group and could not grab for anything, screaming heartily with fear. Shenshi's eyes burned in red fire. He laughed, looking at the result of his work. The people standing around screamed, calling Shenshi a killer, and began to scatter to the sides of fear. And this was the short life of a stupid teenager. A teenager could end if the goddess Alice had not clicked her fingers nearby. She froze time, slowly walking through frightened and distraught people who froze in place. The woman became next to the obsessed Luo Shengshi, silently looking at her chosen one. A second later, there was a loud slap. Alice gave the guy a slap in the face with force, bringing him to his senses with one blow. The young man stood and looked at the mistress in front of him, not understanding what happened and why he was hit. He asked Alice what happened, and they answered that nothing of the kind had happened. He just killed a man. Hearing this, Shenshi was horrified. He listened to how he was told about how he threw it over the bridge of that freak and could not believe it. The guy was not himself. He probably experienced the most powerful fear and shock in his whole life. Shenshi looked at Alice with tears in his eyes and asked what to do now. Would he really be put him now? He felt that his life was over, not having time to begin. And then there was continuous darkness. Alice canned softly, attracting attention, and asked if he had really forgotten that he was facing the omnipotent goddess. Hope appeared in the guy's soul. He raised his eyes to her, saying that the goddess should definitely have a solution for this difficult situation. The girl said that she would help. He would only need to say what to do and not forget about the price that she will have to pay. Luo Shengxi was not going to miss such a chance. He wanted to fix everything and asked the goddess to return it 3 minutes ago. Such a request surprised Alice. She asked if he really wanted to return for 3 minutes to the past. The guy was determined to save not only a man, but also Nikki, who was still with him 3 minutes ago. He understood that most likely someone controlled him, but everything was not so rosy. Alice interrupted his thoughts, asking if he knew what price he would have to pay for rewinding time. The chosen was strained. He had no idea what the great goddess could take from him for such a difficult task. He was afraid to even just assume. The goddess, meanwhile, continued to explain that if she had to return the time of the whole Earth back, that the price will be very high. It is possible that the guy will have to pay his life. Fear caught fire in the eyes of Shenshi. He really could die. The question was no longer in the strange jumps of Alice, but in a real threat. The woman silently looked at the guy. She understood how hard this decision was, but she also wanted to check what she was ready to go for. Luo Shenshi had 1,000 thoughts in his head, of course. He was afraid to die, but he could not die either. For him, this was a difficult decision. It must have been the hardest in his whole life, but the guy did not spare about him. He confidently stated that he wanted the goddess Alice to return the time back for 3 minutes. The girl said that she understood him and waved her hand. A copy of the universe began to be created under her palm. She took out the same sphere as a few hours earlier, holding a huge world in her hands. A huge world watch appeared in front of them, which counted the time of the entire planet, and maybe even the entire universe. Obeying the power of the goddess, time rushed back. Everything that was around them returned back. Luo Shengxi first saw something similar. He looked at the colors that rushed past them with bated breath. Alice was very difficult. It was not easy to cope with such force. She experienced physical pain, rewinding time. It all ended in seconds. And now Shenshi stood in the middle of the crowd on the bridge 3 minutes ago. The guy was in shock. He did not think that it was and the truth was possible. He really could not believe it. He saw the guy grab the man by the collar, again entering the dispute with the freak that he molested his girlfriend. Shenshi recited himself, clapping his palm with his pocket. He was very worried about Nikki and prayed that she was in place. Fortunately, the smartphone was there. The guy took it out and looked at Nikki with a smile. rejoicing that she was with him again. When he hid the phone in his pocket, he noticed how Alice was breathing heavily nearby, barely holding on his feet. The goddess was in cold sweat, she suffered and she was hurt, but hardly anyone could help her. Luo Shengxi went up to her, asking how she feels and whether he could do something. She looked around, looking for a strange type. The benefit of him was nowhere. But this is only yet. Alice looked at the chosen one next to him, telling him as soon as possible to deal with everything so that they could leave. This time, Shenshu decided to act smarter. He made his way through the crowd from the back to the pervert, and with all his might he kicked him in the back, having tumbled down a man who started this whole circus to the ground. The freak fell face to the floor, asking who dared to hit him, but he did not have time to get to his feet. At that moment, Luo Shanshu was already shouting into the whole throat and called the guard, saying that a man fell here and he needed help. Two men in the form of guards approached the cry of Shen Shi, wondering what happened here. The guy immediately began to speak in a panic, so that the fallen man took to the doctor until he received even more injuries. The men took under the arms of a freak who tried to break out and demanded to let go, lifting him and taking away. Satisfied, Luo Shan Shi smiled broadly and said that he took revenge, proud of himself and on his own. After a rather long time, Shen Shi and Mrs. Alice descended from the mountain. All this time the guy carried the goddess on his back. Because she could not go herself, she had no strength at all. Shensha put the girl on the bench and told her to wait a bit while he runs out to buy water. But Alice stopped him, raising her hand, and said that she did not need water. It would be better if they just leave here as soon as possible. She looked at the young man and asked him to find her room where she could restore her strength. Shen Shai was a little surprised. He did not fully understand what exactly was happening and from whom they flee, but agreed to fulfill the request of the goddess. Luo rented a room at the hotel and put Alice on a bed where the girl could calmly relax and restore herself. The guy was excited. He first saw the goddess in this state and did not know what to do, so he just continued to speak. He asked what was happening to her, was the whole point that she returned the time ago, but the girl interrupted him, saying that he was too noisy and he should be quieter. Shenshi fell silent, feeling guilty before the mistress, and he thought that Alice probably paid the price for her magic. But how much she was, the goddess has not yet felt relief, but at least she could speak, and she muttered aloud that this time he was not nearby. She began to tell Shensha that someone used his superpower to control him, and that is why he killed a man. The guy was surprised. He did not expect to hear something similar, as he did not expect that one day he himself would be able to control. The goddess asked if the guy felt that he was controlled, but Shensha said that he only felt a strong anger and did not remember anything else. Alice explained to him that someone strengthened his anger with his ability, and Luo Shengshi lost control of himself. The guy was taken aback. He asked if someone used him to get his hands to get rid of a bad person. Alice closed her eyes. She had very little strength. She said that Shen sure thinks in the right direction and everything was something like that. Luo could not understand who it was and how this could happen. He asked if it was the same owner of a magical power as himself. The goddess looked at her chosen one and was silent for a minute, thinking about something of her own, and then said that in the future he would have to be even more careful. She slowly sat on the bed, asking Luo Shenshi about whether he remembers the reason why they came to the Zhangjianzi bridge, and the truth, but they were there for a reason. Shenshi remembered that they were originally going to train him. The goddess sat and looked seriously at the guy. They really had to work out, and now she wanted Shenshi to smoke and fix everything that happened today. She began her interrogation, looking intently at the young man in front of her. The goddess expected honest answers from him. Alice asked that the guy felt when his phone fell out of his pocket and flew down before his eyes. Luo Shengshi returned mentally to the experienced day, recalling everything that he experienced at the time of the fall of Nikki. He remembered his surprise, his anger and pain, remembered how his heart was torn. He experienced unbearable sadness and despair, as if he had lost not just a phone but part of himself. Alice listened to him, without interrupting, and then asked why he experienced all this because of the loss of the thing. The guy was rolled up by the same feelings as at the time of the fall of the smartphone. He looked at the goddess, shouting that it was because they were Nikki. Seeing the emotions of the chosen one, Alice asked if this means that he developed feelings for an object that turned into a girl. Shenshi froze. He did not even realize before this day that he really got attached to all his friends. He did not notice how he developed feelings for each of them, how he penetrated their stories, how he stopped imagining life without them. The goddess carefully watched him, although she already understood everything. But she wanted to personally hear everything from Shen Shi and asked him why he was silent. The young man lowered his eyes, saying that he really developed feelings for Nikki and every object that became a girl. For all these months that he lived with his superpower, he developed a sense of friendship for each of them. Alice silently looked at him. She realized that she had made the right choice. She decided to give the guy a few hints so that he himself understood why he received his abilities. She told him that in this world, nothing happens, just that the ability he received should be the deepest desire in his heart. Luo did not understand. He looked at the goddess and could not imagine anything that would fit a deep desire. And yet, something came to the guy's mind. He remembered everything that he felt from childhood and realized. When he was a child, Mom and Dad left for work from the very morning until late in the evening. They were not at home all day. The little Shen Shi often was left alone. He sat at home and played with himself. There was no one nearby. He spent a lot of time at the window, waiting for his parents to return from work, and there were only toys nearby. Mom left him food in the refrigerator, and the little Shen did never starve. And yet deep down, the child wanted his mother and dad to spend time with him, at least a little. Even when they came home from work, all the attention was paid to the older child of the family, home life and rest. There was no time on Shen. Later, Luo Shenxi met the family, Xin Xiaolan, and he had a first friend. But they could only play sometimes when the girl's family came to visit them. The days of Shen Shi were still lonely, the feeling of loneliness deeply rooted in the soul of the guy. And therefore, when he moved to his apartment, he did not feel any discomfort. Shen Shi smiled sadly. He was already accustomed to this for a long time and ceased to notice how he suffers from this. Alice nodded. She was glad that the guy remembered what he needed his whole life and realized that it was the reason for the appearance of his superpower. Even if he felt lonely in childhood, he never shared it with anyone. Subconsciously wishes to take care of others. This deep desire to talk with someone gave rise to magical forces in him, allowing to turn objects into living creatures. Shenxi understood everything except one moment and asked the goddess why they were all girls. Alice asked him, wasn't that his hobby, surprising the guy with her conclusion? The goddess recalled that all the figures that stood at home by Shenxi were girls. It is not surprising that objects turn into female individuals of the human race. Suddenly, Alice began to cough. Her weakness did not pass and she did not understand why she was still bad. Luo was very worried about Madame the Goddess. He did not know how to help her and offered to turn to the hospital for help. But the girl returned him to reality, asking him, does he really seriously think that human doctors will be able to help the deity? All the stupidity of his words reached the young man. He thought properly and realized that it was really a bad idea. Alice told him to forget about it and got to his feet. She still had a job, which had to be figured out. She seriously looked at the guy and said to sit in the room and wait for her return. Luo Shengxi did not fully realize that the situation was really hesitating and would no longer go out to be so carefree. He said that the goddess would wait. The golden light enveloped the girl and she disappeared, activating the similar magic circle which was used by Shengxi. Suddenly, the guy thought alone and decided that he needed to accept the bathroom as soon as possible. He quickly scored a full bathroom and climbed into it, plunging into the water and feeling the body relax. The guy thought that this hotel was not cheap, and it would be a waste of money not to enjoy all the possibilities. Thoughts about the goddess Alice did not leave the young man. Shensha was worried about her health, and he was very interested in what she was doing now. The day was really heavy, both physically and emotionally, and the guy began to put a dream. Very soon, Shensha was drowned right in the bathroom from hot water and a sense of relaxation. After some time, a loud roar from the room was heard, and Luo woke up, shuddering. He put a towel on his hips and ran out of the bathroom, asking what happened. The guy looked alarmed. The goddess Alice was lying on the bed. She was all in blood and abrasions, and a teleportation circle burned over her with a bright light. The circle slowly closed, and Shenshu was left alone with the girl of the goddess in an unconscious state. The guy ran to her, grabbing the girl and lifting carefully by the shoulders. He called her in the hope that they would answer him. He leaned the goddess against himself, holding his shoulder, and continued to scream loudly, asking what was with her and what kind of wounds it was. Alice told him that he was too noisy and sat down slowly, moving away from Shenshu. She asked the guy not to scream right in her ears, and Shenshu asked for forgiveness, justifying her scream that the girl was all in the wounds. He did not let him up, continued to ask who she fought with, and could the gods have a wound. But he spoke quieter. Alice experienced severe pain, stronger than was in the afternoon. She had not yet had time to recover, as she received new injuries. The girl said that there was no battle, it was a unilateral beating. Luo was in shock. He cried out again, asking him to really hurt the gods and who generally dares to beat her. To which Alice replied that deities can receive injuries. Just for this, you need to have a very great force. Then Shenshi asked if this means that she met another deity on her way, why he attacked her, and what happened there. The guy did not understand anything and really wanted to know how the mistress received injuries. Alice explained that she simply wanted to ask a few questions, but intervened in his so-called entertainment, and probably because the attacking was upset, it was a complete failure. She did not understand what she thought when she did not check in advance the nature of people who passed on her divine powers. Luo Shengxi looked at the girl with regret. He did not understand what she was talking about, but could not help but worry about her. He noticed how one of the wounds flows more blood. The scratch increased and he began to worry only stronger. All questions were postponed later. Luo said that first you need to take care of her wounds, because they became more and more serious with every minute. He was going to go to the pharmacy and buy an alcohol antiseptic, bandages and patcheries to treat wounds. But Alice sighed, covering her forehead with her palm, and said that he was a complete idiot. She looked at the guy and asked how human medicine could help the goddess with wounds left by magic. Shenshei suddenly dawned on what she had in mind, and he asked what he had to do then. Alice asked if he wanted to help her to heal the wounds. She knew the only, not the most pleasant, but effective way. Having inspired, he said that of course he really wanted to help the goddess get better. But how could he do something? Nodding her head, the girl slowly stood on her knees on the bed. She said that Shen Shi could really do something. The young man at that moment was ready for anything to help. He asked what he needed to do. The goddess stood on the edge of the bed and reached out with her hand to the chosen one. She asked him to put her hand on her. Shenshi did not expect such a request. He thought that some magic would be needed. The surprised guy nevertheless gave the goddess a hand, covering her palm, and asked if he was doing everything right. Such actions were a little embarrassed by the guy all the same. They were with a girl in the same room and held hands. He asked what to do next. What Alice asked for her second hand? When Alice had both hands, she gently squeezed them with her fingers, as if connecting them into a single whole. The embarrassment was gradually passing. Shen Shi was very enthusiastic and confident that they would be able to cure the goddess. He wanted to ask what to do next, but did not have time to say a word. Alice leaned abruptly to him. She approached the guy's face, saying that it would be unpleasant, but he will have to tolerate since he wants to help. The guy did not take his eyes off her. He was scared that the goddess was going to kiss him, and was glad that he understood her. But the next second, it was exactly what he was so frightened, and Alice touched his lips with his own. The actions of the goddess really resembled a kiss. She approached the young man even more. Luo Shengxi, an 18-year-old recluse who never walked on a date with a real girl, was so embarrassed that steam came from his ears. He really thought that this was a simple kiss and was very surprised, not understanding what to do and what was happening at all. But the next minute, the goddess pulled away, stretching his life energy chosen from his mouth. Shenshi immediately felt weak. He fell to his knees to the floor, his legs stopped holding. He was really bad. Painful weakness squeezed the body, the guy thought. Was it really what Madame Alice said? The guy raised his eyes to the goddess. The girl swallowed his energy and now her body radiated light, healing herself. The last thoughts of Shen Shi were that the goddess of the universe looks much better. He lost consciousness and heard that Alice said something about the fact that when he would completely recover, he would do something. But due to the fact that he was cut down almost immediately, the guy never heard the end of this phrase. Shenshi came to his senses only in a place of his usual place, similar to space, where he used to meet with the goddess. There was a planet under his feet, stars and galaxies shone around. The guy looked around, not understanding how he got here. Alice's voice was heard from the back. She did not expect to see the chosen one here and asked why he was here. Turning around, Shenshu saw a strongly wounded goddess with a large gold spear stuck right into the chest. This view of the girl was greatly scared by Luo. He cried out, asking what happened to her. The goddess looked much calmer and peaceful than in life. She smiled and said that people are incredible. But Shenshi did not understand what she was talking about, only continued to ask what people have to do with it and what was happening. Alice said that he did not need to ask, because the guy still could not do anything to save her. These words were greatly touched by Shen Shi. The guy felt fear rolling and asked what happened to her. The goddess silently looked at the chosen one. Tenderness and sadness were read in her gaze. She smiled, not for a second regretting that it was Luo Shen Shi who had chosen. Feeling that she was not long left, the girl asked Shen Shi if he would be sad if she did not. This question was introduced by Shen Shi into a stupor. He looked at the goddess, and did not believe in what he heard. He thought that he was heard. He was unpleasantly pinched in his chest. He did not want to think about why she suddenly decided to ask about it. Did not want to believe that the goddess could die. But Alice did not answer any of his questions. She only repeated her words. It was important for her to find out whether the young man would be upset or not. Luo Shen, she stuttered. He could not find the strength to answer this question. He did not want to answer. The goddess smiled weakly. She asked him to answer the question as if it were her last desire. The guy shouted that of course he would be upset. He asked her not to scare him so much more. Alice smiled wider and lowered her head. There was calm on her face. That's all she wanted to hear. Fear still squeezed his heart. Luo Sheng, she asked once again about what happened. Unless Madame Alice is not the goddess, how she might die. Finally, the goddess decided to tell the young man what happened and said that among the elect, someone one acquired divine forces. These words were struck by Shen Xu. He did not think that a person would ever be able to become a god at all. Alice smiled sadly. She felt guilty and was disappointed in herself. She looked at the spear in her chest, saying that it was really a pity. Who would have thought that this would happen? Alice coughed. Blood flowed out of her mouth. She still could not believe that she had allowed something similar. Shenshi was frightened, seeing blood, and asked for her, shouting the name of the goddess. Alice looked at him with a smile. She first looked at him with a similar gaze. Small golden lights rolled around her. She was enveloped in magic light. The body slowly became transparent. The goddess disappeared from this world right in front of Luo Shenxi. The chosen one could not do anything. He watched powerlessly how the one that was with him dissolves in the air. He shouted her name, rushing to where Alice stood a second ago, but it was too late. The young man woke up with a cry in the name of the goddess on his lips. He stretched his hand to the ceiling. It was just a dream. He slowly sat on the bed. His head was slightly ill after a heavy sleep, and thought about how he was on the bed. The memories of what happened while he was sleeping returned and covered with an avalanche. Shenshi looked around, looking for the goddess with his eyes. Hearing a quiet sigh, the guy turned around and saw Alice lying next to him. All the wounds disappeared from her body. The girl was lying and did not move, as if she fell asleep forever. The fact that she was alive and was just sleeping set her quiet, barely audible snoring. The girl looked defenseless and looked like an ordinary person. Shenshi looked at her with a smile. He was very glad that her wounds dragged on and Alice was in order. The stomach earned again, and the guy felt that he urgently needed to the toilet. He slowly got out of bed, trying to be as quieter as possible. He went into the bathroom, feeling the relief that the nightmare was over. After he went to the toilet, the guy changed into his things finally and left the bathroom. As soon as he entered the room and raised his eyes, his heart immediately increased. Joy shone in his eyes. Alice was sitting on the bed. She was alive and looked much better after a long sleep. Shen Shi was incredibly happy to see her. He came closer and joyfully shouted that the goddess woke up and he was very happy about this. The girl looked at the guy, asking where he went while she was sleeping. She was worried. Shenshi was a little embarrassed by such a question, but honestly replied that he was in the toilet. The smile still did not leave his face. He went to the window and said that it was already dark. They are too far from the city and it would be better if they stayed at night at this hotel. And yet the guy could not make such decisions alone. He looked at the goddess and asked her opinion. Alice was very sleepy. Everything was yawning without stopping. She said that the guy was right, and they should stay here. Luo was worried about the goddess. And after that sleep, he was even afraid of what he asked if she wanted to eat. The girl said that she wanted to drink, not eat, and asked what they have in the room from drinks. Shen Shi went to the cabinet, and then he looked in a minibar in the room and said that there were no drinks in the hotel. He was very hungry, he did not eat all day, and asked that Madame Alice would like to drink. He would go to the store and buy. The lady was like drinking. She said that Shen Shi simply took her something cold. The guy shot his sneakers, saying that he would go to the store to buy food and drinks, and that the goddess would wait for him here. Alice agreed with his words and remained in the room to sit on the bed and wait for her to be elected. Luo Shengshai walked along the trading streets, ordering several portions of street food on himself and to the goddess too, just in case. After eating, he took from a machine gun with Coca-Cola drinks for Alice, as she asked. Having purchased everything necessary, Shenshi finally could go back to the hotel. Now that he was left alone with his thoughts, fear after sleep returned to him. The guy thought about how realistic everything that he saw was. He did not know what it was, and he thought, maybe it was a foreboding or vision. Is it possible that once the goddess would receive injuries and die? Before his eyes stood the face of dying Alice, Shensha could not understand why she asked whether he was upset, if he was because of her death. All bad thoughts scared away the appetizing smell of chicken. Shensha inhaled the aroma and felt an empty stomach. He saw a counter with a chicken nearby and wanted to take one portion to his dinner. He simply could not resist. The guy went to the cellar and ordered a portion of fried birds with soft spices and with the addition of a large number of cumin. While he purchased food for dinner, the goddess Alice sat alone in the room and looked at the night city. Her feelings were very mixed. She silently looked out the window and thought about something very far away. A day later, Luo Shengxi woke up already in his bed without an alarm clock and without a bell. He sat on the bed and yawned widely. He thought about what happened over the past few days. So many things happened that his head was spinning. Yesterday, in the afternoon, they and the goddess went to the cafe to eat before going home, and Shen Shi told her about everything that he saw in a dream. He was very worried after he saw Alice's death and decided that he was obliged to tell her about it. The girl was pleased that they think so much about her and worried, but she said that she could not die. She put her cheek with her hand, looking very carefree, and said that the gods could not kill each other and that the guy was worried in vain. Her words were not convinced by Shen Shi. The guy laughed quietly, agreeing with her words, but he was still worried. This news made the goddess think. She asked the Chosen One when his dreams began to predict the future. Her words were surprised by the guy. Shensha felt danger, because if his dream was really predicted by the future, then everything that happened there was supposed to happen. Luo again covered with fear. If this is true, then the goddess Alice could die in the near future. But the girl reassured him, saying that this is impossible. She cannot die. And in addition, the future that he saw may not be death, but something else. Shensha looked at her and did not understand why she was so calm. He thought about her words. He remembered a dream and thought that a girl was possible because he saw only how Alice turned into light and disappeared. It is possible that it was not death. If the gods really cannot die, then it was simply injured. The guy exhaled and said with a smile that the main thing is that now the goddess is in order. Alice looked at the guy, asking why he was so worried about her. She was very curious what Shen should think about. She smiled slyly and decided to tease him a little, saying that she was really so dear to him. The boy said that the goddess Alice gave him magical abilities, so it is natural for him to worry about her. Smiling, the girl looked at him in the squint. She knew that there was something else in addition to strength, but did not insist. Luo Shengshi again began to worry about the life of the goddess and shook his head to throw out all unnecessary thoughts from his head. But this did not help. He sat on the bed and continued to think about how realistic that dream was. Smart thought came up with Shen Shi, and he told himself that it was necessary to forget it as soon as possible, because he was just mortal and it was pointless to worry. He thought that he had to enjoy life as it is, to live every day. Passing by the table on which the telephone lay, Shen Shi thought that he had not seen Nikki for a long time. Remembering how the phone fell out and flew straight to the ground from the mountain, Shen Shi still felt a feeling of fear. But fortunately, Nikki returned to him thanks to the help of Madame Alice. Luo Shengxi took the phone in his hands with a smile, thinking that he would simply reincarnate her into a man. Crowing out the name of the girl, he activated his superpower, and after a second his lover was nearby. Nikki immediately rushed to Shenshu in a hug, calling him a brother. She was very happy to see him. The guy picks her up under his hips, clutching her to him, and tells her for a long time he had not seen each other. Nikki frowns and looks at him with dissatisfaction from above, says that he had not turned her for a long time, and she was so worried about him, especially when the guy almost knocked down a truck. Shenshu smiles weakly and asks Nikki for forgiveness. He did not want to force the girl to worry, but now everything is in order with him. She looks at him with a smile, hanging on top, and says how happy that her beloved brother is fine. Do not understand where Alice has come from, where he has a fist to attract the attention of two hopelessly lovers. She asks for forgiveness for intervening and distracting them, and approaches the Chosen One closer. Luo Shenshu puts Nikki on the floor. Both are very embarrassed, and he tells Alice not to worry about it. The goddess smiles slyly. Finally, another goal appeared, which can be teased, and talks about how much they both reddened. She leans to Nikki to take a closer look at the girl and says that she is the one that Shen Shi loves. From these words, they blush even more, becoming similar to tomatoes, and the guy repeats behind the goddess that he loves Nikki. Their reaction greatly amuses Alice. She laughs and says how red they were. She clearly liked to mock people. Having laughed plenty, the goddess turns around and goes to the kitchen, telling the Chosen One so that he will prepare her food. Even if they want to be alone and enjoy each other, he still must first prepare dinner to her. Shenshi comes to his senses and says that now he will cook everything while Nikki is still blushing and looking away. A few minutes later, 3 portions of noodles with eggs and mushrooms were already ready and stood on the table. Luo looked at the goddess and asked her whether the second phase of training of his superpower begins today. But the hungry Alice, with the noodles in her mouth and without raising her head, replied that today she wanted to relax. Shenshi did not expect such an answer. He looked at the goddess round with his eyes with surprise. She added that she was going to linger in their world for several days because she wants to get acquainted with their culture. Such news surprised the guy not so much. He was even glad that the goddess became interested in their life. Alice said that tomorrow she is going shopping because she would be able to get to know the world of people better and better. This news did not surprise this news, but upset he said nothing, thinking about why all women like to go shopping. After eating, Luo Shengshi led 2 girls for a walk. He brought them to a trading street for tourists. Nikki recognized this street and was very happy. Tone ran forward, saying that she remembers everything. Turning to the guy, she said that here Shenshu bought her sweet cotton wool and a balloon last time. Luo did not expect that the girl would still remember all this. He smiled weakly, looking at her. With a smile and in love, he recalled the day when he went on a date from Nikki. Unfortunately, the ring that he bought for the girl had to return. This is the only moment of the day that saddened him. Nikki turned to Shenshi, asking why he was silent so suddenly. Maybe something happened. The guy went to her and said that it was okay. He just remembered one unpleasant incident. He decided to forget about what happened last time, and decided that he would simply buy a new ring for Nikki later. The girl walked forward, saying how I miss this place. They haven't been here for so long. She wants to have fun with her brother, like the last time. Shenshi stroked her hair and said that they would have fun today properly. Remembering that the goddess, too, with them, Shenshi turned to her and asked Xiao Ah what she was doing. The girl stood at one of the shopping shops, looking at the sign and snacks. She said that she was simply looking for something tasty. The young man smiled. He asked if she had decided on what she would like to eat. Xiao Ai looked as if she had conceived something and she was missing only confirmation of her idea, and asked Shenshi she could ask one question. The guy felt that something was wrong. He looked with caution at the woman, listening to what she wanted to ask. Alice's eyes, or rather Xiao Ai, burned with strange lights. She looked at Shenshi and asked if it was true that he was paying for everything today. After this question, Shenshi realized that there was definitely a catch, but he didn't understand. He hit himself in the chest and said that he was paying for all expenses today because Nikki looked at him. Leaning toward the girl, he whispered that it would be nice if she showed mercy. He did not want to starve until the end of the month. Xiao Ai grunted, looking down at the guy, and said that she has a feeling of decency after all. She began to rub his hands against each other in a prayer gesture and thank the goddess, saying that she was the best. Nikki, who watched them, did not understand anything. For her, the actions of Shenshi were always a mystery. At the tent with a barbecue, they stood and waited for Xiao Ai to choose what she wants to eat. The guy smiled, looking at the girl, who had already chosen the eternity of eternity, and asked if she was ready to make an order. But the goddess still could not decide. She washed and said that she had to think a little more. Then, Shenshi translated his attention to Nikki, asking her that she would like to eat. The girl looked at the food on the skewers in front of her and asked Luo what it was. The meat, worn on metal sticks, lay above the fire and slowly fried. Shenshi began to explain, saying that this is called a barbecue. Here it was possible to choose meat or vegetables. And then he asked that I would like to try Nikki. But the girl did not look interested. On the contrary, she hid behind the back of Luo Shenshi and said that the meat on fire looks terrible. The guy smiled. He would never have thought that someone might seem terrible to someone. He turned to the girl and asked her why she was scared and why she was scared. Nikki looked at the grill and asked, "Is it not dangerous like this to cook food and stand next to the fire?" Shenshi looked at the cooking method. He finally realized that Nikki was afraid of fire. He stroked the girl on the head and said not to worry. There was nothing wrong and promised her to buy a barbecue. He told Nikki that she could stand behind him if she was less scary. Shenshi asked her what she would like to take, and Nikki asked him to help her choose. And then the goddess jerked the sleeve of the guy's t-shirt to attract attention. The young man looked at Xiao Ai, asking what happened to her and what she wanted. The girl began to very quickly point a finger at what she wanted to order, asking each to take 5 skewers each. It was impossible to keep track of her movements. Besides, Shenshi did not immediately begin to look. He asked for what exactly she wanted. Approaching closer, he carefully watched what she showed, to certainly remember. But the goddess again showed at the same speed, not caring about whether Shenshi had time to understand or not. It seemed that she was doing it on purpose. Luo frowned to the boss, ordering what Xiaoai wanted. He showed exactly the same as she, ordering 5 shambles each. Fortunately, the man understood him and accepted the order, starting to prepare for them a whole mountain of different barbecue. As soon as the order was accepted, Mrs. Alice turned and with the words that she would wait outside, went away. In this crowd and at the tent with the barbecue, it was too stuffy. Shenshi and Nikki stood there for a long time. And when finally everything was ready, the young man asked how the girl felt. Nikki said that everything was in order with her, and they went together to look for Xiaoai, who did not understand where she ran away. Luo Shengshai thought about where the goddess was to do, and a picture appeared before his eyes, how too sweet Alice was abducted, luring with candy. The guy was seized with horror. He imagined this too brightly and believed it. Now he was sure that the goddess was kidnapped, but his thoughts were interrupted by Alice's voice. She went to them with a hot dog and pearl tea in her hands. A man stood nearby, who apparently was a seller, and the girl told him that Shenshi would pay for everything. The guy's question about where she was remained unanswered, and he was nominated for the amount for the food that he was obliged to pay. Alice stood nearby and chewed the sausage, not at all concerned about the money and issues of ordinary mortals. She praised food, drinking tea from time to time, and looked the most satisfied in the entire universe of the goddess. After that, they went to a small cafe who had tables on the street and sat in one of them to rest a little and eat barbecue. Shenshi was too excited by his fantasy. He turned to Xiaoai to report her for being so carefree ran away. He asked where she went and what could he do that if he could not find her. But Alice was completely all the same. She said that Luo was not worried about such a thing and relax. Her words were not at all reassured by Luo Shenshi. He continued to chatter that something could happen to her. The woman looked at him, asking why he was so worried. She was the goddess. What could happen to her? It was useless to argue with her. She did not listen at all what Shenshi was telling her, although the guy himself did not listen to the goddess and continued to stand his ground. They were both too stubborn to give in, but Luo was tired faster and just sighed, asking not to go too far the next time. Xiaoai quietly washed his words, continuing to eat with appetite. And She thought that he spoke with air. Nikki called him, attracting attention. The guy turned to her, asking what was. The girl looked very cute. She said that she would very much like to try onions. Shenshi went up to her, speaking with a smile that he would definitely buy her a pie as soon as they rest a little. Nikki smiled happily. She was very glad to spend the day with her brother. Alice silently watched them. She thought everything about something, not taking her eyes off a couple of lovers. Shenshi turned to the goddess. He wanted to say that she would rather do what she bought before, but there was nothing left of food. Xiaoai, in a matter of minutes, finished all the skewers with the barbecue that were bought for her. Being confused, Shenshi did not finish his phrase, saying that it is no longer important, and sat next to them to rest for a couple of minutes. After a while, Nikki's pie was ready. The cook handed her a ready portion, wishing a pleasant appetite. The girl took her pie, smiling happily, and thanked the cook for food. She immediately hastened to bite off a piece. Luo Shenshi watched her with a smile and at the end asked deliciously or not. Nikki looked the happiest in the world. She said she was very tasty. The man behind the counter smiled and said that they have the most delicious pies in the entire tourist quarter. Then he looked at Alice and asked if she also wanted one onion pie. The goddess silently looked at Nikki, who was happy to eat her portion, and thought to take it or not. Having grunted smugly, the girl said that she also wanted one, but in such a tone, as if she had a favor. The cook grinned and said that he would make another minute, already starting to cook. But the goddess stopped him and pointed to a pack of bananas that she hung among the ingredients, and said that she wanted the cook to add them. Such a request was interested in the man. He grinned and said that she had a very unusual taste. Alice's eyes sparkled. She said that she loves bananas very much and wants them to be there. A man cuts one of the bananas with a deft movement, saying that he realized what exactly the client wants. He asked them not to go far, and in just a minute he cut all the ingredients and shook in a cake. Friends looked at him with his breath. It was really unusual. The cook was very talented. In just a minute, a portion of Xiaoai with banks was ready, and the seller handed her his masterpiece. The pie, as if shone from the inside, it looked just great, with a golden crust, vegetables, and a fresh sweet banana. Xiaoai took the pie in her hands and carefully bit off a piece, as if from a treasure. The taste was truly incredible. The goddess had never previously experienced such feelings and did not try something so tasty. The seller looked at her with waiting and asked her to like it or not. He was very interested in hearing an assessment of his work. Xiaoai continued to eat with appetite, showed a thumb up and said that the pie was just super. Nikki looked at Sheena Xu and asked him if he also wanted to eat something. But the young man replied that he was not hungry, smiling weakly. He could not eat as much as Alice. They were attracted by a noise. Someone turned the garbage tank not far from them, and all the garbage spilled onto the ground. Nikki was frightened by the noise and covered her face with her hands, turning to the noise with Shen Shu and Xiao Ai. The salesgirl stood with the phone in her hands. She was surrounded by 3 guys and one of them turned the garbage tank turned her a garbage can to scare her. The seller screamed so that they would leave and leave her alone. Otherwise, she would call the police and write a statement. The man pulled out the phone from the hands of a fragile girl, taking him and leaving her without self-defense. He smiled disgustingly, telling her to stop being so restrained because she should understand what is better for her. The man leaned toward her, looking into her eyes, and said that if she goes with him, he would provide her with a better life. But the girl was tuned to lead him away as quickly as possible and showed him a toy in the form of a peach. The freak asked one of his friends what she had in mind, and they explained to him that she tells him dream, because in Chinese this phrase sounds like an English word peach. The men laughed. They said a joke, as if she wanted him to eat a peach. Getting angry with the girl, the freak grabbed her hand, painfully squeezing her, and asked her, maybe she was free to live. The girl cried out, trying to pull her hand out of the grip and began to demand to let her go. Alice asked Shen Shu if he could help her while they watched everything that was happening. Luo Shenxi noticed the tank that he was lying on the ground, and suddenly came up with how exactly could help the girl. He quietly crept up to the trash light behind the backs of 2 freaks who watched his friend. Shenxi put his palm on the wall of the tank and activated his magic, telling the girl to avenge those who offended her. The garbage tank covered bright light. The transformation began to act and blinded for a while the man who molested the saleswoman. When he was able to see again, a girl in a green sweater and with blue wavy hair stood in front of him. Being very small in stature, she resembled a child more, and sternly looked at 3 freaks, telling them to prepare for revenge. She squeezed her fist with her second hand, spreading her wrists and brushes, saying that it was time to start. None of those present expected such a development of events. The girl and company of the guys looked at her for a minute. The leader of the gang broke the silence. He began to laugh quietly that he would believe that such a tiny baby would be able to contrast something for 3 men. Laughter became louder, and soon the whole company laughed loudly. No one took the girl seriously. The seller silently looked at the one that volunteered to stand on her defense. She did not know what to think. The Musoka girl gloomily looked at rude freaks. She was determined to take revenge on all the humiliating things that she did while she was a tank. The leader approached her and leaned, saying that the girl did not interfere in the affairs of adults. In his gaze, contempt and condescension was read. He advised the baby to flee to his parents. He made the first mistake, poked a girl with a finger in his forehead. The man was sure that he scared her, but his actions only angered her more. She looked intently at him with hatred. The more the guy pressed her finger in her forehead, the more understandable it became that he could not move her off. The freak only began to crush harder. He no longer tried to drive the girl. Now it was important for him to at all move her. The girl gave him enough time to test her strength, and when she was tired of it, she squeezed a man's finger with her little hand. He did not expect that the baby would decide to do at least something, and looked in surprise at how part of his body was compressed. He did not expect anything serious from a small child. The next second, a scream sounded. The girl easily broke the finger of a freak that laughed at her. An adult man was lying on the ground, spinning from side to side and shouted in pain, holding on to the broken finger. The wounded limb was immediately swollen. The man almost cried in pain. The minions ran to him to check what was with him. The girl stood calm and looked at them. For her, this fracture was even easier than taking the candy from the child. The man's eyes burst into blood from anger and pain. He cried out, calling his spineless assistants, and he made a second big mistake, ordering them to attack the girl and make her mother's mother not recognize. To attack a child, also a girl, was too much. The men looked at each other and hesitated only a minute. The honor of their boss turned out to be more important than morality and morality. They rushed at the baby in front of them to take revenge. The girl stood in place like an immovable wall and said that those who mock other people are cowards. She rushed to meet them, full of determination and confidence. The baby was ready to stand up for herself. The freaks did not expect such a reaction. They stopped, not daring to make a preemptive blow. With the words that they tested her new reception on themselves, the Musok girl jumped high into the air. She in flight sharply spread her legs, striking powerful blows to the head of two guys at the same time. The girl's eyes sparkled in the sun. She did not spare the power of the blow, as she did not spare the too useless discharge of society. The men scattered to the sides of the kick, as if the plastic was easier, and the girl easily landed on her feet. The boss of this flock dropped his jaw from what he saw. He was shocked by the abilities of a fragile child, but it was not the end yet. The garbage tank raised her hand up. In her palm, the small semblance of a tornado began to form. The whirlwind began to attract garbage. Empty jars and strange rotten boards flew out of their garbage tanks. People looked at the magic that was happening in their eyes, not understanding what was happening. Garbage from all tanks in the district flew over their heads to the girl in the middle of the street, as if alive. A real tornado made of garbage formed over the baby's head. She went to the man. The next second, the girl waved her hand and directed the hurricane to her offenders. The garbage storm hit the Trinity, lifting them into the air and began to wear them in the air mixed with mud and waste. A few minutes later, they lay on the ground under a huge mountain of human garbage unconscious. People came closer and surrounded the little heroine. She was in the spotlight of the whole street. The saleswoman, to whom the guys initially molested, went to the baby and thanked her for the help. Luo Shengxi stood behind the crowd surrounding the musery buck girl and said that he could not turn her back while she was in the spotlight. He looked at the goddess and asked if she could help him. But Alice replied that he had brewed this porridge and he would displeased. The guy did not find what to say. He looked at her and thought, did this not happen because of her advice? He frowned. Thinking deeply, the young man did not know how to be now and how to resolve the situation, without even noticing how they extended his hand to him. Nicky pressed his finger in his place above the bridge of the nose, where his eyebrows gathered to straighten the wrinkles, and asked what was wrong. Shenshi smiled, looking at the girl how he could forget that Nicky, who was always ready to help with him. He leaned toward her and whispered a plan of action quietly in his ear, telling what she should do. Nicky smiled brightly. She was happy to help her brother and told him to relieve her. Meanwhile, the saleswoman asked the girl about whether she was here and what her name was. The garbage tank was very confused. She wanted to quickly come up with a name. But then Nicky came out of the crowd. She called the baby Xiaotong, rejoicing that she found her. The girl turned into an unfamiliar girl, and the saleswoman asked her sister. Nicky took the garbage girl by the hand, leaving herself, and said that she and her brother were looking for her. Xiaotong looked at the stranger in front of her. She did not know what to object and how to say that she did not want to go anywhere. The saleswoman waved goodbye to her hand, once again thanks to the girl for help. But the girl did not look very happy. She did not want to return to her former appearance, did not want everything to end. Nicky brought the baby to Shenxi. They went around the corner where no one noticed them, and the guy said that her mission was completed and it was time to go back. He reached for her hand, but the girl screamed, saying that she did not want. She looked at the young man with resentment. Xiaotong was not going to return to the appearance of the garbage tank for nothing in the world and ran away as quickly as she could. Luo Xingxi did not expect this. He did not have time to grab her and just watched her run away, shouting her request to stop, but the girl did not listen. She rushed very quickly, and the guy remained standing with an outstretched hand in the middle of the alley. The goddess Alice and Nicky silently looked at the back of a runaway girl, standing next to the taken aback by Shen Shi. The goddess looked at the chosen one. She did not understand why he was standing as if they were dead and asked, maybe he should run after her. Luo seemed to dawn. He left the trance, saying for sure as if without help, he would never have thought of that, and rushed after him. True, Xiaotong was faster. The young man could not catch her and stopped in front of another trading street. He shouted the question, not understanding where she went, and looked at the people at the shelves with food. The day was sunny and warm. There were too many people on the street, just not to push through. They crowded all over the long street, and it was impossible to find one little girl among such an amount. But Luo Shengxi still went in search of. He squeezed through the crowd, asking for forgiveness for inconvenience, and tried to make out Xiaotong. Trying to break against the current, he hurts the girl, pushing her strongly, and the girl groans. Shenxi stopped to ask for forgiveness, and reached out with his hand to the stranger in case help would be needed. When the girl turned around, the guy saw her face and recognized her old familiar in her. The young lady was much more surprised by the meeting than the young man, and she asked what Luo was doing here. The guy says that he came here with his friends, and once again asks for forgiveness for hitting her. The girl says that everything is fine with her, and so that Shenxi is not worried about it too much. Then he adds that she still has a lot to do and unfolds, going aside, which was walking before they collided. Luo Shengxi remained standing. looking after her, and said quietly, so far, not fully realizing what exactly happened. This meeting was the strangest in the last days. He did not understand at all what this girl was doing here and what kind of conversation was in general. The goddess Alice quietly approached him at the back of him and asked the guy what he was looking at for so long. Shensha jumped. He was very scared and recoiled from the mistress, and Alice asked why he was so scared. The guy looked at her like a ghost and asked how much the goddess was already standing here, and when she managed to come, Xiaoai, as usual, did not show particularly strong emotions. Her face was calm, and she said that she was standing here for a minute. Shenshai did not expect such an answer. He silently looked at Alice and could not believe that she was standing here all this time and heard their conversation. But the girl was not at all worried about the situation of Shen Shu, like himself. She was bothered by the question, and Xiaotong asked if he had already found a girl. Luo looked away and said that he was not yet. He was very embarrassed that he could not cope with his child. He said that the baby ran very quickly, and when he finally caught up with her, she disappeared into the crowd. The goddess covered her forehead with her palm, feeling her head starting to hurt. She did not understand why Luo Shen should chose at all. The guy felt guilty, but he couldn't do anything anyway. He asked Alice for his helplessness. Understanding that you can't help the business with regrets, Alice decided to tell the chosen a little about his abilities. She said that since he gives life to objects with the help of his ability, then there is a special connection between them that the guy can feel. There was no time for a long explanation, and the goddess reduced the information, saying that Shenshur can use force to find out where Xiaotong is located. The guy did not know what he was capable of this. He thought about the girl's words, trying to understand how exactly it was worth using the ability to work out. She and Mrs. Alice went around the corner where no one would see them, and Shenshur closed his eyes, concentrating on his magical powers. The goddess stood nearby and directed him, under her supervision. The guy clenched his fist, collecting part of his magic in his hand. When he unclenched his fingers, a blue light appeared in his palm that tied his soul and soul with Xiaotong. Shenshi leaned toward the flame, whispering him a request to show where the girl's garbage tank is now. He looked into the tongues of fire, thinking that he could see it that way, but he had not yet fully studied his strength. Instead, the flame seemed to turn into a thin thread of luminous magic. She led to where Xiaotong was now. She passed between people without touching them, and not a single person paid attention to the attention, as if magic was invisible to ordinary mortals. Luo Shenhui never had seen anything like it before. He was more and more amazed at what he was capable of. He clenched his fist, saying that he finally understood everything. Alice watched him with a satisfied look. Finally, her chosen was really studying. The guy walked past her, about to catch a fugitive. He felt where the girl was located. He walked along the path that the light of the soul showed him, and felt how to get closer to the goal with every step. Among the crowd, only a place was highlighted. Shenshi seemed to see through people with the help of his ability. The girl's body was illuminated. Luo Shenshi could see this glow being concentrated on the soul of Xiaotong. When he finally found her, he grabbed his hand, squeezing his wrist, and pulled him. He shouted that he had found her, and Xiaotong was frightened, turning to the guy who grabbed her. The girl tried to dodge, but she did not succeed. Shenshi held tight and said that she would see how she would run away now. But the baby was not at a loss. She began to scream with all her might that she was robbed and called for help. The people around them immediately turned to Luo Shenshi, looking at the guy as the most terrible criminal of the century. The guy loudly called her the younger sister, asking to stop fooling and running away. Taking advantage of the fact that people now considered them a family, he pulled Xiaotong behind him and ran away with her away from a noisy street. He brought her to the same place where they hid with the goddess, and finally stopped, restoring his breath after running. Shenshi looked at the girl and asked her to finally return her to normal, to her original appearance. But Xiaotong was unshakable. She turned her head away and said that she did not want to. And Shenshi asked her, does she really want to live like a person? The girl cried out why objects could not live like people. Looking at the young man with a strong resentment and disappointment, Luo said that she is now a man only thanks to his super Kli, and forever live like people she could not. Xiaotong saw a chance in this. Her eyes sparkled and she asked Shen Li to take her with her. Luo Xingshai was surprised to hear such a request. He did not even think about dragging a huge public garbage tank to his home. The girl already caught fire too much with this idea. She looked at the guy as her hero, and her refusal would definitely not suit her. Shenshi understood this and wanted to carefully explain to her that he could not take her, but did not come up with anything better than telling her that she was not suitable. Such words touched the girl musical tank. She pouted her cheeks, asking loudly that the words that she did not fit. She was well familiar with such an attitude. The girl asked if the guy really despises her for the fact that she was a garbage. Luo Shenxi could not say that she got to the point. It would only offend the baby more strongly. He thought about who would all like garbage. Xiao Tong understood this perfectly. She knew how she treated her and understood her place. But he could still hear this. She turned away from the young man, frowning, and said that all people are the same. They all just don't give a damn about her and people like her. But Shen Xu initially, not only that was why he refused her, and now he had a new goal. He had to convince the girl of this. He drew his fingers in the air, saying that Xiao Tong, look at how big it is, because it simply does not fit in his one-room apartment. There was another reason for refusal. In addition to her size, the girl was still a public tank. Xian Shi did not want to live with a similar thing. The girl, as if she had read his thoughts, she looked at the guy's displeased face and saw hostility in her eyes. Xiao Tong asked if he thought now that she did not want to live with a public garbage tank. Shen Shi did not answer anything. He looked away and thought how to say it, more divided about it. While he was thinking, the girl pulled his clothes, attracting attention. She decided to try to persuade him in another way. The girl built an unfortunate, innocent face, making her eyes large and round like a kitten, called him a brother, and plaintively asked her to take her with her. Luo Shengxi closed his eyes so as not to see these eyes, and turned away, screaming that he did not want to live with the garbage, asking him to understand him. The girl looked at him for some more time, looking very unhappy, as if she was about to cry. But when I realized that nothing would come of it, she dug up and frowned, returning a formidable appearance to herself. She turned away, biting her finger, and said that it was very expected that people could never be trusted. Shen Shi silently looked at her. He still did not understand why this little girl was so opposed to the reverse transformation, and the goddess watched what was happening without any interest. Then the guy decided to ask Xiao Tong why she did not want to go back and become a garbage tank again. The girl grinned bitterly, looking at Shen Shi as if the whole world had betrayed and turned away from her at one moment. She seriously looked at the guy, asking him what, in his opinion, life awaits her after returning. She asked, "Do people treat the garbage cans well, throwing garbage on them how they hit, and without even caring that they can stain them?" She told how disgusting to be a tank, about what was dirty every day, about how people do not perceive the garbage tank as something separate from garbage, as it was in the rain and in the wind, in the place, in a pile of dirt and waste, and people threw bags of garbage into it without even caring about whether they would get inside or not. People consider Bucky part of the garbage, perceive them as something dirty, as waste of life, and she and her brothers have to endure it day after day. They are not even treated as objects. They were equated with garbage and no one cares about them. Xiao Tong is simply unbearable for such a life. She spoke with emotions and at the end asked if the guy now understood why she was so resisting. Her story was touched by Shen Xu. The guy was silent, not finding words in response to the suffering of the girl. He lowered his head, thinking that the words of Xiao were true. People really do not care about cleanliness on the streets of the city. The guy asked Xiao Tong for forgiveness, not knowing what else could say or do for this baby. The girl still looked displeased and angry. She looked at the young man and asked her excuse her apology. She continued to swear, saying that people do not give a damn about the fact that garbage tanks were feeling like that bully, who recently just released his anger on her. Although she did nothing, the girl hit herself in the chest, looking at Shen Shi strictly, and said that there was enough such a life from her and that he was obliged to take her to him. Luo continued to try to convince her. He said that if he takes a public thing to his home, then he will have problems. The girl finally lost her temper. She shouted at Shayna Shi, asking who was responsible for turning her into a person. The guy was silent. It really was his fault. Here he could not cover anything, and there were no suitable arguments. Xiao Tong continued to scream and swear, saying that he was just a bastard, since he turned it for revenge for the hooligans and now throws it. Her words were struck by Luo Shengshi like lightning. No one had ever called him a scum for his entire short life. From such words, the guy was speechless. He tried to say something else, but instead he just muttered incoherently, and Xiao Tong added at the end that he was merled. Alice, who was nearby all this time and listened to all this, finally gave a voice asking when they were already finished, because she was tired. Shen Shi looked at her and smiled weakly, asking the goddess forgiveness for making him wait so long. He looked around, and when he did not find another girl next to Alice, asked where Nikki went and whether everything was fine with her. Xiaowai smiled, looking at the guy with contempt. He finally remembered the existence of his girlfriend. She handed the guy his mobile phone in the original appearance, his beloved Nikki. Shenxue took the phone in his hands, looking in surprise at the screen and asking the goddess why Nikki suddenly returned to his original state. Alice said that she returned her specifically so that the girl would not be lost, and waved her hand, as if for her, this is not a problem at all. The guy smiled, looking at the smartphone with tenderness, and thanked the goddess for his help, saying that Nikki was very dear to him. Looking at the baby Xiaotong, Alice asked her chosen one what to do with her now. Shenxue thought. They could not leave her here in this form and could not return to the appearance of the tank either, which means it was necessary to somehow satisfy her desires. The brilliant idea came to the guy in the head after a few seconds of thought. He shone like a light bulb. Shenxue looked at Xiaotong with a strange laugh, and at the very eye he sparkled either from madness or from joy. This behavior slightly puzzled the girl. She stepped back a step back, asking that he was planning. The guy smiled cunningly, and no matter how strange the word sister sounded from him, invited her to visit one excellent place. Zhao ignored the way she was called her sister, and was very interested in the so-called excellent place, trying not to show it. Shenxue looked very satisfied. He was so proud of himself, despite the fact that nothing had happened, and the girl behind him did not confirm that the idea was really successful. He turned to them and threw one hand to the sky, urging them as soon as possible go to that very great place. After about 20 minutes, they stood in front of a tall building, and Xiaotong with interest examined the sign of the place that Shenxue considered excellent. The goddess Alice stood next to the girl, looking at the sign with the same interest in her eyes, despite the fact that her face still did not express any emotions. The Trinity stood under the doors of an incredibly steep and expensive spa center, which could only be found in the district, and which more reminiscent of the hotel with its scope. The girl suspiciously reacted to this idea. She looked at Luo Shenxue with distrust in her eyes and asked why he brought her to such a place. Not noticing anything strange about the suspicions of a new girlfriend, the guy with a satisfied look tells her that here she can wash herself until she's satisfied. True, his words were not delighted with Xiaotong. She hugged herself, leaving Shenxue, and asked why he got that she would wash with him. Now, Luo realized why the girl looked at him with a wolf, and hastened to explain to her that men and women in such centers were washed separately. He smiled. Kindness and concern were read on his face. He believed that she had long had not washed properly. This good expression on his face ruined his sense of superiority. The guy considered himself a hero, and said that she could spend as much time on spa treatments as he wants, and he would pay for everything. Xiaotong looked away. She did not feel clean for so long that she had already forgotten how nice it was. She remembered how from time to time they came from the city service and watered it, and her brothers with water from the hose. It seems like ordinary water, but she washed off all that garbage and all the vile mucus from her, and even for a short while. But the girl felt clean. She was warming under the sun's rays and drying out. There was such a feeling, as if the world for a moment became brighter and more pleasant. Xiaotong felt a surge of energy and enthusiasm. She shouted that she wanted to wash properly. Such a mood was greatly pleased with Luo Shenxue. He smiled and went the first to the cabin, calling two girls along. From the inside, this place seemed to sparkle. The baby Tong never saw anything like this before. But the goddess was not too impressed. Shenxue went to the administrator at the registration stand and said that they needed 2 rooms. The girl nodded and began to enter it into the database with a smile, saying that she rents the necessary rooms for them. While she was registering, a man, an employee of a spa center, approached them and asked the guest to follow him. Luo Shenxue turned to his friends Xiao Ai and Xiao Tong, calling them behind them so that they could get into their rooms. The goddess immediately followed. She was still not interested in the interior, but the musical tank girl could not take her eyes off the chandelier in the center of the hall. Shenxue called the girl louder, even raised his hand up, waving her to be noticed. But the baby Tong did not even turn his head. Such strange behavior was a little embarrassed by the guy. He did not understand what could happen to the girl so that she did not react at all to her name. Xiaotong exclaimed, admiring that this place was brilliant and beautiful. This bright brilliance was reflected in her eyes. She added that she had never seen such a clean and beautiful place in her life as this spa center. Luo Shenxue was afraid, as if the girl did not say anything superfluous and did not give out that she was an object, and approached her, took her hand and led him, saying how bad it would be if she was lost. He felt very awkwardly, catching an employee's incomprehensible gaze on himself. He seemed to ask the guy in what stable he kept his younger sister, since she had never seen such purity. The goddess Alice could only sigh. She sincerely did not understand how she got into a similar situation. They climbed the desired floor, and the young man led the Trinity to the door of the second number on the right. saying that this is their room. He opened the door, letting the guests go inside, simultaneously told them that if they want to order food or drinks, then they would just need to call the registration stand. Later, he issued Luo Shengshi 3 key card, which will need to be used to get into the spa. After all the explanations, the man bowed and wished the clients to spend a good time in their center, after which he left them. As soon as they were left alone, Luo Shengshi leaned toward the goddess and quietly asked her. She could not look after Xiaotong. Madame Alice asked why she should look after this child. Because those who brought her here was Shengshi. The young man smiled awkwardly, saying that he could not take the girl to the men's bathhouse with himself. Not the most pleasant smile appeared on the perfect face of the goddess. She said that the body of Xiaotong looks the same as boys. So why not? Shengshi really did not like this joke. He loudly accounted for the girl, saying that you can't drive girls to a male bath, even if they have flat breasts. Alice laughed softly, and then said that she would help, but only this time, and only because the elected fed her before that. But she immediately warned that she had completely absent experience in communicating with children, and, in which case, she would not be able to take care of the baby Tong. Luo said that you should not worry about it at all. The girl will just need to look after the youngest. When the contract was concluded, the guy went to Xiaotong and said that the goddess Alice would now take her to the spa and she will have to behave decently. The girl looked suspiciously at the young man and asked why he was not leading her spa. Shengshi smiled weakly and explained that their gender is different in the world of people, and the way he is a boy, he cannot take it to the female part of the baths. He leaned toward the girl with all the seriously saying that she should in any case obey the goddess. The guy's face was darkened. He frowned and warned Xiaotong so that she would not dare to attract as much attention as she did not so long ago on the street. The baby muttered that she understood him. In her appearance, it was only possible to read that she did not take it seriously. Leaving the room, they approached the corridors that they were leading to women's and men's baths, and stopped because Shen Shi again repeated the instruction for Xiaotong and not to run away. The girls looked at the guy with the descending, and at least the words that he only pronounced the bore only Xiaotong. It was clear from the face of the goddess that she thought was the same. Having covered her mouth with her hand, the girl, laughing softly and with contempt, said that this is why he still does not have a girlfriend. Luo Shengshi was speechless. He looked at the baby in front of him and could not believe what he had just heard. She touched him for the living. While the guy was morally restored, the girl said goodbye to him and went to their part of the spa. He remained silently standing in the corridor. He was still gaining strength to answer the girl to her undisguised insult to his pride. The young man raised his head and that he had screamed his strength, that he had a girlfriend and this is his lover Nikki. A few minutes later, Luo Shengshi was already sitting in the hot water of the pool and felt how all muscles in the body relax. The guy was not in public baths for a very long time. He already forgot that you can have a rest so well, and yet something in this spa did not give him rest. The guy frowned slightly, looking around. It was all about the company. In this pool, there were too many different men of the most diverse age. Different men, old people and fat people, all of them were too close to each other and most of them were really unpleasant. And the most offensive was that they were all too close to Shen Shi and did not give a chance to enjoy the beautiful bathroom in complete solitude. In order not to be even more disappointed, the guy began to fantasize about how great it would be to take a bath, along with a bunch of beautiful girls. He turned his head to the windows and thought about how the time of Xiaotong and the goddess Alice was spending the time there. He could only hope that baby Tong did not create problems with the goddess and people around her, and the girls, meanwhile, only went into the women's bathhouse. Alice watched how Xiaotong goes ahead and enthusiastically examines the room in which she was. She ran forward and talked about how huge this room is. The baby really liked it. She was especially pleased with the presence of many different pieces that shed water, such as statues of girls with jugs. The girl even lay down on the floor, pressing her cheek, and looked at her reflection with enthusiasm, amazed at how brilliant he was. The big pool became a cherry on the cake. Xiaotong could not calm down. She first felt so happy. When they and the goddess climbed into the pool, the girl dived and quietly swam to Alice, who enjoyed water with her eyes closed. Xiaotong jumped onto the girl from under the water and growled loudly. She was sure that she could scare her companion. But the face of Xiao Ai still did not express any emotions. The girl silently looked at the youngest. She did not even say a word to her. The girl pouted and sailed away from Xiao Ai, saying that she was not interesting and that she was incredibly boring. Alice closed her eyes again. She told Xiaotong to take the bath properly and not to fall the fool. The baby pouted her lips. She had no choice but to obey the eldest and sit calmly nearby. But she was still bored. Just sitting and doing nothing was simply unbearable. She so wanted to run and play because not every day Xiaotong became a man. Very soon, the eyes of a curious girl found a new interesting place that could take her for a while. There was another one next to their pool, but the water in it was pink and resembled sweet soda water. The baby Tong immediately got out of the water and went to see what kind of unknown liquid that looked so tasty. She left her finger in colored water and put it in her mouth, tasting. But the liquid turned out to be nasty and bitter. The girl began to spit, shouting about how disgusting the taste of this thing. The goddess, who managed to approach her during this time, said that of course it would be tasteless because it is a spa pool. You need to go into it. Xiaotong stuck out her tongue and complained that because of a pleasant color she took the water for something tasty. Madame Alice immediately grabbed her by the towel, lifting like a kitten by the scrothing, and told her to see herself since the girl is so curious. She swung and threw the younger right into the pool, not at all caring for the well-being of the child. Then she turned and went away, saying not to thank her and just enjoy a pleasant bathroom. Xiaotong surfaced almost immediately, grabbing the air with her mouth. She did not have time to group when she was thrown like a rag. She screamed after the goddess, asking how she could do this with a young, beautiful girl, and then just leave. Luo Shengxi, meanwhile, felt worse with every minute spent in public spa. He went to the sauna, but did not expect that all the men from the pool would immediately follow his example. And now he was sitting in tight among the smell of middle and elderly people. Closing his eyes, the guy decided that he should just imagine that all these sweaty men are actually beautiful girls. And he did, in the fantasies of the young men. Everyone who was in the sauna immediately turned into a variety of beautiful girls. The fantasy was so good that Shensha began to laugh quietly from satisfaction, which is why the people around him began to consider him very strange. Xiaowai also decided to visit the sauna, and the tail of Xiaotong followed her, looking inside and asking what the essence of this room. The goddess looked at the youngest and said that people call this place a sauna, but did not add anything else. The youngest did not understand anything from one word. She continued to ask questions to the goddess. Interested in what a sauna is, the girl was too lazy to answer. She would really like to enjoy loneliness. But as it was impossible, she told the girl to sit here for half an hour and then she would understand everything herself. Baby Tong really wanted to know what kind of place it was. She followed the goddess, and they together sat on a wooden bench for several minutes. But nothing came. The girl raised her eyes to the elder and asked her what exactly they were waiting for. Alice told her that this is a sauna, and you just need to sit and wait. But it turned out to be too boring a job for the active Xiaotong. At that moment, two more girls went into the sauna. They noticed that someone was all ready and smiled. They decided to sit on the same bench where Alice and Baby Tong were already sitting, and maybe even chat a little with them. Looking at Xiaotong, one of them decided that the girl here was the first time and asked if this was so from Xiao Ai. A joyful musical girl hastened to answer the question, saying that she was really here for the first time and does not understand what the meaning of this room is. She was very glad that they would finally talk to her, and she was asked, didn't her older sister explain to her the significance of the sauna? Xiaotong pointed to Alice and said that this girl was not her sister. They generally met only today. The girl was confused. She was sure that these two came here, and she was embarrassed that she was mistaken. True, then Xiaotong even more confused her, saying that they really came here together. But after they met, the completely confused girl said that they should be really good friends, since they came to the spa center immediately after meeting. But the girls unanimously stated that they were not friends, and it was noticeable for them that they did not want them to become. Such an acute reaction slightly embarrassed the two girls who went into the sauna after Alice and Xiaotong. They looked at each other, not knowing what to say. In such an awkward silence, they sat for a few more minutes. Every minute it became hotter, and very soon the face of the baby Tong blushed. She stuck out her tongue and began to wave her hand toward her face, creating a breeze, and complained that she was very hot. The girl looked at the eldest next to her, asking how much more to sit here. She did not like the sauna at all. Madame Alice looked at the girl and said that only 10 minutes passed since they entered here, and you need to sit at least half an hour. Her words and indifference even more upset Xiaotong. She looked at her with her lips and thought when she could already return to the room. She squeezed all, lowering her eyes and muttered that she would never obey the goddess if Xianxi had not said. Alice looked at her with a murderous look. This girl was annoying her before, but now it got worse. Seeing the girl's evil eyes, Xiao was frightened, saying that she did not say anything like that, and took her eyes to the side right there. She pouted her lips again. It already became a habit. and said that she was just very boring to sit here. The goddess Alice quietly dagged and said that if not for the request of the chosen one, she never became her nurse. Her words were very offended by Xiaotong. She frowned and wanted to say something offensive, but hesitated, not finding words at once. A little more and scandal cannot be avoided. Two strangers watched the situation heated. They were very awkward to be here. The baby Tong was sulking and frowned. She was very angry at the eldest due to the fact that she considered herself the best goddess. She thought for a long time how to take revenge and to come up with this. And finally the idea came to her how to put Alice in an awkward position. The girl laughed quietly and angrily, covering her mouth with her hand, and imagined how her plan would work perfectly and how Xiaoai would be ashamed. Madame Goddess enjoyed sauna and hanging silence, not even noticing how the youngest rose to her feet. Xiaotong stood in front of the girl, examining her body, and exclaimed in surprise that she was all terribly sweating. The girls sitting nearby did not understand what the youngest girl was driving at, watching what was happening with interest. The baby grinned, her eyes sparkled with a thirst for revenge. She asked Mrs. Alice to allow to wipe the sweat from her. The goddess wanted to say that this was not necessary and she is in order. Besides, it was accepted in the sauna. But Xiao did not listen to her. She grabbed a towel and with a sharp movement pulled him with Xiaoai, leaving the girl to sit in the room completely without clothes. Alice did not expect this. No one in the whole universe never allowed to behave like that in relation to the goddess. She froze for a moment. The girls nearby froze. They were shocked and did not even know what to say, and whether it was worth saying something and interfering in these children's showdowns. Holding a towel that was more like a red flag in front of a bull's nose, Xiaotong smiled rather, and said that it was Alice's revenge for her attitude. The surprise of the goddess passed very quickly and changed to anger. In her eyes, the most terrible torture in the universe was reflected. She looked at Xiaotong and asked if she really thinks that she would not do anything since there is no towel on her, scaring the youngest more and more. Baby Tong was no longer so sure of herself. She began to panic and said that she would return a towel if the goddess apologizes before her. Alice could not believe that this small, nasty upstart would actually blackmail her with such a kindergarten. She got to her feet and was ready to kill the girl. She said that she was tired of living since she was waiting for apology. Now Xiaotong was really scared. She realized the stupidity of her act, looking at the goddess as a victim on a predator. The girl rushed that there was strength, running away from the sauna with a towel of Alice, and said that she had to catch her first. Two friends silently looked into the trail of Xiaotong, and then looked at Xiaoai, feeling this tension, which was in the room with the steam. The goddess stood for some time and did not move. The anger inside boiled more and more, and at some point the steam began to go already from her. The girls looked at each other, saying what a tense and strange situation had just happened before their eyes. At the same time, Luo Shengshu finally got out of the sauna. He felt as if a little more and he would crash into a fainting. The guy straightened his hands, feeling how cool and freshly becoming the body, and began to praise which outside clean and sweet air. He told his hands in the middle of the corridor, shouting that he had gained a new life and attracted the misunderstood views of others. There was still time, and the mood was just super. I didn't want to return to the room right away, and the young man thought that it would be nice to continue to have fun. But they did not give him this, because of the wall where there was a spa for women, a noise and roar were heard, as if someone was killed. The male part of the clients turned into a wall serving as a partition and asked what was happening there. A chill went along the back of Shen Xu. He already guessed who could create all this noise, and he had a very poor foreboding. Xiaotong, with a piercing cry full of horror, rushed around the hall, hoping that she still had a chance of salvation. All objects that could only be found in spa flew into it at cosmic speed. The goddess Alice ran after her with the maniac's face that was chasing the victim, and threw everything that came under her arm. The girl shouted to her that she was not right and should not provoke the deity. She promised to return her towel, if only this stopped. Alice continued to pursue her, asking why then she was running away. She was determined to get rid of the annoying midge. Xiaotong was almost crying with fear. She said that she was running away only because Xiaoai continues to chase her. She demanded that the chase stop, and in response to hear that for this she would have to stop running away. Understanding that the girl would not stop, Alice launched into her with a frantic power with a wooden bowl, and the baby Tong was very lucky that the deadly shell flew past her. The girl screamed with horror and squatted, covering her head with her hand. She threw a towel behind her back, only so that she stopped chasing her. The goddess catches a towel and finally stops the chase to put it on herself. With an elegant movement, the girl wraps the towel around her body and straightens the golden hair, reminding perfection from the side. Xiaotong carefully looked at her, asking whether she could already go, since she returned the owner to the owner. But the goddess Alice was not going to let her go after this. She grinned cunningly. In her eyes, there was still a thirst for revenge and blood. She looked at the youngest at her feet and said that everything was not so simple. In society, it was not so easy to avoid reckoning. Zhao asked if this little one really thought that she could do whatever she wanted. The girl hugged herself with her hands to hide and asked what the goddess wanted from her. The girl raised her hand and said that the baby did not fully understand the situation in which she was. Baby Tong slowly ceased to tremble with fear. She looked at the eldest with distrust and did not understand what situation it was about. The next second, the goddess clicks with her fingers, activating the 100th share of all its boundless cosmic power. The time around them froze. It was worth sounding a click, and only Madame Alice and Baby Tong, standing near her, remained movable. The girl had not encountered a divine force before. She got colder in her chest and she carefully asked the elder what she did. A minute before, Luo Shenxi, who decided to enjoy the spa in full, went to the banner asking if anyone could rub his back here. A man immediately came to him, a spa employee. He was the only one among all the people in the hall in clothes, and not in a towel. But before the person had time to finish his proposal, as time froze, he froze in place. And even his expression did not change. Shenxi knew nothing about the activation of the goddess's strength. He came closer to the employee and asked when they began, thinking that he was just strange. But when the man did not answer him, and even did not raise his eye to the guy, Luo was surprised and waved his palm in his face, checking the reaction. The employee did not react at all. He continued to stand as if dug, and looked as if through the client. Luo did not know what to do, and decided to carefully push the person in front of him in his chest in order to somehow bring into consciousness. But the man staggered. The next second, he was already flying down and with a roar plopped with his back to the floor, still remaining in the same pose and with the same expression on his face as to the fall. From the fall on the top of the unfortunate employee, a bump immediately appeared. Now he did not feel anything, but when he comes to his senses, he would come around him. Shenzi was frightened. He grabbed a man by the shoulders, lifting, and asked in horror, "Li, his uncle?" All the strangeness began to reach the young man only now. He tensed, not understanding the reasons why a person could not move after all this. He looked back at the big hall with a pool, where there were a lot of people to check whether everyone else was moving. But all the people who were in the spa, each person froze on the spot in the position of the action that was busy in the last second. The chosen one recognized the magic of the time of the goddess Alice, and tensed, because this meant that the girl had to take advantage of her strength for some reason. At the same time, at the other half of the spa center, the goddess sat in the air, looking at the girl in front of her, and asked her whether Xiaotong did not take her seriously. The baby realized that the matter smells fried. She was stuck into a quarrel with a real goddess, who could click her fingers at any moment and would not be. Alice was already really tired of a small annoying bug, which the chosen was assigned to her. She really wanted to turn her back into a garbage tank when they returned, which the girl informed the youngest. Hearing this, the baby Tong was very scared. She began to kneel, starting to ask God for forgiveness, and say that she was not right, and really does not want Xiao Ai to turn her back. This was not enough. The girl enjoyed the suffering of the youngest and wanted to see how she could beg for forgiveness. So she told her that she did not see sincerity in her. Xiaotong was frightened that she would really be returned to the trash, and exclaimed as if so, because she was so sincerely repenting. She looked at the goddess and almost cried, praying not to turn her back into a tank, and promising that from now on the eldest would always obey in everything. Such humiliation satisfied the thirst for revenge of Alice. She smiled quite, and said that so far she would believe in the sincerity of the words of the girl bark. Baby Tong could not believe her happiness. She looked at the girl in the air and warmly thanked for such mercy. Having received everything she wanted, Zhao Ai finally went down to the floor, elegantly and easily stepping on the cool marble of spa. She went forward, passing by the youngest, and said to follow her, heading for the exit from the hall with the pools. The girl did not take her eyes with the eldest. She finally could afford to calm down a little, and the distance to her nervous system to rest. She followed Alice, trying to keep up, and asked where they were going. Now Xiaotong in every appeal called her a deity. Xiao Ai straightened her hair with her hand, throwing it behind her back, and said that she did not enjoy the sauna enough, so they go to another zone of this spa center. The girl turned into women frozen in time, wondering what would happen to all people here. Alice, who had already managed to completely forget about her magic and the rest, snapped her fingers, not even opening her eyes. time returned their move. The girls came to life again, continuing to go about their business and enjoy the spa. During their conversation, Luo Shengxi managed to drag a heavy, motionless middle-aged man from the floor to the bench nearby. He wiped the sweat from his face. The muscles of his hands were unpleasantly whining after gravity. The guy looked at the motionless person and thought that it was all like the ability of the goddess Alice. The guy remembered perfectly what the girl was capable of. In his head, memories of the Zhangjianzi Bridge were still fresh. But after all, the goddess had no reasons for using magic in the spa, unless something dangerous happened to the girls. They could face the owner of the superpower, and it was precisely because of this that she used abilities and stopped time. Shenshi scared himself with his speculations and believed in them. The guy would never have forgiven himself if something happened to them while he was not there. He already wanted to flee to women's baths to check what happened to Alice and Xiaotong. But the time went on, and the SPA officer came to his senses behind him. Luo did not expect this. He turned into a man who was holding his head with a new bump on the crown. The man looked around and could not understand what happened and why he was on a bench, because he stood for less than a second. Noticing Shen Xu standing nearby, he remembered that he was about to get down to business and rub the back to this boy. The young man looked confused. He pointed his finger at himself to understand whether they were talking about him now. Until the procedure began, he hastened to leave with the words that he had business, and the employee took it as a tactical retreat due to fear. That is why he stopped Luo Shenshi on his shoulder and assured that he just had excellent skills and nothing to fear. The chosen one turned around. He mumbled something slurred, not knowing how to explain to a man that he really had to go as soon as possible. But the employee did not listen to him anymore. He dragged the guy behind him into the room in order to quickly begin the service of the spa center. The guy asked to stop and tried to break out or grab something with his free hand. But there was nothing nearby. Later, in the late evening, Luo finally reached the house and took off his shoes, feeling relief and strong heaviness in the body. It seems to be an unforgettable day, but it seems like it was from the torture room or from the hard labor. The man who undertook to rub his back Shen Xu as if trying to tear his skin off the guy, being sure that it relaxes. The young man shouted in pain and asked to be a little more tender. But the employee continued to convince him, which was not so much crushing, and if he would not attach strength at all, then how could he wash his back normally? Luo Xingxi bit a pillowcase of a pillow to restrain the screams of pain when the master of his work once again passed on his long, suffering back. And now, after all the torture, the guy had his back terribly and his shoulders ached. This procedure was so painful that he never wanted to return to public baths again. All his suffering for a long day could not compare with the situation he fell into. When he turned around, Xiaotong was still here. She did not leave and did not evaporate. The girl stood next to the goddess and looked at him, listening to the guy as she asks why she followed them. Baby Tong immediately began to scream that she would never return to the street and will not again become a place of public garbage dump. She demanded from Shen Shi that he would never throw her again. But the guy continued to explain to her that a huge street garbage tank simply would not fit in his small apartment. The girl pouted, looking at Shen Shi as a traitor to his homeland. She was very offended by the guy and his indifference. Understanding that she could not get consent from a person, the baby turned to the goddess, called her sister Xiao Ai, and complained plaintively that she did not want to return. She looked the girl in the eye and begged her to come up with at least something so as not to leave, promising to be a very obedient girl in response. Xiaotong took the goddess by the hand. She almost cried. Alice was her last hope for a carefree, clean life in the apartment. The girl sighed, saying that there was enough to whine, and pulled her hand out of the grip. For this day, she managed to get used to the annoyance of Xiaotong. The little noisy midge didn't annoy her so much, and she said okay, which gave the girl the hope that she would be able to help. Alice said that this situation is a nothing trifle for her, and she would help. But in the future, the midge will have to listen to everything that she would say. Complete enthusiasm, the baby Tong hit herself in the chest and said loudly that she would certainly listen to everything that the eldest would say. This news was not at all pleased with Luo Shenxi. He went to the goddess Alice and asked her why she so quickly agreed to the request of the girl bark. The girl looked at him with an unemotional look and asked why not. She did not see any problems or inconvenience in her solution. What cannot be said about the chosen one, the guy continued attempts to prove to the girls around him that in his true form, Xiaotong would be simply huge, and he will not be able to place her here. But the goddess had a decision in this case. She turned to the girl, saying that everything is much easier than Shensha thinks. She approached the youngest and put a finger to her forehead. Concentrating a small part of her forces at one point, the girl's body swept a golden glow. Pieces of magic dangled around. she felt something inside her. A second later, in front of Madame Alice and Luo Sheng, she stood a reduced version of Xiaotong, a small compact bucket for garbage. The radiance soon stopped. The bucket gently sank to the floor at the feet of the goddess. Now it was no different from the usual home urn. The guy did not expect this. He looked in surprise at the new detail of his interior and could not believe that the gods could. Xiaoai looked at him, waiting for at least some assessment of her work, and asked if such a size for an apartment would suit. There was nowhere to go, and the chosen one had to come to terms. He scratched his head and said that now everything is just excellent, if I may say so. He put the baby Tong in a free corner between a closet with figures and a bookcase, and a Mimi with a contented look. The location was perfect. Now in the apartment of a teenager, dumbness appeared on one item of interior decor. The kitten sat closer to the new thing and began to examine and sniff it in order to better study the unidentified subject in its territory. Shen Shi, meanwhile, was lost in his thoughts, stupidly rejoicing that he received a new garbage bucket for free. His thought process was interrupted by the sound of rumbling the hungry abdomen from behind. They did not eat anything all day while they were in the spa. The goddess Alice was very hungry after such a rich day. She held her hand on her stomach, slightly pursing her lips. She looked at the guy who turned to sounds and stated that she wanted to eat, hinting at her elected to feed her as soon as possible. The guy looked at the girl and suddenly realized that they spent all day in the baths and spent a lot of energy. He himself was very hungry, and he was very tired and did not want to cook. So he offered to order food at home, asking the goddess what she would like to eat. Xiaoai looked at him with interest. Human food was the few that interest her, and asked the guy that he could advise her. The young man thought. He thought to try to guess, but was afraid that he could not please the goddess, and decided to find out to begin with her what she liked. The girl's eyes lit up with desire, and a noticeable blush appeared on her face. She confidently stated that she was crazy about spicy food. Such an answer was surprised by the young man. He would never have thought that the deity would like human acute food. Alice explained to him that in fact the gods are the highest beings, and they do not need food at all. She is just very curious how people eat. While Shen Shai was amazed at the character and hobbies of Madame Goddess, Mimi looked at the garbage bucket with interest, carefully touching him with his paw. Having looked at the list of dishes on the site on his phone, Luo decided to offer the most neutral option, calling a barbecue, but Xiaoai did not like this idea. She furious and said that she had already eaten a barbecue and wants to try something else from human cuisine. Further on the list was an acute winged Chinese noodles. Luo Shengshi looked at the girl with the hope that she would like this option. This dish really interested in Alice. She again brightened and warned that she preferred the average level of severity. The young man was glad that there was something that the goddess had to taste, and hastened to order 2 portions for them for dinner. Suddenly, for everyone in this room, a new garbage bucket turned upside down and fell, frightening the unfortunate Mims to half-death. The kitten looked at a huge thing, which almost nailed it, and was afraid to move. And Shenshu turned to the sound, asking what happened. The guy went to Mimi and took her in his arms, strictly looking at a small creature in his hands and asking whether she was too ugly. Before he began to scold the innocent, Alice intervened and said that she did not think that these were simple cat pranks. She held out her hand to the garbage tank, and the next second a bright magic pentagram appeared in the air, just like Luo Shenshu. Soon, on the floor where the inverted bucket had just lay, there was an offended and inflated baby Xiaotong. She screamed loudly, asking Shen Shi and sister Xiao Ai not to order food without her, because she also really wants to eat. Resentment and anger on the girl's face quickly replaced with despair due to hunger. She looked at the older, imploring gaze. She rose to her feet and ran to the guy, screaming loudly about how much she wants to eat, how terribly she starved, and repeated it several times. Everything happened so quickly and loudly that the guy was at a loss. He could not even immediately find the words that would satisfy the girl bark. And then the acting game began. Xiaotong fell to the floor, wiping tears theatrically from her face, and said that he really wants to say that she has no right to normal food. Shen Shi raised his hand, trying to explain that he did not say that. He had not yet managed to say anything, or at least think, but they didn't listen to him anymore. The baby Tong got too gained in the role. She reached out with her hand to the sky as if really stood on stage and asked why she, as a garbage bucket, give only human scraps. Having had a theatrical head, she sighed tragically, saying that they, the garbage, got the worst life of all possible. Madame Alice and Shen just silently looked at this theater of one actor and did not know how to react to them, because in general no one said that Xiaotong could not eat with them. The guy hastened to interrupt the scene until it dragged on for several hours and said that he would order the girl something from what she wants. After these words, the eyes of the baby Tong shone brighter than all the stars in the sky. She turned to her savior. There was no trace of her tragic image. Flying to Shenxi, she would have knocked down a little more, and she would definitely be knocked down, and said that she wanted exactly the same portion as what he orders for himself and the goddess. The baby had saliva from her mouth. She wanted to eat so much that she even scared a young man a little. She did not calm down in any way. She liked the idea that she could not eat slopes, but something really tasty, that Xiaotong wanted to order something else. Shenji carefully asked what she would like to try, saying that the girl could choose everything that interests her. The baby looked very happy. She blushed, already imagining the taste of food in her mouth, and told the guy to choose something by chance. Seeing her reaction and desire, the guy was worried, no matter how she eats him, until the food came, and asked how much she wants to order. Xiaotong showed her hands the amount of food that she would master. It was a whole festive table. Luo Xingxi looked at her with a weak smile and said that she was not a garbage bucket. She was a straight black hole. The girl was embarrassed, laughing quietly and briefly, and said that it was not at all as if she had heard a pleasant compliment. The guy did not take his eyes off her, adding at the end that it was not praise, and that he would order more portions for her. He was more and more awkward with every minute. After some time, they knocked on their door. It was a courier from the restaurant. Shen Shi went to meet him, rejoicing that he had finally brought food. He said that he was already coming and opening the doors, looking at the young man in the working uniform of delivery. The young man hardly held 2 heavy bags in his hands. He was clearly not easy when he climbed the stairs with such a load. Paying the food and taking the bags with food, Shenxia closed the door and returned to the apartment, calling his friends to the table for dinner. Both girls looked at him with hungry eyes. They could not wait for them to finish their orders. The elected began to take turns placing food in front of each at the table. The first he gave a pack of sharp acid noodles to the goddess Alice. Then he began to get a lot of boxes and packages with noodles, chicken, rice, and much more of what I ordered Xiaotong. And finally, he took out his portion and sat down at the table between the girls, opening a pack of hot, appetizing, acute acid noodles. Baby Tong looked the happiest in the world. She hugged her food, repeating how glad she was. The very first goddess Alice tried her portion, while the rest were busy with their business. She already pulled his noodles in full. As soon as she chewed, the euphoria covered her head. The girl did not control her emotions, blushing and smiling happily. Noticing this, Luo looked into her eyes with a smile, asking her like food, although everything was already clear from her face. The goddess immediately returned her usual indifferent expression on her face, coughing up, and said that everything was not so bad. The young man felt embarrassed and quietly laughed, saying that it was great, and Xiao Tong was published nearby. She smashed for both cheeks, stuffing everything at once in her mouth, and so quickly waved her hands, as if 2 more additional ones had grown from her. At some point, she lowered her head and slowed down, coughing softly, as if the air ended in the lungs. Luo Shengshai was frightened when he saw this. He thought that the girl choked and was about to suffocate, but when the baby Tong raised her head, her tears flowed down her cheeks with a stream. She screamed about how all divinely tasty with her mouth full. She had never eaten anything delicious before, to say about something so delightful, and there was no strength to restrain the tears of happiness at all. For her, this was all for the first time. Xiaotong ate the food ordered specifically for her instead of the waste that people left. Such a sincere, almost childishly naive reaction touched Luo Shenshu to the core. He looked at the baby with regret. The girl was felt and began to tell that in fact, all that she managed to eat in life was the remains of food, plastic containers, bamboo skewers and bottles. The guy looked at her with confusion. Of course he was sincerely sorry for the girl, but she was a garbage tank. What else she expected? But his words caused a terrible anger in the girl. She pouted and asked what he was at all. Shenxi scared that she would begin to swear again now, and said that he had nothing in mind and that there were a lot of bad people in the world. Now the question arose before him, whether he can now even throw garbage into it. Xiaotong looked away and quietly said that she was very grateful to the young man for leaving her here, and she no longer needs to live in the trash, as before. Shenxia sighed quietly and smiled. He told her not to worry about anything, and there is his food as soon as possible. Otherwise she will cool down and become tasteless. The baby smiled happily when she heard his words and continued to eat her orders. When she finally finished everything that was in front of her, her stomach became more than 2, and the girl sat on the floor with a satisfied look. Shen Shi was sitting nearby, and also looked very satisfied. He had not eaten the oyster Chinese noodles for a long time, and now she seemed even tastier to him than usual. But the peace did not shine him. The baby Tong jumped up again and asked the elder that they would be next. The guy looked at her in surprise, but it seemed to him that not a garbage tank was sitting in front of him, but a huge bottomless black hole. The girl, with a wide smile to her ears, stated that she was just a huge stomach, and she quickly digests everything that gets into it. These words did not please the chosen one at all. He was speechless, thinking that this dinner was worth food for 2 days and that this baby eats too much. He tried to admonish her, saying that she could eat even more in the future and they don't have to have everything today. Xiaotong came closer, poked Shenshi's finger in the chest, saying that he simply must let her out every day. This demand struck Luo Shenshi in his heart. He was horrified, praying to the gods, so that at least someone saved his wallet from devastation. The next morning, the early sun's rays made its way through the curtains of a one-room apartment, filling the room with light. Shenji woke up due to the fact that something heavy crushed on his chest. He slowly opened his eyes to see what was the matter. The goddess Alice slept with him in the same bed, but the strangest was that she was lying too close, throwing her foot on the young man nearby as if he were a pillow. The chosen one blushed greatly with embarrassment and surprise and sharply sat down. He crawled a little away from the girl. The feelings were too confusing. The guy could not understand he was embarrassed or scared. Not every day you wake up with a girl in the same bed and you can't remember how it happened. Nevertheless, the sensations from a warm body were too pleasant, and the girl was nearby of divine beauty. Shenji laughed quietly, fantasizing how great it would be to lie down so a little longer. But the next second, he shook his head to bring himself to his senses, and thought that he had Nikki, and he should not think in such a vein of others. After he came to his senses a little, the guy decided to look at the atmosphere in the room after their gatherings yesterday. There was a complete mess in the apartment. Empty cans of soda and alcohol were lying everywhere. Empty bags from chips, and in the middle of all this lay Xiaotong in the form of trash. Now, Luo Shenshi recalled how it was fun yesterday in the company of girls, and how, because of this, he went to buy alcohol. The guy brought several cans of beer, thinking that this would help them get closer and have fun, and treated his friends. Of course, he was not so wrong. The first time when they just started to drink, they really had fun, especially Xiaotong and Shenshi. But he did not take into account something. The whole thing was that Alice and baby Tong drank for the first time, and accordingly, they got drunk very quickly, unlike Luo. He silently drank his drink, watching what was happening when suddenly someone sharply pulled him at his clothes, pulling himself. The goddess Alice tilted him to her. She looked at him with slightly clouded eyes, and her face burned with the number of drunk. As soon as she called her the goddess, the girl flared up, frowning, and loudly demanded to call her the mistress and nothing else. She leaned very close to the guy's face, continuing to pull him, and stated that from today he was a dog that she raises. Their extremely exciting conversation about the upbringing of dogs was interrupted by the sounds of steps, breaking off to running. The drunk Xiaotong was not going to sit idle. Noticing this, Shenshi reached out to stop her and asked where she was going and why he was running into the corridor. The girl turned around and with a wide smile stated that today is the day when she gained freedom. And now she was simply obliged to tell about this to the whole world. The guy managed to run to her while she was still in the corridor and grabbed the hood from behind, shouting that she could not do this. The baby Tong stopped and looked at her friend, not understanding why she could not share her happiness with the whole world. Shenshi needed to urgently come up with at least something that could stop the girl from going out, and he said the first thing that occurred to her, assuring her that if she came out, then the magic would disappear and she would turn back. This made the baby change her mind right away. She sat on the floor next to the guy, saying that now he would never leave the apartment anywhere. The young man exhaled in relief. If she nevertheless went out and began to scream throughout the house, then the neighbors would have started complaining about him, but he did not want to. From the side of the table, quiet sobs were heard. Luo turned to Mrs. Alice, checking what happened there and who she made her cry. But it turned out that Xiaowai herself cried, hiding his face in his hands. The guy turned to her the way she asked, calling the mistress, and asked what happened. The girl sobbed, becoming like a child, saying that being the goddess of an entire universe is incredibly difficult, and she was so tired of this burden. She looked at Luo Shenshi and said that this is all because of the people, that they prevent her from enjoying her divinity. And Xiaotong, meanwhile, fell asleep, lounging on the floor in the middle of the room and snored. Her body was exhausted for the whole day, and alcohol acted like sleeping pills. From one thought about yesterday's evening, the guy began to whine his head. He thought that he would never let this couple drink alcohol. After yesterday, the girl would hardly have woken up in the near future. Shenshi examined them, checking if everything was in order with his friends. It depends on how the goddess Alice is sleeping tightly and sweetly. He decided so far to forget about yesterday and go to the store to buy something for breakfast. The campaign for food did not take so much time as Shenshi thought. After about 20 minutes, he returned to the apartment with 2 portions. He sat on the edge of the bed next to Alice and called her by name, hoping that this would help to wake the sleeping beauty. When the goddess did not react to the voice calling her, the guy put his palm on her shoulder and gently pushed, saying that time was breakfast. The girl washed displeasedly. Through a dream, she felt how much her head hurts after the amount of alcohol drunk yesterday. She sharply rolled over to the other side, scaring Shenshi. The guy thought that she accidentally lay on him or completely fall out of bed. But when nothing terrible happened to the girl, he exhaled in relief, looking away and not noticing how Xiao Ai sat on the bed. She dagged displeasedly, holding onto her head. The dream still did not fully go, and the girl was hard to recover. The chosen one looked at her with a smile and felt a slight excitement in front of the goddess. He was glad that she finally woke up. Alice twisted her lips, looking at the guy with confusion, and said that she had a little headache and she does not feel very well. The young man explained to her that what she now feels in her body is a hangover delight and said that he would bring water for a girl now. A minute later, he had already handed the goddess Alice a glass of water, advising her to drink a little and then wash her to cheer up. The girl slowed down a little after a long sleep. Her head buzzed and prevented her from concentrating properly. She just looked at a glass in her hands for some time. She drank water very untidy and the liquid flowed, flowing down the chin and neck on the collarbone. The goddess looked beautiful, even being from a hangover, Shenshi recalled, saying that he bought breakfast for her friend too, and she should eat it until the food cooled and lost her taste. He was not given to finish the phrase to the end. The person standing behind the front door, he tapped the apartment, surprising Shenshi because the guy did not wait for the guest today. He shouted that he was already walking and quickly ran to the door, opening it and peering into the corridor with interest, where the uninvited guest was waiting. His mother, Miss Luo, turned out to be behind the door. She smiled pretty and praised her son for opening her so quickly this time. Luo Xianshai was surprised and frightened in earnest. He did not expect a woman to come to him and did not know how to be, because she could not let her into the apartment. Mother very surprised such an offspring reaction. She began to suspect something was wrong and asked him what had happened and whether he was hiding something from her. The guy laughed stupidly, recalling the fool, and said uncertainly that he had nothing to hide. But it sounded even more suspicious. While he was pretending to be an idiot, the goddess Alice approached him at the back of pajama alone, and with interest examined the woman in front of her. Miss Luo pointed to the girl behind her son with a cry, asking who she was. Too incomprehensible and suspiciously this whole situation looked. Shenji turned back and jumped in surprise, scared of Xiao Ai, who moves too silently around the apartment. He calmed down a little and asked the girl why she suddenly decided to go out to them here instead of having breakfast, or at least change clothes. Returning her aura of the deity and an indifferent face, she watched the guy and asking if there were any problems with this. The chosen one felt that he would be angry with the goddess and hastened to convince her that everything was in order and nothing of the kind happened. He completely forgot about his mother, who stood and was waiting for an explanation and was a mistake. The woman was already very angry. She burned with rage and looked at her son with her eyes full of thirst for blood, reminding him that she was still waiting for an answer to her question. Shenshi looked at her, sweating from excitement and fear, and again began to play the fool, asking what his mother is talking about and what other question. Having completely lost control of her emotions, the woman grabbed her offspring by the gate of the t-shirt, asking who this girl was in his apartment in this form and where Nikki is. She asked, "Did they really part?" And Shenshi blushed, shouting that they were still together and that mom should not ask such questions so as not to jinx. Miss Luo did not like this answer. She decided that since they did not part, the son was changing Nikki, and this was even worse than the first option. The guy did not expect such an outcome at all. He stupidly looked at his mother and asked what she had just said and where she got it at all. The goddess Alice stood still and looked at the situation indifferently. She was too lazy to intervene in the dismantling of relatives. Miss Luo calmed down a little and turned to the girl to see her better. She said that she had a good body and Sheng Shu had a great taste. The young man was embarrassed more and more because of the words of his mother, and then looked at Alice and was completely scared. Noting that she was already starting to be angry, he hastened to make clarity in their difficult situation and told his mother that they were not at all in such a relationship as she thought. Only his words did not convince her at all. The woman looked at him with a cunning smile and asked, "So there is any kind of relationship?" Mother was very tired of the omissions of her offspring and went to Xiaoai, asking her to tell what kind of relationship they have. Not lost, and not even hesitation for too long, she immediately gave out that she was a cousin Luo Shengxi. The answer that the goddess issued was no longer expected to hear. Especially Shenxi. The guy felt the heart quickly flying in heels. Miss Luo thought. She could not remember that they had cousins from at least one of the sides of the family. But Madame Alice was not inferior. She continued to insist on being a cousin, while sounding very confidently. Shenxi was biting his tongue and waved his hands from behind his mother, begging the girl to stop and shut up. Because in fact, he never had a cousin. And his dear mother knew this like no other. So she turned to her son and asked how it happened that she did not know that they had a relative all this time. The goddess came closer to the woman, holding out her hand to her, and said that now she knew about it. Miss Luo looked at her with surprise. She did not understand what the girl was saying and what she was going to do. As soon as she turned her head, her forehead immediately touched the finger of Alice. With the help of her strength, she created a woman for false memories of herself. Mom Shen, she fell into a hypnotic state. Her eyes were empty, and all thoughts disappeared in her head. She seemed to have lost consciousness for a minute. Mrs. Alice pulled her hand abruptly from the face of a person, behind the palm stretching the tail of divine power sparkling gold. A second later, the woman woke up, recovering. Now in her head, there was updated information about her family tree. She looked at Xiaoai already completely differently and approached her, asking why she did not say that she was going to stop at Shenxi. The guy's jaw dropped to the floor. He looked at all this picture and could not believe that the little trick of Xiaoai would really work. Two girls passed him. Mother hugged a newly made relative and started a relaxed conversation about her parents and the past. Shenxi could only come to terms with this and quietly rejoiced that it was possible to avoid problems due to the fact that the gods were used to creating what would like. The guy sat down at the table and watched with boredom as his mother, without stopping for half an hour, cheerfully chatted with Xiaoai, enjoying. Finally, the woman's attention attracted at least something. In addition to the girl, she noticed the garbage tank Xiaotong and asked her son when he managed to buy him. The young man took a sip of water, saying that the bucket chose Xiaoai and he had nothing to do with it. And then he asked if his mother likes it or not. Miss Luo smiled, praising the beautiful taste of Xiaoai, and said that she also wanted to buy it. Shenxi looked at his mother with a smile and could not believe that she would praise the girl even for something like that. But the woman would actually go to buy the same garbage bucket. Mother looked at the goddess with a smile. She remembered that she not so long ago only moved from another city and asked if she had already gotten away with her life here. Alice nodded, drinking a little water from her glass, and began to say something about Luo Shenxi, but never finished the phrase. She looked at him, grinning. The goddess clearly planned some kind of revenge on the young man. But now there was no time and no place. Covering her eyes, the girl still finished the phrase, saying that everything is in order with her and Shenxi is very decent, as she seems to her. The chosen one exhaled in relief. He was glad that Madame Alice did not do anything out of the row. And he thought that she wanted to say before that, Mom Shenxi asked her niece with interest if they were already shopping and whether the guy had already shown her city. Despite the fact that their town was very small, there was still something to see here. The place was very beautiful and picturesque. Alice nodded and said that she saw everything. They had already walked for a walk with Shenxi not so long ago, so everything was in order. The guy connected to the conversation, telling his mother that he had already driven a cousin for shopping for a trading tourist street. His words were very alarmed by Miss Luo. She jumped up and asked how he could take Xiaoai to this pedestrian street. Shenxi did not understand what the problem was. He looked at his mother, slightly embarrassed, sincerely surprised at her reaction. The woman cried out, saying that there were a lot of dangerous people and the food was dirty. She could not believe that he actually drove a girl there. Luo tried to explain to his mother that now the times are, young people constantly go there to a walk, and the older generation cannot understand and accept this. He did not notice how he got a woman from himself, and the next minute he was grabbed by his ear and pulled to the side. Miss Luo tightly squeezed her son's ear and suggested that Xiaoai go for shopping today, while Shenxi screamed in pain and felt that he would be torn off a little more in his ear. Such a proposal was very interested in the goddess Alice. She looked at the woman with a burning look and said that she did not see anything wrong with it. The mother of the chosen one was very pleased with her answer. The woman was enthusiastic and offered to go right now and not wait too long. She continued to squeeze her son's ear, not paying attention to his suffering and mournful cries from severe, unbearable pain. The word of mom was always a law, so literally a few minutes later they went for a walk. And after a couple of hours of wandering, Shenshi was completely exhausted. He traveled without strength behind his mother and goddess Alice. While they enjoyed the walk with might and main and examined different historical attractions, Miss Luo raised the phone and opened the camera. She wanted to take a picture of Xiao Ai against the background of the palace and began to count. The goddess stood in front of the camera. Her face still showed nothing. But inside, she experienced very mixed unknown feelings and emotions. The next second, the sound of the camera sounded. The photograph with Mrs. Alice in the image of the most ordinary girl was forever imprinted in this world. Taking her nephew, a woman with a smile led her further around the court of the old traditional Chinese castle, telling her stories about this place. The three of them stopped at the temple in order to surround incense and pray to the gods, and Shen Shi was afraid that the goddess Alice would not perceive this for the insult. The guys served them with a free photographer when it was necessary to take a picture together, and then again they forgot about him, as if his mother went for a walk only with his fake sister. After a long walk, they went to the restaurant of traditional cuisine at the castle, which was a popular tourist place. Miss Luo took a piece of food from a large plate and laid it to Xiao Ai in the bowl, asking to try this dish too. She said that this is called a carrot meeting, and that in the past, even the emperor liked this dish. Luo Shengxi watched this and could not understand where his mother went and who this woman was. That he is so baking about the girl on the side, he simply could not believe that his native mother became so close to the goddess Alice, and his own son, threw it to the side, like a board with a toy. The goddess, meanwhile, did not feel awkward at all. She was happy to try everything new from human food and immediately put a piece of carrot in her mouth. Her cheeks were puzzled with pleasure. The girl said that this dish is very tasty and she would be happy to eat more. The girl's words were very pleased with Miss Luo. She exclaimed loudly that she was very glad to hear that the youngest liked so much. She's so caught in the desire to take care of the girl that she began to uncontrollably put a bunch of different foods from all over the table in a plate so that she tried. Less than a minute later, Pila Xiao Ai was completely filled to the brim, and a little more, and the food will fall on the table. Miss Luo noticed that Shen Shi did not eat, but only watching them with interest. In his plate, food almost did not decrease. She looked at her son and asked him why he didn't eat anything. Maybe he didn't like the food or something else happened. The guy felt awkward due to the fact that he was so suddenly paid attention to, and with a smile said that everything was in order and he liked everything. When the woman dawned on what her bad son was thinking about, she laughed, asking, was he really waiting for her to feed him at his age? Shenshi was even more embarrassed, starting to get angry slowly. He picked up a plate and said angrily that he was now pouring, and he would completely cope with it. While they were talking, the goddess managed to eat everything that she was put on a plate and listened carefully to how Miss Luo told her not to worry, and believe that all her costs are on them, because they are one family. The woman put her hand on her shoulder and, with a smile, carefully advised not to be so restrained and be sure to say if the girl needed something. After these words, Mother, on behalf of Shen Shi, promised that the young man would do everything that she did not ask for the goddess Alice. These words very touched the young man. He looked at his mother, wiping his mouth from food, and asked that she was talking at all. He did not understand why she was behaving so unrealistic. Shen Shi looked at the woman and seemed to see his mother but did not recognize her. She was never so sweet and caring with him. Xiao Ai reassured her aunt and said that her brother Shen Shi always did everything for her, and a woman does not have to worry about it at all. As soon as the chosen was heard what the goddess says, he immediately precipitated. He did not expect that she would tease him in this way. Miss Luo was very pleased with the words of the girl. She smiled broadly and told her dear niece that she did not have to be so polite with her brother. Luo Xingshi quietly and did not laugh at all from the words of his mother. Sitting back at the table, he sincerely did not understand why he was not put at all. After a hearty lunch, they finally left the restaurant. The woman again began to take care of Alice. She wanted to offer her a few more interesting stops in the city, but she was interrupted by her phone, which entered the incoming call. The loud ringtone played throughout the street from the pocket of the jacket of businesswoman. Miss Luo took out the phone and asked for forgiveness from Xiao Ai, saying that she needed to leave for a moment and answer an important work call. The man on the other side of the speaker said that they had an urgent business and they could not cope without Madame Luo. The woman replied that she would be soon. She was clearly upset that she would have to leave so suddenly and leave her dear niece Xiao Ai. But she could not stay either. Mother turned to the girl and asked her for forgiveness for not being able to go further with them and conduct her shopping as promised. After that, with a smile, she told the goddess not to deny herself anything, and if she needs something, then let Shen Shu say, and the woman takes all expenses. It remains only to give instructions to her son. She went up to him and leaned close to her face, screaming to him to take care of her cousin properly. After all the instructions and advice of Miss Luo stroked Alice on the head, like her real daughter, and said goodbye to her, causing a real storm inside the girl. The goddess blushed slightly, saying goodbye to her aunt. But she herself did not understand what she was feeling now. But she knew that she had never experienced anything like that before. The woman waved her hand to two teenagers and went in the opposite direction, leaving them alone in the middle of the street. Two children stood and waved a retreating mother, and in the eyes it was clear that everyone was immersed in their own thoughts. Alice put her hand on the place where Miss Luo's palm was recently. She first felt such emotions and could not understand whether they were positive or negative. She looked at her hand, gradually leaning towards the fact that her feelings were still positive. She just had not encountered such care before, and she didn't recognize. Shenji noticed a difficult expression on the face of the goddess. He was worried, as if by chance not offended her, and asked if she felt discomfort. Alice was still difficult to describe everything that was happening inside her words. She did not take her eyes off her hand, slowly clutching her fingers. She said that this was the first time in her entire long divine life when someone touched her head. The chosen was nervous. He decided that Alice did not like it and said that he did not know that the gods did not like it when they were stroked on the head and that his mother did not want to offend her. But the girl reassured him, saying that there was nothing like that. It just seemed to her for a minute that it was very strange. She still could not take her eyes off her hands. She continued to reason that people touching the head were a manifestation of love and care from the elders to the younger ones. But the gods are not so accepted. Shinshi did not at all imbued with the feelings of the goddess and did not feel this situation. He only exhaled and said that everything was in order until the goddess objected. He smiled at the girl and offered to go home as soon as possible and relax after such a saturated walks and emotions of the day. Alice lowered her eyes. Her face again became unperturbed and distant, but in her eyes you could notice that they had not gone anywhere. She continued to think about her. When they walked down the street towards Luo Shenshu, the goddess raised her head and called the chosen by name, forcing to look at herself. She smiled weakly and sincerely for the first time this day and told him that people were incredibly strange creatures in her eyes. It was really hard for her to understand them. Her words were confused by the guy. Shenshu looked at her in slight bewilderment, trying to realize what exactly she had in mind by the words strange. A few weeks have passed since that walk with Mom Luo Xinxi. The summer holidays ended and the new school year began in high school. The latter, for today, the lesson came to an end. The teacher collected her working materials, reminded the students to repeat the material. She went again and said goodbye to them. Shenshi calmly and leisurely collected his things in a backpack, preparing to go home and play the whole evening in games. He had no plans and no one had to disturb his peace. But before he had time to move away from his desks, Zhong Yun approached him and leaned over, looking into the eyes of his friend and greeting him. The girl said that she needed to go to the bookstore now and buy a class reference books, and she wanted the guy to make her company. The lonely evening immediately went into the background. The young man smiled and said that he would be happy to go with his friend. They went out with school, chatting along the way about everything that happened during the holidays. When they did not see each other, Junyun mainly told, and Shen Shi listened with a smile to his best friend. As soon as they went out of the gates of the school, they immediately came across a crowd of students who accumulated around someone. The students discussed what kind of person it was. It was difficult to push through a crowd of guys, but friends were still able to do it. And now they were able to see that the goddess Alice was an uninvited guest in the school territory. The girl attracted universal attention because of her extraordinary appearance and blonde hair and eyes. She did not warn the chosen one that she would come, and therefore her appearance became a surprise. Junyun and Luo Shengxi looked at her with their eyes round with shock and could not believe that they really saw Xiaoai in front of them. The girl immediately rushed to her friend, hugging her hand and speaking of how long they had not seen each other and how glad she was a new meeting. But Shenshai was not as carelessly happy with the meeting as Zhang. He looked at the goddess and sincerely did not understand what she was doing here. Alice said that she came specifically to pick him up from the lessons, and also because she was very curious to look at the human school. The guy looked at her with a weak smile and could not understand the course of the thoughts of the goddess. In the end, that it could be interesting at school. Zhongyun did not drop from her favorite Xiaoai and invited her to go to the store for reference books with them. Alice smiled and said that she would be glad to join, looking at the schoolgirl with kindness. She really liked the girl very much. They held hands and went forward together. The girls looked very peaceful, and Shen Shi looked at them from the back and thought that he had a very poor foreboding. Along the way, Zhang Yun and Shen Shi talked again, walking ahead, and the goddess Alice walked a little behind, as if looking after them and ensured security. Literally in a second, everything changed. The earth was shook a strong impetus, accompanied by a terrible roar, and there was no trace of a calm evening. The school children who did not expect such a thing with difficulty kept on their feet. Zhang Yun was very scared. No one could understand how suddenly the earthquake began. Luo Xinshu fell to the ground, painfully hitting the crotch. They did not have time to hide. In the district, there were no places that could protect against underground shocks. Together with a roar, another strange sound sounded, as if something had fallen or the car was faced with something big. The Chosen One looked in front of him, trying to understand what had happened. He noticed the goddess Alice standing behind the side vision and seemed to feel that something was wrong here. This foreboding did not give him rest. Having shouted her name, he wanted to make sure everything was in order with her. But the girl did not pay any attention to the guy. She stood firmly on her feet, as if an earthquake did not concern her. Something ahead happened, and it was clearly not a simple phenomenon of nature. Someone was involved in this, and the boys had to deal with this as soon as possible. The next second, she disappears right in front of Luo Xinshu in an unknown direction, leaving school children completely alone in the middle of the street. At the same time, the earthquake ended. The tremors stopped, and unpleasant silence reigned as if there was nothing. Junyuan slowly rose to her feet, holding her head, and looked at her friend, asking him in order. The girl was very afraid that something could happen to him. Shenshi rose to her feet after her, shaking the dust from his clothes. He looked at the girl with excitement and asked if she was injured. Everything was in order with the girl. She became closer to a friend, saying that she had such an impression, as if the earth was about to split in two. Luo frowned. He perfectly remembered the expression on Alice's face, and was most afraid that the earthquake was caused by someone with superpowers. His thought process was interrupted by a friend. She leaned toward the young man and said that they needed to leave here as soon as possible to a safe place. But the guy thought differently. He believed that it was better for them to return first and look for Xiao Ai, who disappeared somewhere. He was very worried that something could happen to her. She did not expect what would happen next. Shenshi could not even imagine that he would hear a misunderstanding and surprise in his girlfriend's voice. Zhang Yun looked at him with a question in her eyes. She was unfamiliar with this name, like the girl that a friend was talking about now. Her reaction struck the young man to the core. He no longer remembered when the last time he was so surprised from the time of a meeting from Nikki. He immediately began to tell her about who Xiao Ai was, in the hope that the girl would remember his cousin, with whom they went to the store together. Then, Luo decided to check how much friend remembers. He asked her if she remembered anything about Nikki, his girlfriend. Zhang Yun looked at him as an idiot and said that Nikki is his mobile phone. She still has not so bad memory to forget something like that. Luo Xinshu thought if the girl remembered about Nikki and magical abilities, but did not remember the goddess Alice, whether it could be due to her disappearance. People who passed by talked about a terrible accident that occurred immediately after the earthquake, attracting the attention of school children. The guy decided that this should definitely be connected, and it was necessary to check the scene of the accident urgently. He apologized to the girl and said that he still had business. Having said Zhang Yun that she would have to return the first, he quickly ran away towards the road incident, leaving his friend alone. He all thought about the connection between the earthquake, the accident, and the disappearance of the goddess Alice right before the end of the shocks, and was sure that there should be hints at the scene of the accident. Shenshi turned out on the summer around the corner, with difficulty holding on his feet so as not to fly away and not fall, and looks at what happened during the natural disaster. The accident was really terrible. 3 cars were broken due to a collision, and the 4th completely lay upside down and smoked. An inverted car seemed to crush the asphalt and the other 3 cars under him. Shen Shi did not see the point in this. He could not be so heavy. The first thought was that this accident could be adjusted to the owner of superpowers. The elected realized that he was obliged to find out everything right now. A mailbox caught my eye, which stood at the roadside and saw everything that happened here. He was just an ideal witness. Luo Shengshai went to the box and put his palm to his top, activating his ability and turning the object into a person. A second later, a girl in the form of a postman appeared nearby, take it with a bag full of letters. She became next to the one who called her. She had not yet had time to realize anything and did not even understand that she became a man, as she was grabbed by the hand tightly, dragging her behind her. Barris almost flew off her head. The guy quickly fired a bewildered postman somewhere further along the street and then around the corner, away from human eyes. Before she had time to recover after running, she was grabbed by the shoulders. Shenshi immediately began to ask for forgiveness for such an unexpected transformation in a hurry. He looked into her eyes with a very serious look and loudly rammed that he should learn something from her as soon as possible. The postman looked at him with more clear eyes. She asked what he wanted to learn from her and was ready to answer any question. Shenshi leaned closer to her, whispering in a whisper if she saw a road accident that had recently happened. The girl nodded. She really saw everything that happened and remembered to the smallest detail. Her words gave the guy even more hope. He said that since she remembers everything, she could not tell what exactly happened. Most of all, he was worried that this accident could actually be connected with the owner of superpowers. The disappearance of the goddess Alice in a dream was still too lively memory. He could not allow this to actually happen. The Chosen One plunged so much into his fears and excitement that he did not even notice how he squeezed his shoulder with a new acquaintance with force. The girl cried out, saying that she was very painful, and tried to move away from Shenshi at least a little. The young man recoiled from her, releasing his shoulders. He did not even notice how excitement from his head flowed into action. He asked for forgiveness, but the postman waved her hand and said that she was in order. She understood that the boy was very worried, and therefore was not angry. The girl clarified whether he asked her about a car accident that happened not so long ago. Speaking of this accident, the girl felt a strong anger. She puffed out her cheeks and looked away. She really angered her. Such a reaction was a little surprised by Shenshi. He did not understand what the acquaintance was talking about and asked what happened there. Brawling, the member girl began her story about how earlier one guy wanted to cross the road just not far from the place where she stood. In his hand, he had a tin can from under the drink, and for some reason he decided that the mailbox was a garbage urn, and he threw an empty tin directly into the girl, not even caring that the garbage did not get into the urn, but bounced and remained lying in the middle of the street. As evidence, the girl raised her skirt slightly and demonstrated a large darkened bruise on her leg. Shenshi was sorry for his girlfriend. He said that it was really too much, looking at such a painful wound. The postman nodded her head. She completely agreed with the guy, but Shenshi was in a hurry, and he had no time for complaints. He leaned toward the girl, asking what happened after that, and she continued the story, saying that then the traffic light switched to yellow. A strange man in a black sweatshirt began to cross the road, despite the fact that the color was still yellow and the movement was prohibited. The white car rushed at him at high speed. The driver did not expect that someone would go right now and did not have time to slow down. Passions were heated. Luo Shengxi was all like on needles. He felt that something was wrong with this guy and asked loudly what was next. When the car almost encountered a guy and knocked him down, he raised his right hand. It was outlined by a dull red light. The car suddenly stopped. It was too abruptly, as if someone had grabbed a toy machine, preventing it from going on. This information only convinced the young man even more that he really got on the right mark. The cars did not freeze on their place so simply. After that, the car rose into the air and began to lavage above the ground, as if someone really held it with an invisible hand. And around the edges he glowed red. Suddenly, the car rolled over and fell to the ground with a roof down. With a terrible roar hit on the ground, but that was not all. The Chosen One strained. He could not believe what he heard. So the accident occurred before the earthquake, and someone with magical powers was to blame. The girl continued her story, saying that after the car collapsed down from a great height, she somehow strangely provoked a strong earthquake. And after that, other cars lost control and began to crash into an obstacle on the road, and the result Shenshi could see with his own eyes a minute earlier. The guy was hardly listening to the girl. He found out everything important for himself, and now knew that the underground shocks were also caused by Supercan. Most likely, Alice disappeared for the same reason. Luo Shengxi looked at the girl and asked her where, after all this arranged nightmare, a young man went. The girl said that the culprit disappeared immediately after the incident, even before a crowd of people managed to gather. She pointed a finger further in the lane, saying that the guy went in that direction. But where she went after that, she no longer saw. This is all that she saw and heard, and unfortunately, did not know anything about what was happening after a strange man disappeared from the field of her vision. The Chosen One was determined to find out as much as possible about what happened and was going to follow the traces of the criminal into the depths of the alley to look for any traces that he could leave there. But before that, with a smile, he leaned toward the girl and thanked her properly for telling him such important information. The postman smiled broadly and said that she was very glad that she could help with something. After the exchange of courtesies and thanks, Shen Shi said that he had to return it to the previous state. They said goodbye. The girl waved his hand and was ready for a reverse transformation. Satisfied, Luo Shengshi with a smile touched the girl's shoulder, shone a bright light from the magic circle, and after a second there was a mailbox again in front of him. A little later, the guy reached the fact that he did not return her to the place where she usually stands, and it really was a problem. Of course, this was not so far away. He was sure that she would be found in any case, but he doubted that he would not doubt the problems. Shenshi had no time to think about it for a long time, and he went on the alley, looked at every corner, but for a long time he found nothing. Soon he stumbled upon a pool of blood in the middle of the road and crouched. She was still fresh, which meant that the wounded man could not go too far. Something brilliant lay next to the puddle. The guy got to his feet and came closer to check what was there. A brilliant thing turned out to be a key, and he belonged either to the criminal, which was most likely, or to someone who passed here. When Shenshi realized that the key could really belong to the one he haunted, his eyes flashed with happiness. And yet, it was impossible to draw conclusions right away. He was not sure that the thing was really him, because he was not a detective. The young man decided to hide the key so far and check it later. But for now, to continue to follow the trace of the owner of the superpower, he headed forward along the lane, hoping that this stranger left some other traces, but did not have time to go through Shushu and several steps, as he immediately noticed around the corner of a person lying on the ground. The goddess Alice turned out to be this man. She was all wounded, and her clothes were torn. She was completely without strength. The chosen was scared when he saw her in this form. He shouted her name in the hope that the girl would come to her senses, but Alice did not open her eyes. She did not even move her head. The girl lay on the ground and looked as if she would never wake up again. Luo Shengsha crouched next to her, afraid to touch the fragile girl so as not to harm even more, and continued to call her by name. He could not believe that this happened. The young man asked why this happened, as if someone would give him an answer now. The guy examined the goddess and came to the terrifying conclusion that she received them during a heavy fight with someone. Someone slowly approached them from the side. A voice was heard, speaking with a mockery that reinforcements arrived. Luo raised his head. He did not expect to see someone else here, as he did not expect to hear something so strange. In front of him stood a young man in a black sweatshirt. Shen Shi asked who he was, although he had already guessed deep down. The stranger grinned, looking at Shina Shi either with contempt or with indifference. He immediately realized that the kid was one of them. He told the guy that in this case he really hopes that he would not intervene in other people's affairs. Luoshan Shold finally, his mind realized who was standing in front of him and why this person is here and right now. The stranger was surprised at such a reaction. He asked if Shen Shi pursued him right up to this place, but even does not even know who he was. Of course, Shen Shi guessed, but decided to clarify anyway and asked if he realized that the guy was the owner of superpowers. The young man smiled, looking at the same chosen in front of himself with condescension. He said that the kid was not as stupid as he thought. Luo did not want to believe the last that this guy was guilty in the state of the goddess, and asked if he is the same magician. He doesn't know about who the girl on Earth is. The freak in a sweatshirt laughed directly in the face of Luo Shenshi, saying that naturally he was in the know. For him, Madame Alice was just a miserable, useless goddess and did not mean anything. He considered himself stronger than her. Shenshi continued to attempt to find a rational reason why a man in front of him decided to create something similar with a deity, and asked if he was afraid. The guy walked slowly to Luo Shenshi. He looked ridiculous in his eyes, just a real clown. He said that yes, he did it with Alice, and that now, the bastard really did not perceive this situation as a problem. He was even a little proud of it. The anger was seized by Shen Shi. The guy slowly rose to his feet, feeling his blood boil and knocks in his ears. The chosen person quietly called the young man in front of him a scum, and he asked as he had just called him. And the point was not that he did not hear, just this word took him away. Luo Shengshi came closer to him, breaking into a cry, and repeated that he called him a dirty moron. He wanted a person to hear every word in front. Unfortunately, he did not know what happened next. Shen Shi came to his senses only after 3 days in bed, and as soon as he woke up, immediately asked who was here. The man who was sitting nearby said that he was Shan Shen, his neighbor in the ward, who occupies a bed nearby. The young man turned his head, looking forward at the white ceiling above his head, and slowly digested what was said by his neighbor. He finally realized that he was in the hospital ward, which means that he somehow got from the lane to the hospital. Li Shanshen looked at the guy with excitement. He asked whether the younger brother knew how many days he was in an unconscious state. He switched to scream. saying that the boy was disconnection for 3 days, and even the doctors thought that he fell into a vegetative state and was close to a coma. Shenshi wanted to jump up, but his head began to hurt a lot, and he put his palm to the back of his head. He could not believe that he had spent so much time here. The man advised to be more careful and handed the youngest the doctor's words that he was badly damaged during the blow and he had a slight concussion. But Shenshi said that in perfect order, ignoring the headache, it was now completely different for him, because the last thing he remembered was a clash with a scum in a lane. Li Shanshun interrupted his heavy thoughts, asking if his brother was beaten because he had entered the girl with someone. Such guesses greatly surprised the young man. He even sat on the bed with shock, not taking his eyes off the man in front of him. The ward neighbor was a little surprised, but immediately continued to say that he saw the sweet girl Shen Shi, who brought him here, adding at the end that having a jealous opponent is quite natural. All people go through this phase. Li said that he perfectly understands the boy, leaving with his head to nostalgia on his old days. The problem was not at all in defense of the girl. Shen Shi did not mean this at all. The whole thing was that he did not remember exactly how he received his injuries. No matter how much the guy tried, he could not remember completely nothing of what happened that day after he found the goddess Alice and the one who attacked her. A young girl in a white dress entered the ward. She shouted out the word "brother" loudly and hurried to the bunk of the chosen one. Luo Shangshai would have recognized this voice from 1,000. He raised his eyes to Nikki and looked at the girl with surprise that he was heading straight to him. Tears spoke in front of the girl. She was very worried about her older brother all these 3 days. The young man smiled. He was very happy to see Nikki and told her not to worry so much because now he was in order. He asked the girl, "Is it really true that she herself brought him to the hospital 3 days ago?" The baby began to tell that when he lost consciousness in the alley, she was alone in full shock. She had no ideas what to do and how to be. But fortunately, a woman approached her who helped call an ambulance and take the wounded guy to the hospital. Shenshi touched the girl's care and he thanked her from a pure heart. He pleased that he had Nikki. The girl took his hand. Her tears appeared again. She was very happy that the guy came to her senses and was now in order, was again with her. The sobs were heard from the side. Luo Shengshi turned around and saw how Shan Shan Shen Lily tears in 3 streams because of what touching and cute relations of lovers were.